Hamas actually escorts these aides to the area, and they were saying, why the hell are you actually being escorted by Hamas? If you are being escorted by Hamas, we're going to shoot those guys. No shit, they're going to do that. So, I mean, this is crazy talk. It's like, are you guys, whose side are you on, UN? Are you the side of the terrorists, or are you side of Israel, like normal people? Like, it seems like even the UN doesn't know the distinction between terrorists and non-terrorists at this point.
Yes, because to them, when me and Phonics have a war, right, I should be sending aid to Phonics' house. This is them. So in other words, these are the same people that want this war to perpetuate.
As far as I'm concerned, well, exactly what international law stipulates. We actually had a land for peace deal with Egypt, and we literally signed a binding agreement saying that if you actually go back to war with us, we're going to take your land and then some. We did exactly the same deal with Gaza when we did a land for peace deal, and guess what? They attacked us, so therefore we had supposed to take their land and give their population of Gaza back to Egypt, which they were part of to begin with.
Egypt doesn't want them.
Egypt doesn't want them. They've already attacked them.
And we're willing to go to war with them to send them back to their own nation. This is
why does Egypt not want them? Phonics, because every other country in the Middle East that has taken in the past 40 to 50 years that has taken in so-called Palestinians, whatever they are, right? And it's funny, there's no such thing as a Palestinian ethnicity. There's no such thing really. You're either Kurdish, or you're Algerian, or you're Tunisian, or you're Egyptian, or you're Turkish, right? Really, there's none. But anyway, these so-called Palestinians, why don't they take them in? When they went into Kuwait, what did they do? Kidnapping ministers' wives, kidnapping ministers' kids, killing their kids, killing ministers, assassination missions, right? Undermining governments. The same thing they did in Jordan. What do you think King Hussein did to them? In a matter of about, 2-3 months? Not 2 years, but 2-3 months. He killed over, 20,000-30,000?
Yes,
in 2-3 months?
So if the leader of Egypt did exactly that after he sent the Palestinians over to the border, then that's on them, not on Israel, by the way. Because if you're thinking,
but is that not the difference between Sunni and Shia? Is that just not a different?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Sorry. Well, what about Sunni and Shia? I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I'm talking about the difference between Muslim countries. Like, obviously, there's divide, isn't there?
Oh no, it has no bearing on the subject for one particular reason.
No.
Iran supports Hamas, despite the ideological
So that's
opposition.
a Sunni,
Right?
that's a Sunni.
Yes, because Hamas is an armed wing of the Muslim Brotherhood. Ahmed Yassin and Mus'ab Yusuf, who founded this organization, and the charitable organizations, they actually transformed it to an armed military wing of the Muslim Brotherhood, Al-Ikhwan al-Muslimin.
Okay.
But the agenda is really simple. Why does Iran support an organization's armed wing, despite the fact that they ideologically oppose Iran existentially? Why? Because the agenda is simple. The agenda is simple. They agree on many fronts, on many points. Killing of
You
Jews.
believe it's an anti-Semitic
It is.
agenda?
It is anti-Semitism. It is. Because Islamic eschatology predicates itself on the eradication of Jews and the establishment of an Islamic utopia, Pax Islamica, the Islamic peace, as they call it Darul Islam. So this is something that is well established within the doctrines. Not to mention the killing of homosexuals, regardless of whether you are trans, gay, lesbian, whatever you are.
Alpha, quit bringing that up. You don't care. You were really rude to me when you first came up here. Quit acting like you care about the
I'm rude to
LGBTQ
you as a
when you
person,
don't.
not for your
No,
gender.
that doesn't matter. You don't care. You're fake.
Oh,
Using that as an
wow.
argument.
Sure. If I didn't have 2 gay cousins, I would have believed you. Anyway.
That doesn't mean anything. You're rude.
Okay? These people don't care. Right now, 23. Okay? A fatwa means a legal ruling literally calling for the genocide of homosexuals. This is after a week when all these
We're moving on from the homosexual talk from you. You don't care. No, you've been talking this whole time. Let somebody else.
let me speak, okay?
You've said enough, Alpha. You've said enough.
Now, what is this? What is this?
What do you mean? What is this? You were rude to me whenever I came up here. I can't be rude to you. What? It's only necessary to be rude to me. Yeah, exactly.
Jesus, you control the room, wherever you are. We've had our fun. Let's try and have a serious look now, yeah?
These people went out there, well-intentioned for the sake of humanity. The Muslim Lebanese Association turns around and literally passes, okay, a death sentence on them.
On who?
Can you believe that?
On who? On who? Homosexuals?
The community.
You're still bringing this shit up? You don't care for them. You are so rude to LGBTQ people. You don't give a fuck about them.
Palestine, not me.
You don't give a fuck about them. You're no different than what you're talking about them. You're up here talking shit.
With regards to Israel, their level of acceptance to the LGBT community is the same as my country.
Absolutely, 100%. It is very.
You see, that's the difference. And there's many more differences. What the Western audience doesn't understand is that you cannot try to understand the Middle East, this melting pot part of Asia, and Asia at large, by trying to use Western lenses. It doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. Let me give you an example. When you look at the way people talk about positionality, right? And this is something very well established in humanities, the idea of positionality.
Bobby, please, come on.
What is happening?
Yeah.
Why is that even funny?
Don't RBP, please read. This dude was rude to me from the jump.
We know, we'll sort it out.
Can we just run now and
Why are you centering yourself?
let Alpha speak and then
Because
everyone
Alpha wants attention. He's been speaking for 30 minutes.
Well, it's
I
You've been
don't
laughing
think
and telling
I just barely came off mute, Simon. Chill out. Get out of your feelings.
literally pretty calm. You're laughing.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Okay, I didn't know. Laughing triggers you, Simon? Man.
Well, when someone's speaking and making a point, and you're just laughing hysterically, yeah, it's kind of annoying.
So what? Laughing is wrong? You can't laugh on a panel? Are you
can, but mute your mic.
Well,
No, I can do whatever I want. Please.
Can I say something, please? We're trying to have a serious political discussion here. I know maybe he insulted you. You guys can sort that out together. This is quite a serious
Hey,
topic.
Tobias, let me say something. He's the one bringing up LGBTQ, okay?
Explain that already. Explain that.
He keeps bringing it up, Tobias. Why are you whining, Tobias? Why are you whining?
I'm trying to keep control of the
Whining. You're not keeping control of the room right now. You're just irritating it right now. You heard Alpha.
Who made you do
Yeah, because you're a bigot. You're a bigot. You're a fake. You're a fake, Alpha. You're a fake. You're coming up here talking shit to me, but yet you're so worried for the LGBTQ. You're bullshit. You're a bullshitter. You're a
Sorry, do you have something to say? Am I?
It doesn't matter. You're a bullshitter. You're a bullshitter. You're a bullshitter, Alpha.
has nothing to do with your
Okay, shut up, Alpha. Move on, Alpha. Somebody else wants to
yes,
talk.
they get to you too, as they do.
I don't care, Simon. I'm about to be a dick to you, Simon. Don't stop.
Why would somebody use the LGBTQ plus community as an argument? My question would be, why would they use it as an argument for something when they have no care for those people anyway?
Well, I mean, I've been enough rooms with Alpha to know
Why
that.
not have
No, I have
care
no
for
respect for
people?
Barbie. That doesn't mean I don't respect
He said that he has gays in his family, Enigma. The fact that he has a problem with Barbie doesn't mean that he has a
But
problem with
Daniel,
gay people.
there are plenty of people that have gay people in their family who shun them, who
Yeah, but why do you think that he is one of them?
their
Hold on,
houses.
but Enigma, the fact that he had a fight with Barbie, which is part of the LGBT
Look at these men trying to defend me.
Barbie, you're a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. I can speak. And the
I don't know if you're a man. I don't know if you're a man. I don't know if you're one either.
Wow, person, this is
No,
really
George. No, George.
So can we get rid of this?
No, George. No, George. There you go.
I'm speaking to Enigma for a second. Enigma, the fact that Alpha had whatever it was with Barbie doesn't mean that it's about the gay community. He is a person.
It was when he called me a man. He called me a man when he came up here. He targeted me and my identity.
You
It
called
doesn't
me a
matter. Are you not a man? You just said you're a man.
But you called me a man.
It doesn't matter. That's what you identify as. That's what you identify as, right? Alpha and Norma were rude to me.
Oh my God,
Why are
I'm
you
trying to
defending
tell
bigotry?
Enigma.
Why are you defending bigotry, Daniel? No, why are you defending bigotry, Daniel? You're literally defending hateful fucking hate speech. When I'm defending myself, now you have something to say, Daniel. Don't do that. Don't.
He's not talking about you.
He's not. Who came up here?
Daniel, do you feel passionate about the fact that people want to eradicate every Israeli so that they can occupy from the river to the sea as well? Okay. Hang on, I'm talking, Orlando.
And you're talking very well, but could I...
No, you can't. You come back up and learn some manners. So, you're going to talk quite passionately about that, aren't you? You're going to get a little bit irate sometimes. This is what happens. Barbie has always experienced hate, whether it's from Muslims, Christians, goodness knows what else, even Jewish people like El Normo. So when people are using our community, but also badgering her, it's very easy for all of us to go, well, look, we're not talking about that. It's not really an issue. It is a fucking issue. It's a big issue.
Enigma, he was talking about the community.
I
He
see.
wasn't talking about...
Barbie is the homosexuality.
Can I reply to her for a second? Can I reply to her for a second, Alpha? I'm sorry that I'm speaking on your behalf because I'm an SLE male. He was speaking about the gay community in
She
different
was
places.
speaking. Barbie is a woman.
What do you mean she? I'm talking about Alpha. And Alpha is a man. And he was speaking about the gay community, not about Barbie.
Yeah.
And I'm also part of the LGBT. I'm also part of the gay community. And I'm also part of the gay community. And there's nothing that he said was against the gay community.
Yeah, when he first came up here, he started talking shit to me because he didn't like me talking shit to El Normo, who has had a problem with me for many shows now. That's why Alpha called me a man and was very rude to me. I defended myself. Now every
I'm not
time
talking
he
about
gets a chance,
you.
he mentions
I'm
the
talking to
LGBT.
Enigma. Hold on, please. I'm talking to Enigma.
I
I'm
get
not talking
that.
about you at all.
I get that. But you're bringing me up though.
I didn't bring you up. I said that he wasn't talking about you.
Can I say one thing?
Bringing me up. That's
Let me
bringing
say
me
one
up.
thing.
I
Let me say
defend
something.
myself.
Okay, that's right.
Let me say something. Bobby, you know I've always supported you, right? And you know that. So I don't appreciate you. I don't appreciate you telling me that I'm whining. Okay, I'm not whining. I'm just trying to keep control.
I don't appreciate you trying to monitor me. I don't do that to you.
I'm not trying not
do that to you.
I'm just trying to keep control of the room and make sure the conversation stays respectful and productive. I'm not trying to monitor you.
But when you do that, when I'm defending myself, it adds more like flame to the fire, like to the pit here. Let's just let it happen. Shut up, Alpha. Shut up. See, look at this. How am I not supposed to defend myself against this, Tobias? How?
Okay, so I'm just saying nothing.
You don't get targeted like that, Tobias. Has anyone called you a faggot, a girl on here? No, they haven't. They called me a man, called me a dude. They called me, and after being corrected, they're still disrespecting me, and y'all are all concentrating on how mean I am?
I didn't say you're mean. I'm just saying I want to keep control of the room, that's all. It's not about you, it's about just a collective thing, you know?
Yeah, it is about me when they're bringing me up. It is about me when they're bringing me up. Okay, the problem is me right now that y'all have a problem with me. So yes, it is.
I never said that. That's your words, not mine. I never said that.
Yeah, but you just wanted to call me out though. You just sat there and said, Barbie, let me tell you this. So therefore you're making it about me.
Because you
Want to talk to
said I
me.
was whining. You said I was whining.
Yeah,
I'm not whining.
right, exactly. And I said that because you kept talking over me and monitoring me, telling me to chill out, telling me to get back to the conversation.
Bobby,
When I
what's
said
the
I'm
first thing I do when I bring you up? The first thing I do is moderate you every time. So
And
don't
I do
talk
the
to me
same
like I'm
thing to you,
even
Tobias.
Cool, alright.
Same thing,
Okay,
Tobias.
good.
Okay, yeah, great, exactly.
You know I respect you. That's why I do that. That's why I'm just trying to keep control of the rooms. I want this conversation to be interesting and conducive, right, to the topic. That's all. Nothing to do with you guys. I don't even know what the fuck was said between each other. I wasn't even listening. I was busy making a fucking
So then why say anything? So then why
I'm trying to keep control of the room. I'm trying to keep control of the room.
You want to keep control of the room when you don't know what was said, Tobias? Does that make sense?
How long do you guys need to talk about it until it's sorted? Like how?
He brought it up. He brings it up. He wants to defend the LGBTQ, but yet shits on LGBTQ, Tobias. Why are you missing that?
Well, he's not in the room now, so I mean, it should be over, right?
Exactly. No, Alpha's still here. Alpha's still here.
How did I shit on the LGBT? Explain.
You are Alpha. When you came up here, you were talking shit, calling me a man, calling me all kinds of shit. Yes, you were. You were targeting me. I am a trans person, okay? So therefore, you don't have any respect. What if I did that to you and your cause? What if I shitted on you and called you a nasty Jew or a nasty this and a nasty that? You would call me all kinds of xenophobic and bigoted and racist, but I can't call you a fucking transphobic piece of shit when you're being transphobic to me, Alpha.
None of that applies to me. So keep crying.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And if you don't want to hear it, you're a fucking psychopath. Move on. Bye. Quit asking to come up here if you're just. Hey Orlando, welcome back. Did you have something to say?
I just wondered why it's all got very heated.
Were you not listening?
Of course I was listening, but what I would like to say is, like, why is it so difficult for people to converse in a way that's not so argumentative?
Well, because this is an app, it's social, feelings, when people are passionate, emotions flare. This is normal psyche of the human person. When emotions flare, we're gonna react. Not everybody reacts the same though, Orlando. You might handle certain problems on here differently, maybe calmer, somebody would say. But I'm the kind of person that doesn't really do that. Why? Because maybe my life I've been affected differently than you have by life. I am a trans person. When I get off of here, the bullying doesn't stop, Orlando. It never stops for me. Okay? So when I get on here, when I get on here and it's continuing, I'm gonna be a bitch and I'm gonna get defensive. And it's funny though, everybody on here has been exactly. Hold on. Why are you talking over me? Hold on. Can I just finish my thought here? You asked me and I'm telling you. Yeah, exactly. I just barely started talking. Anyways, like I'm trying to say, everybody on here has been exactly where I am right now. Okay? They have been mad, they have been angry, they have said things they weren't supposed to. Right? Why is it a big deal when I do it? Why? Because y'all want to stay on the conversation? Well, look, when y'all bring up LGBTQ people, I'm going to definitely say something about that. And Orlando, you're more than welcome to come back, but you weren't. Y'all should see the nasty messages that I'm getting in my back chats, and I'm supposed to chill out over this. Yes, Orlando. What is it now?
I apologise, I was kicked from the room. I'm not sure why, but
Yeah, because you kept talking over me. Yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No worries, you're back up.
would say is like,
Was this out?
Orlando, we cannot hear you. Or it's just me.
hey, I'm back. Am I back?
Yep, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Brilliant. One thing I would say is like, would you not want to have some kind of conversation with other people without talking over them?
Well, that's what you were doing, Orlando, the
Do
whole
you
time.
think that question, now that the room's kind of calmed down a bit, is conducive to moving forward, or are you trying to relight the fire and be a gaslighter?
I don't. No, I don't think it's like fine.
Oh, you sound like you're very unsure with yourself, Orlando.
You sound like you're very insecure with yourself.
Do I? Oh. What are you going to do about that then?
Well, I'd ask you where you came from.
My mother's vagina canal.
Okay. Is there any possible part of your life that you would think about that's made you kind of unsure of yourself?
No, not at all. I can ask the same thing about you. Is that why you're stuttering and stammering over your words?
Yes, possibly. I've not talked to a celebrity before, so.
Oh, I'm not a celebrity.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Who said I was a celebrity?
Well, I think.
Do you see me as a celebrity? Do you think that I'm...
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, well, do you want my autograph?
No, I don't think that.
Okay.
This
This conversation is boring. Should we get back to something a bit more meaty?
Well,
Yeah, let's do it. Orlando, we're moving on. George and Kitty, welcome. Do you have anything to say to this?
Yeah, I'm so ashamed that I made myself clear the past few days with my PTRs of Noah and Shem and Japheth. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed forever. I'm ashamed forever. I have little will to continue living. I'm ashamed forever.
When Noah got very drunk.
It is only by the light of Torah.
When he got very drunk in his tent, and was it Ham, I think, walked on him. He was more often, well, more likely than not, he was masturbating.
How do you know that?
Because the brothers had to, take out the brother because he was in such shock of what he had seen and the sin of it all.
Yes. Go on.
Yes, yeah, I'm listening.
Are you done, Enigma? Or can I address the title?
You could address the title.
Please.
I'll be kind of quick, okay? So it says, why do Hamas allow the starvation of their own people? And I think
money on the artillery and the missiles and
the
everything in a senseless war that they're never going to win. Yeah.
Well, it was the tunnel system, basically, that was the most expensive.
Hello. I really don't care what Hamas is doing at this point. My concern only is for my country, which is America. America first. I don't feel that we have any footing in this situation that's going on between those two countries. And as long as I can remember, and just being an American citizen, to know the countless times that people have been dragged into these wars. We had the thing with the Saddam Hussein, and we actually found out there were no weapons of mass destruction, and my cousin got blown up into pieces from a landmine going out to serve in that war. So
Sorry, can I interject? That's
excuse me.
such a horrible thing.
Orlando, hold on, Orlando, let her finish.
I just want to say that's very, very
No, Orlando. That means be quiet. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay,
I just
apologies.
want them to not be involved. I just feel as though, and this is just not with Israel, I just feel as though America itself involves itself into others countries, trying to bring their ideology to their country. Just let those people do what they want. You get what I'm saying? Like, let them do what they want. If it's a big issue, then let the ICJ or whoever this council, the internet, let them come in and decide that. I've been tired of my country fighting these wars that I feel as though we're really not supposed to be meddling ourselves into. I don't really care what the people of Iran are over there are going through, or their religious oppression. That's them. If they want to move out of that, they will want to from that, then let that be their choice. I don't feel that we have to insert ourselves in every single conflict, because while we're sending money over to help our ally Israel, we still have homelessness. We still have
American citizens in Israel.
So,
You have American citizens in Israel as well. Do you not want to protect them?
Yeah, we do.
I honestly don't, because like I said, you're American first. So if they want to be dual citizens, again, that's on them. I'm happy where I'm at. I don't think I would ever.
What about the dual citizens? What about the non-dual citizens that are just there, maybe on holiday, that are also needing respite and care to get back? I mean, in Britain, luckily we got some more of our British back to us. Not before some of them were killed and injured. But I also think that when we start saying, well, we shouldn't really be getting involved in certain things with other countries, what we're really saying is we don't care if people are, in need or whatever. Let's just put ourselves first. And to me, that doesn't sound.
First, and I don't care. And I know that you're British, and you can be, like Brit first. It wouldn't faze me. I wouldn't care, because that's how you're supposed to be for your country. You get what I'm saying?
Really? Do you not think that's why we have so many wars? Because people, they're so desensitized and to the fact that there are some people in other countries that don't want to be oppressed.
That's not our job. We're not.
You're speaking from a place of privilege.
We're not super saviors. We don't do that.
Let me try and explain it. Right, so the US-Israel sort of relationship is not like other international relationships, right? It's much more unique than that, mainly because Israel is a democracy surrounded by many countries that don't share the same values. So unlike other places where the US has had like interests, Israel stands for things that they don't, right? Things that the US can relate to, like freedom, democracy, rule of law. Yeah, so let me just finish. So the whole point I'm making is that let me finish. Oh my God, is she serious?
Very serious, yes.
Well, stop talking then. It makes the situation different. Let me finish my point. I'm gonna have to beat you, okay? It makes the situation very different. The US isn't just helping like any other. Why are you giggling now? What's wrong with you?
Because you made a crazy statement.
Oh, you're out of there. You're fucking out. Bye bye. I'm a fucking crazy bitch.
Okay.
What a crazy bitch.
Can I pick up the mantle there? So it was the British in the 50s that created the State of Israel. And yeah, can you go from there?
You'll find it was the 40s.
Sorry, yeah, you're right, it is the 1940s, you're right, yes. So we basically created a state there. But could Tobias finish his point?
I was almost at the end of my point, which is that it makes the situation different because the US isn't just helping like any other country. It's backing a close ally that faces all these threats, you know, and Israel provides important intelligence and military support and helps keep both countries safe. You know, so when people say that the US shouldn't support Israel in the same way that Trump said it shouldn't be supporting intervening in other countries, they miss how special and important this alliance really is. It's more than just politics, which is obviously that silly woman that was in here a second ago who couldn't string a sentence together. Doesn't understand. It's about standing with a democratic partner in a dangerous region.
Necessarily a structure. I mean, it's why we have Israel in the Eurovision Song Contest.
No, that's not the reason, actually. Israel is part of the EBU, the European Broadcasting Union. Also, Australia is part of it. Also, Egypt is part of it. There are many countries that are part of it. It's not European, despite the name.
But what I'm saying is it's an ideology. Europe is an ideology, whereas, you know, I mean, you can't tell me that Israel or Australia are in Europe.
No, we're not in Europe. We're part of the EBU. Like, there's a difference, like, not basically based on ideology. It's part of, there are few requirements. But just to the point of the United States, the United States doesn't put foot on the ground in Israel or fight our wars at any point.
No, I wasn't saying that.
No, I was saying to addressing the point that was said before. And the aid that Israel is getting, many Americans never ask what they're getting back, and they never ask what is the alternative cost if we stop this funding of Israel defense system, because they never ask what they're getting back and what is the alternative cost, which is about 7 times more.
So I'd probably say it's something like Midway Island, which is a British-owned island, but it's a military base, so it's like a stopover. And I think it was the one that was used for the Falkland Wars, so it was a base to refuel. So I would say, like, possibly Israel is that kind of state for the Western powers.
No.
In, you know,
Israel has its own self-interest, which is basically very with that the people don't see, to exist and to survive and to fight our enemies.
No, I completely understand that.
And
but
we are
what
not.
I'd say is, like, for a Western government or a Western
Intelligence,
power,
not as an army, not as a base, as intelligence.
it's not forwarding base to attack where you want to attack.
United States have bases all over the Middle East. They don't really need Israel. In fact, in Israel they don't have a base.
Is that too much of a simple answer?
too much of a simple answer?
Because I thought it was, obviously a very, a very important place to have your bases for certain things like aircrafts. I mean, we could talk about nuclear power as well. Nuclear weapons.
Yeah, it's not. I'm trying to say, so it's a close ally of the US, but it's not like a hub for American military bases. Is that what you're getting at? That it should be a hub for American military bases? Is that what you're saying?
I think it is a hub for.
But it's not a hub.
It's not.
Yeah, the reason, that the US already has like strong military bases in other countries like Qatar,
The Arabia and
Kuwait. Yeah, they are much better suited for that sort of thing, right?
Okay.
But, Israel's military is very capable on its own. Doesn't need the US. Doesn't, and that's not like hopeful thinking. This is actually
true, because the Israeli-Egyptian war, they were basically about to be wiped out before the US put their fighter planes and gave their fighter planes to Israel. It was
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, Bobby.
I just wanted to ask real quick, where do you get your information? What do you just like Google this, or where do you get your sources?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that, possibly. I don't know. I do research stuff, but I'm willing to learn. So I'm here as maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
And I'm quite happy to be.
So, sorry, Bobby. You finished what you want to say? I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
Okay, thanks. Were you referring to the Yom Kippur War, yeah?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, but Israel didn't depend on the US. I mean, the US helped them, but it didn't depend on the US. Like, Israel's own military strength and intelligence capabilities are among the most, advanced in the world, right? The US provided,
They are now, yes.
Yeah. No, they were then as well, but the US provided important weapons, but it's the same as it was then and is now. Israel fights its own wars and defends itself independently. The value of Israel is more about sort of their intelligence sharing and partnership than anything like US bases.
Okay, I was talking about the air superiority, of the Israeli war.
Yeah, the way that it works basically that with the United States, we basically have collaboration on weapons, including aircraft. So, for example, we get the F-15 and then we make it into the F-15I. The I represents Israel.
Right.
We make improvement. What?
That's it. No, sorry, carry on.
And then we have an exclusivity deal with the United States. So we are actually fighting wars, okay? And this is how we help develop and improve weapons that the United States is also creating. Also, at the end, our enemies are the same enemies of the United States. So when we fight our weapons against weapons from Iran or China or Russia, this is the same weapons the United States would be fighting if they would be fighting, when they would be fighting.
Which is
the United States.
Which is exactly what's happening in the Ukraine. I suppose it's a weapon testing place.
No, again, it's not a weapon testing because we are co-developing. We are also the Iron Dome is protecting American soldiers all over the world, okay, that we developed. We have a cooperation, okay? It's not and it's beneficial. You need to understand that there are other players in the world that are selling weapons and planes, and we can work with them to improve those weapons. And then, it's a market. If the United States will not sell it, France will sell it, or Russia will sell it, or China will sell it, or manufacture our own. No?
Okay, that does make sense. One thing I would say is what would your view of what Dwight D. Eisenhower said when he left office, his speech? Do you know that?
Yes, me. So no.
Well, anybody here.
Just what did you say there?
It's about the military complex, the industrial military complex.
Do you want to give us like the point or like leave it at that?
Yeah, like I
Said
can
something about
to
military.
give it.
No, listen, dudes, you cannot say, do you know what he said, and then go Google it and expect us to kind of, doesn't make sense. And if this is how you want to end your claim, that he said something about military complex.
Yeah, I don't want to be misquoting him.
Alright, so maybe you want to land somewhere else?
Yeah, okay, give me a second.
Can I just address something? George is writing some interesting stuff in the comments. George, are you okay?
Hey, sorry, I'm washing my hands. Yes, I'm terribly ashamed. I think I'm okay. I think I'll get through this. Thank you.
George, what's up, man? What are you upset about? Is this
I'm upset about world history. I'm upset about. I don't care much for it. I've seen everything. I'm amused. It's too tragic for me.
No one's forcing you to watch world politics, bro. You can.
No, I don't watch.
Some puppy videos. Some.
Hey, why is this your response?
No, I'm being honest. I'm not being facetious. I mean, just something that's like.
I'm doing my duty. What?
Sorry, can I? Would you like me to say, or can I add it to the message board?
Go ahead, man.
I can talk. Yeah, I can say that. Not very good reading, but okay. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for this is disastrous rise of misplaced power, and will persist.
And the point you want to make with this is that basically, if you make money out of weapons, you could create situations that will require a weapon.
Exactly.
Alright. So I just want to address it from the Israeli perspective. I hope you see that we have zero interest in this. Like, we spend too much money on defense instead of any other thing, and we are fighting an existential war where we are attacked from all fronts. So that's our game.
One thing I want to ask
Initiating. We are like
is, because obviously I live in the United Kingdom and I have no idea of what war is, whereas you live in a situation where a lot of your countries that surround you are hostile, let's say. What's
I
that feel
went
like?
to the shelter last time.
Wow, okay.
This is our situation, and we are under attack. Manufacturing weapons for us is a necessity to existence, and if it will not be with the United States, we will do it with our fingernails, not because we want to create weapon, just because we want to live. That's our game. That's our ideology existing.
Well, I mean, that's a different world to me. I can't even imagine what that's like. I mean, my parents and obviously my grandparents would understand what that world feels like, but I can't understand that.
It's good that you admit that, Orlando. It's very emotionally honest, and yeah, I think most people can't understand how incredibly difficult that must be. I mean, I'd imagine, just knowing that danger can come at any moment, air raids, attacks, violence. People live with fear, with their families, and uncertainty about the future.
big system, and it's it fires off every time something happens, like a loud bang.
Fuck. Why BB Netanyahu just admitted that he was starving the Gaza, and he just begged the Red Cross to bring in aid. It's his last tweet. President Netanyahu admits that there's starvation in Gaza, and he's begging the Red Cross to finally help fix the situation that the Israeli government started.
Resistance.
Daniel, I'm so sorry I didn't mean to do this.
He was appealing, just because people already heard it, he was appealing to the Red Cross to make sure that the hostages will get food, because the Red Cross are in Gaza.
Because they're starving.
And
Israeli government is
I
starving
heard
the hostages.
Please mute.
Sorry, did I do something wrong here?
No, it's about resistance. It's like
It is notorious, right? Yeah. I'm notorious for telling
it's about
quite the opposite.
Hold on. We all saw the images of David, how he's like in the tunnel, the skeleton of
Yeah,
the
no, I
body.
feel really sorry for that man. I feel sorry that they don't contribute that to him.
Mute up, please. In those underground, in those tunnels for 667 days. Bobby, are you laughing?
No, I was laughing that you told him to mute up, not what you're saying.
Okay. This a man that was snatched from a party, put underground for 667 days in this tunnel. He didn't see daylight. He's in being there. Just imagine the smell. He's eating. He has a calendar of what he was eating. He's getting beans in one day, some beans in the other day, and then 2 days he's getting nothing. He's skeleton, and they made him also dig his own grave. And when the Hamas fighter was handing him in the video, like you could see the hand of the Hamas because he was giving him something. You can see the arm of the Hamas man. He's well fed. They are deliberately starving the hostages, and the appeal now from the world that is starting to wake up, I hope, or some of them, or people that realize that this is how starvation looks like. This is actually how we have not seen a single starving man or woman in Gaza. Yet they claim starvation. The only person
Either you are crazy or retarded.
I didn't finish, please. The appeal, and I'm ending here just to address what you said. The appeal to the Red Cross, which are in Gaza, as we saw when the hostages were released, they got them from Hamas. They are in touch with Hamas. The appeal is to make sure that the hostages will get their medicine and their food. Please don't exploit it. Resistance. If there is a shred of humanity left in you, go look for the video of Kitover. Look at him, watch this video a few times. Try to imagine someone that you care about in this situation, was in a party, and all of that I described right now. And don't use him to continue attacking us. Please, use the... I didn't see it until now, but I would believe that even you can have a bit of humanity. And if not, please don't speak.
Yeah, it's very hopeful, Daniel. No. Well, I have all the humanity. You people lack humanity. So hold on, let me speak.
Wait,
First,
hold on, wait a minute. I just wanted to say to Daniel real quick, when I was laughing, I've talked to Resistance before. I know what he's like, so that's why I laugh when people handle him. That's all it was.
Yeah,
I just wanted to kind of clear that up. Go ahead.
I got it.
I'm the one doing the handling here. But once again, Daniel has given misinformation because, yes, we're seeing the gruesome images of the poor Israeli who is being starved. Absolutely. He is in very bad shape, and I pray for him and his family that he does come home. But unfortunately, this is done because of the Israeli bombardment and their refusal to feed the population of Gaza. This is why that man is starving. And they refused to have let him got released when they had the deal on
on the table to have all the hostages released. But once again, Bibi Netanyahu and his terrorist thugs in the Israeli government
for nothing to
are
buy
not
us.
allowing aid
For a minute
to
there,
come
I
into
actually
flow
thought that
into
he
the
has a
Gaza
bit of
Strip.
humanity in him.
I have humanity. I don't want that man to be going through that.
Resistance.
The reality is he's going through it
Why did the guy,
because
resistance,
Israel
why did the
does not
guy,
allow aid
I
into
got
Gaza.
resistance, so how did the aid got to the man that is sitting, the Hamas fighter that is sitting with him in the same tunnel? How did he get food?
Because Hamas is...
And why do I not see anyone else starving in Gaza except for...
Well, I can show you tons of pictures. Hold on. You asked, right? Let me answer.
Children, except for sick children.
I'll show you adults. We'll show you adults that died. They are the same. They look just skeletonized, just like him.
Why did the Hamas man have like a full body weight, and the guy next to him was a skeleton of a man eating beans for days in a terror dungeon, digging his own grave? The resistant, stop making excuses for those.
I'm making excuses. I mean, you're not even letting me answer. How did I make
You are
excuses?
literally
No,
saying
you
that
are.
if this is a deliberate starvation by Hamas.
By Israel.
Okay.
It is Israel that is starving the population of Gaza and those hostages. The Hamas does not have power. Hamas does not have the power
Resistance,
to
please,
bring in aid into Gaza.
I'm not
It's just
interested in you
facts.
derailing this stage, and I know you. I
It's not
try.
really. I know you just don't like the truth. The fact of the matter is the Israeli
I
government
only care about
who
the
has
truth.
starved the population of Gaza. And this is why food has not gotten into the thing. Now, in terms of Hamas getting food, yes, Hamas has some sort of access to food. And when they bring it in the tunnel, because they're not feeding him.
Deliberate.
Why? Yes, deliberately. What do you mean?
Because of Israel, they have food.
No, they have food, but they're deliberately not feeding him because of the bombardment. But who argued that wasn't the fact, though?
So what? So it's not because of Israel. They are.
It is because of Israel. Because that man should have been free a long time ago.
Let me help you. Okay. Imagine Israel did this. Took a man, have them, and showed videos of how he's digging his own grave. That people next to him are well fed, but he's kept as a skeleton. He was not allowed to contact anyone in his family. They didn't even know that he was alive until that point. The last time we saw him.
Israel has done that. So the doctor from Shifa Hospital, they abducted him. His family has not seen him in over a year. No one knows what is happening to him. And from the last they heard, he's being tortured. And he is also skin and bones. Did you not see his pictures?
Show me a picture of him.
No problem. I'll get the picture now. You see, you even deny it. There is no comparing. They are starving people.
Stop shouting.
Hamas is starving the Israeli hostages, and Israel is starving the Gaza population. I deal with reality.
I'm not going to engage. It's boring.
That's because you're in denial. That hostage should have been freed a long time ago. But because of Bibi Netanyahu wanted to continue the genocide, the poor Israeli hostage has to suffer because Israel wants to continue killing. He should have been home a year ago.
Listen, I will not let you abuse I'm sorry, it's too much for me. I'm taking it down.
I know.
That's what he does. He does that shit every time. He does.
Sorry, what's he do?
Are you insane, Orlando?
Being an animal, basically. Like, we are humans, and he's acting with no humanity.
So, how would you?
Anytime somebody tries to justify starvation, it's just insanity to me. Insanity. That's horrible. Everything you were saying, Daniel. I just
No, I was just saying,
It's for all of us. Like when I think of him, it's like you guys need to understand. We know each hostage name. Okay, we follow them. We listen to their families. We know what's going on. For us, it's not like numbers. By the way, also each soldier that is killed, in the news they say, without presumably released to the public, and then they say the name, they will show the photos, they will say how he died. The next day they will show videos from the funeral, what his family said about him. Those are people, and those are and the reason that he was taken is not because of him. He's like a random person that they're using him to abuse us.
That's what they do, man.
Releasing those images is psychological warfare, and then people like resistance and other are not only like exploiting it in an even more sinister ways. This person is not the only he's not the only it's not just him. It's of course his family and his friends that know him, but it's really for each and every one of us. It's like 1,000 bombs into your heart every time you see those images of him.
Yeah, resistance. He explains that he's Muslim. You know that, right? He follows a Muslim faith. He's a devout Muslim. You do know that, right, Daniel?
Yes.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so he's yeah. I mean, yeah. That's what I'm gonna say.
There was a video I saw of these kids in Gaza or whatever, begging for money. You know what I mean? Because they were being bombed. You could hear bombs in the background and stuff like that. But they literally had gold chains on and gold watches on and stuff like that. And you could literally see the kids in the background moving their air mask around because it was all just scripted. There's many fruit out there that a lot of these panic videos for Gaza and stuff like that are totally scripted. And I think that it's just sad. It's just I don't know. I just thought it was so funny seeing that this very healthy kid begging for money with a gold watch on. I'm like,
All of those videos are faked as well. It's been proven. There's literally a video on YouTube I watched the other day where they literally caught them faking a video. From Gaza, yeah, they've literally. Have you seen that video, Daniel? Bobby?
What's the name again?
I need to find it. It's literally. I sent it to Yahoo Shmari. There's literally a video. Yeah, Shmari Yahoo. I always fucking mess up his name, but they literally they were caught red-handed because a third party was recording them, faking a video for to demonstrate the poor Palestinians, literally faking it, staging it like actors, actual actors, and they're like, no, go from this position, turn around, now look like you're really sad, walk like you've got leg problems, faking it.
There's a user on Twitter, I think maybe on Instagram, called Gaza Wood. He's basically collecting daily all the videos, and basically each one, it's not always that obvious, but sometimes it is. Before and after photos and stuff like this. It's an industry, and what you can see there, that not only they are faking many videos, but they have access to ambulances and to hospitals and to communities, and they are working everywhere. And another thing that we see, for example, she was talking about collecting money. The food and the aid that is going into Gaza for the last almost 2 years is free. Yet they are reporting constantly that they are paying extreme money, it's full, and people are buying it in so expensive prices. We're like, who's getting the money?
Exactly.
Why is it even cost money?
Can I say something real quick? Like, I got into it with somebody here. I'm from Texas, right? And I'm a lot of this is just educational. I'm learning so much from y'all. And
Finally it said y'all, and I understand you're from Texas. I was like waiting for the y'all.
Yo, like the one thing is a lot of these like liberals here, they'll say, they're pro Gaza, save Palestine and stuff like that, and it's like, save them for what? The one thing I don't see them talking about with this fight, and what they keep skipping over, is the child marriage that is in high discussion there with Palestinian people and stuff like that. Like there's so much child endangerment that goes on there, specifically surrounding around child marriage. They have an issue with that there. But when you bring this up to people that are pro-Palestine and save Gaza and stuff like that, it's like, well, you don't give a fuck about the kids. You don't care. Because there's literally people there that are trying to stop, like, children from being married. Like, what about that? Why don't y'all fight about that? Like, that's an actual cause that needs to be talked about. But they don't want to do that. Israel is starving them and this and that. Man, look at what they're doing. Like, they don't like anyone.
No, I mean, it's even simpler than this. Like, when the war in Ukraine started, the entire world opened their gates and all the women and children left Ukraine. Where's the advocacy? Like, they could say, like, it's war right now, with, like, no children, like, no marriages right now, they are dying. Okay, so why aren't you advocating to let your government, whatever government it is, to let the women and children out of Gaza? Like we do in any other war. Like, why no one is advocating for this? And by saying, like, no, Israel is killing women and children. Okay, so why don't you say, like, get them out? No one's saying it. No government said, like, we open our gates for the women and children of Gaza. Come in, Egypt. Go to Sinai. The women and children, like Sinai is huge. We will open a tent city for you. Whatever. No one is doing anything for the women and children, except using them to pressure Israel to stop the war. Why would we stop the war? We want our hostages back and want Hamas demilitarized. Who disagrees with any of those causes? No one. Not a cause, it's an objective. So what do you want? Not you, yeah.
Using them, like you say, as an excuse. That's exactly what that is. That's why I look at all this and I'm like, they don't give two flying fucks about their own fucking people. And we're gonna fight for an organization that has already been deemed a terrorist group, which is Hamas. They have a major issue with fucking children. They have a major issue with female genitalia mutilation. They have a huge issue with the way they treat women. They have a huge issue with LGBTQ. I mean, like, what is it? Like, I don't understand. Like, I just sit back and I'm like, yeah, I get it. Innocent. I'm all for the innocent people not getting hurt.
You say big issue, they execute LGBT. It's not big issue. They kill them. That's a major issue, not a big issue.
Yeah, we should send in queers for Palestine. I think that will help the cause.
You know what I want to say to the queers of Palestine? I believe like in this world that we should use like homeopathy, like go with the flow. Meaning like, yeah, queer for Palestine, let's make a fundraiser to do a gay pride in Gaza. Or like with the Palestinian state. I'm like, yeah, let's do this. Like, let's recognize the Palestinian state and let's see if this will make a parliament will pop and a government and a judicial system and a constitution and laws and police stations. It doesn't happen like this. Or even with the aid, that Hamas is stealing. There's no. I say, let's flood Gaza with like do a mountain of flowers, so it will be so cheap that Hamas will not be able to profit from this, and there will be enough of the population. Like, instead of like going against it, just do more and let and expose everything.
That's a good question. I'd like to ask, what do you think Greta to phone Max.
Oh my god.
Her little ship.
Oh my god.
You know where I'm going, so.
I think even that name makes up.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm just gonna say this. In her just being on the side of like this, isn't she like what, 19, 18? She's like a kid, right? But her heart is in the right place. She's just a kid, you know. She's just trying to fight the good fight, I guess. And I don't wish any harm on Greta. You know, I think that it's just sad that wasn't that all like kind of like dramatized. They figured out like it wasn't really.
Yeah, I
legit.
think it's very much a media piece.
What do they call it? The Doom Goblin, yeah?
Yeah.
Doom Goblin, that's just so fucking good. She's fucking stupid. She has no understanding of the conflict. You know, so simplistic, one-sided. She blindly supports the cause she clearly has never studied. You know, even Trump like makes a good reason, explains this very thoroughly. Whatever you might think of Trump, I mean, you got it absolutely right. Her activism, you know, she's just reckless. I don't know what to say about her. She can't be taken seriously. If she wants to be taken seriously, she's just like using a platform to like spread just basic propaganda, right? That's what she spreads.
Yeah.
She's a fucking idiot. She shouldn't have any. She should not be. She shouldn't be famous. I don't know why she's so famous now. Like nobody should know who the fuck this silly girl is. They should have let her. They shouldn't have stopped her. They shouldn't have stopped her on the way to Gaza. They should have let it continue going.
Instead of
She wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have to worry about her.
But the thing is that if something would happen to her, Israel would be blamed. That is the
Paradox.
But it's amazing. It's amazing how she just abandoned her like trademark cause. And you know when the IDF stormed the ships, they said, okay, throw all the electronics to the water, like the computers and the phones. Greta Thunberg threw a cell phone to the ocean for the Palestinian cause.
It's all about the views with her. She's been doing this. She's been doing that for like what? Since she was like 12, like 11. She's been doing activism work. I think that's why she got so much traction because she was so young, you know, doing activism work. But I mean, she's been proved many times that you know she is very much producing propaganda. You know that a lot of the stuff that she says is not. There's no truth on.
I mean, this Free Palestine movement became like an identity for many people, like almost a cult, that they would abandon like literally everything if it's like their future, their academic work, their jobs, their like causes. Everything is like abandoned for this cult. It's quite amazing.
I think one of the funniest videos I've ever seen was Greta Thunberg standing in the hallway. You guys seen this? So she's waiting for Donald Trump to walk past her, and she's clearly like waiting to be noticed by him, and she kind of obviously expected like a confrontation or like a dramatic moment, and he just strides right by her like she's not even there. I thought it was fucking hilarious. And she looked mortified. You know, oh man, whenever I get sad, I watch that video. It makes me very happy. He didn't even fucking know who she was.
Not sure she knows who she is anymore, to be honest.
Her last name makes me laugh. Thornburg. It sounds like a cartoon character. You know what I mean?
You're a bit too far away from the mic.
sorry, I just wanted to clarify for Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, September the 3rd video up.
Before you carry on, because it's like 4 a.m., I will say good night and thank you for the conversation.
Good night, Daniel.
Bye, Daniel.
Good night.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. Like I said, I'm very ignorant to a lot of the fight, and stuff. I hate war. I hate it. Um, I do. I'm a part of different LGBTQ groups and stuff, and I've talked to a few Israeli LGBTQ people, and I've always gotten the impression from over there that it's very lovely, very safe, very open. You can be queer there and without having a penalty. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And stuff.
yeah, definitely.
But what I've heard also from like Iranian and Palestinian people is that they have to keep it secretive. You know what I mean? They're in fear. Um, they don't always talk about it. There was even a user on here that's Muslim and says that he is gay, but that he does not dare talk about it in his family. And I'm like, well, why not? Because they're so against it. Well, why would you want to be a part of something that's so against you, that's even a threat to your well-being? So I mean, but I have talked to people from over there online, and they are scared. They don't want to be there. It's they have no choice but to comply for right now. And I feel bad for those people. I really do. That's why I get really touchy when it comes to the LGBTQ, because I've been doing talk online for years, specifically around the LGBTQ, and I've talked to many people and from around the world that are part of it. And it's just that, and with all of this going on, with all this, I do stand with Israel because they are very welcoming to the LGBTQ.
I think that foundation in the Middle East that is pro.
I mean, look at Tel Aviv. I mean, like they're like it's basically like Miami. It's the equivalent of like Miami, because Miami is pretty fucking gay, but I hear Tel Aviv is pretty gay, pretty open. A lot of gays from Israel, they all live around that area. Like it's just really cool, colorful, inviting, vibrant. Like I said, no penalty for being who you are. Trans people exist. Like it's a very nice environment. I do want to go one day. I would love to visit Israel and go to Tel Aviv and do the Pride and stuff like that. That would be great. Maybe be able to buy a can.
You'd have a great time. I mean, definitely some of the best. Yeah, I would definitely. I go with her. Yeah, it's one of the best countries. It's. I mean, yeah, it's true. There's some like religious communities. Same with obviously Muslims, but also Christian communities. That disagree with homosexuality because of their beliefs. But the country, it supports and protects LGBT rights. There's a lot of gay bars there. There's a lot of gay clubs. A lot of community there. But yeah, the challenge around acceptance often comes from like religion in general, right? It's not just in Israel, but it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, thank you. And I do want to go one day. But that's why anytime I've ever had a problem with someone from Israel, it was usually from the religious stance. It's never the country. Never. I love Israel. I think
So
it's
it's more the denomination.
Exactly. That's where I get passionate, because it is effective to LGBTQ, and I have to stand in there with them, because some LGBTQ people that I've talked to from the area, they have to fight against it too. So
yes.
I get it, but it's not like the in Gaza and stuff like that. Like they're not pushing people off Christians and Catholics and all kinds of religious groups protesting, telling us all we're going to go to hell. It was Adam and Eve, Adam and Steve.
Yeah,
All
we,
of that.
we kind of have a little bit of backlash here, but in the UK, but at the same time, it's nowhere near what possibly you would.
I love
nowhere near Orlando. Yeah, nowhere near.
No,
I mean, there is a sort of like thing in the UK, like it's there is like I think it's obviously very different now from what it used to be. But so I don't know how old you are, Orlando, but I'm 35.
39.
Okay, right, yeah. So when we were kids, it was really it was really bad in school. It was terrible, terrible. Now I think it's still bad, but like the kids get in a lot of fucking trouble if you call someone like the F word or something, you might get expelled now. It's not the same as what it used.
that's good. That's really good that they've taken action on there. The thing about the UK in general is I want to go there so bad. Since I was young, I've always loved the UK, and I understand that there's bad apples everywhere, and I understand that nowhere's perfect. But for me, I just feel like the UK really speaks to me and always has for many years. So I've never been. I want to go so bad. It's definitely on my bucket list. And Orlando, we're the same age. Wow, we're both the same age.
Right. That's great. I mean, there's lots of places around here. Like, I mean, just to go out into nature. I mean, it's a lot of the cities are they're very there's a lot of people there basically. But if you go out into the wilderness, like you can literally spend a few hours out there and not see anybody. So, I'd say the Peak District, the Lake District, and maybe the moors, like Exmoor and the Yorkshire moors. They're the ones that I would recommend.
Definitely. The queer people that I've met or online from over there have just been amazing, first of all. And I want to go because I love fashion, and UK is like a fashion, one of the biggest fashion capitals. So I want to go for that, and I just want to go. I want to go to the fashion shows. I want to eat the food. I want to meet the people. A lot of my friends have went. They loved it.
What's stopping you?
Hey, I see it's a smaller room. Can I just want to look?
Sorry?
You scared the living shit out of me, Con. I wasn't looking at my phone. Oh my god. Yeah, welcome back, Con. What did you want?
No, I just wanted to say, like,
Hey guys, what's up?
hey Tobias, I'm quite sensible. I just come here, like, I respect Jews. Jews were the original. Sorry, that's not right. Jewish people, like the Torah and Moses, David and Aaron. These were like the original people. Abraham, obviously. You say Abraham in Arabic. Yes, like I'm not a Jew hater at all, bro. And I come in these rooms to show you guys like Islam's not a hateful religion. It's just Arabs that are hateful. And you guys are gonna have your opinions, but I really hope you guys understand that.
No,
I understand why you feel. Yeah, I can understand why you feel that way. It's the only thing we were pointing out is that if you make a broad statement like that, obviously there's going to be a lot of backlash. And
It will. Well, my parents have been here. My parents left the war in Sudan. I'm an American-born citizen. Amen. And I'm proud of this country. I was born here, but my parents left in like the mid-'80s, so we've been here for a long time. And I was asking my parents, like, how's your experience? Do people really hate you? And they're like brown skin. They're not like super dark, but they're not light. And they were telling me no one ever looked at them funny because they're Muslim. So I'm really convinced that the Muslim hate has nothing to do with like Islam itself. I think it's just Arabs and how Arabs operate. I've never heard like, I don't know, man.
are you Persian? Or where are you from?
I'm from Sudan. I'm
Persian.
Yeah, so there's these people that are Arab or conquered by Arabs and raped, but no, I'm Nubian, I'm African.
Okay, I thought maybe you were Persian because I know the Persians hate to be called Arabs and they don't like Arabs at all. So I was wondering.
Well, here's the thing with Islam. Some people say it's an Arab religion. Well, yes and no. It's in Arabic, but again, all these books are from the Middle East. You know what I mean?
Maybe enlighten me. Just quickly enlighten me. What is it? This is why I'm a little bit ignorant. I haven't really looked into it. But why? I have an idea, but I'd like to hear from you. Like, why do Persians hate being called Arabs?
Because the way Arabs operate, they conquer, and they force people into their will. So at Africans, Arabs had certain sciences and certain weaponry. So African people, we never like worship the Arab people, but we seen them as like, how do I say it? They were technologically superior to some Africans. That's very true. Like some Africans were mud huts and shit. Some didn't have like fucking silver plated swords and you know what I mean? So we didn't see Arabs as like a direct competition. We see them as like an ally. Like an ally that brings this book that teaches us Islam. But the Iranians, you gotta understand, they're Persian. So they look Arab, but they're not Arab. And they don't want to get classified as an Arab. So their problem with Arabs is that Arabs want to dominate the Persian field. So it's kind of like a better example. You ever seen two brothers and they're bickering and backering for daddy's attention? It's kind of like that. Is that a good example?
Yeah, for sure.
They're so similar. Africans and Asians don't have this problem because it's a clear difference in the way we physically look, the way our cultures operate, and our demeanor. But Iranians and Arabs are so similar, they don't like being attributed to one another, if that makes sense. And Iranians are typically Shia, which is a sect of Islam that most people aren't. 98% of us are Sunni. Neither here nor there. I don't hate Jews, bro. I don't hate the state of Israel. But yeah, I just come here. Arabs.
You say that you're pro-Zionist, no?
Which then?
Would you say, I'm just marshmallow. Would you say you're like Zionist, like pro-Zionist?
I'm in the middle, bro. It's like, here's the thing. Jewish people need a place to live, okay? So what I think is, I think a two-state solution could work. I don't think Israel, like, I'm gonna get flack for this. I don't think Israel should only be for the Jews and Palestine should be kicked out. But Jews have the right to live there just as Muslims and Christians, and we all have holy lands there. There's been a lot.
Yes, you accept that the Jews have been there for thousands of years.
Well, the Jews were the first people there.
Good, man. Yeah, I agree with you, and that's historical fact. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If you must get Bible that's wrong or
being Muslim yourself, you must get a lot of backlash for that opinion.
I do. But here's the thing, like, again, I think it has to do, again, I'm an African, so I think a lot of, like, I think it's a lot of pan-Arabism, and although I'm a Muslim, I'm not an Arab. So a lot of, like, these sentiments they hate towards Jews and, like, these Arab countries and how they want them here, I don't feel that same sentiment, because the way Africans, fellow Muslims are treated in these Arab countries is deplorable. So I don't feel an affinity or a loyalty to these people. I respect them on the basis of religion and the good ones I'll communicate with, but I understand their culture. They view me as shit and less than them. You know what I mean? I've never had that with the Jew. No Jews ever disrespected me or looked at me any kind of way. And if they did, it was like a money thing.
Yeah,
like
that's not.
With Jews, it's about money and class. With Arabs, it's about literally if you're black, they hate you. Like,
It's not how Jews behave. Jews are very respectful, intelligent, decent people that will behave in a respectful and decent way. So they wouldn't behave like that. And I'm glad that you recognise that. I think it's a breath of fresh air to hear someone like yourself recognising it.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily disagree with you earlier. Just at the same time, there's a protocol in the room. You know what I mean? Shit get out of hand real quick.
I know. I'm sorry. El Normo and me haven't finished. That's what I was going to tell you, Tobias. Sorry, kind of. I don't know if you're through, but it's nice meeting you. Is that El Normo was on a show, when was it, about a day ago? And I wasn't able to go up. And when I wasn't able to go up, El Normo sat up there and talked 99 miles of shit towards me. And I couldn't defend myself at all. Okay? That was infuriating. And I basically chalked it up there as, oh, I'm going to get you back, right? So when I saw him up here, and I saw all of y'all on there, I was like, oh, great. And I was quiet at first and waited for my moment to say something. And when I did, it was pertaining to triggered from there. But I had beef with him even before him talking shit to me the other day. But it has been an ongoing with him, and I was not trying to derail the conversation. I think I kind of kept it on it by calling him out on it as well. But I just got really pissed. You know, he really gets under my skin.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. And I'm sorry if it seemed like I was trying to
No,
quite
you
say out and wasn't intending that.
You don't need to apologize. That's what I was saying. I was in my feelings. I was pissed off at him. It was all pertaining to him, not you or anybody, even though it felt like that and I was being a bit aggressive with everyone. No. It was all because of that asshole, you know, and then when Alpha was chiming in and then calling me a man and it being very rude to me, and then I started to tag him, then it just felt like everybody wasn't hearing that. It was just like, no, it's Danielle, you need to chill out. Danielle, we're trying to do this. Well, these assholes, you know, these dudes. Like,
see, when you made that clear, I did actually stay quiet. I was sort of like between you and him. You don't want to interfere anymore.
Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. Because like it is so frustrating, you know. As you know, it can get so frustrating when you're. I mean, kind of. I'm sure you can understand, empathize with this. Is that it's frustrating when you're trying to get something out and everybody is just dogpiling on you in that moment.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's just, you know what I mean? Like it gets so frustrating where it does seem like you're crashing out, but you're not. You're just like, no, because that's all I heard in the comments was, oh, this guy's crashing out. Alpha was, oh, this dude needs help. This dude is crazy. Normal. Oh, you're acting crazy. It is. It just became like, oh, and then my own friends on up here were like Danielle, and I'm like, no, hell no. So then I became, you know, Terminator, and I was like, oh fuck no. Let me just do what I do here. But no, I'm just glad that it all got calmed, and I've been waiting to say this to Tobias because Tobias does matter to me. I do welcome him every year.
You too, brother. You too.
Tobias. I want to say something real quick. Hold on. I wasn't finished my monologue. Tobias, you still here?
Tobias, you
Tobias, you here?
No, I'm shaving.
Okay.
No.
But you can hear me now. Okay, I want to make a statement, okay?
I'm shaving, man.
As an African black Muslim, we need to close our borders to Pakistanis, war-torn Afghanis, North Africans. They're going to destroy Western society. Okay? Now, here's a little twist. I think Africans Islam's not a bad religion. It's just what I'm saying is, in Africa and like in Asia where there's Muslims, people forget Muslims are not majority Arab. They're majority African and Asian. They're not like this. They wear beards. They have the woman covered up. It's just these weird like Pakistani, Afghani Arabs. They're just like weird, violent people.
But why keep the women cover up? You know what I mean?
Like, respect. Wait. Are you into women? First of all, are you gay or straight?
I'm a trans woman. I'm a woman myself.
Okay, do you like cars?
Do I like cars?
Yeah.
I mean, they're alright.
If you had a $3 million Pagani and you're in the hood, would you cover it up with a cloth, or would you just let it sit outside in the element?
But what is it that women have that needs to be covered?
Everything.
Okay, so why can't men be covered just like a woman then? From head to toe?
That's why the guys wear the nose. It's called your algorithm.
No, they're not. They don't have to keep their face covered.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. So why don't women
Hold up. Listen, I'm about to educate you. Women don't have to cover their face, their hijab, to trim their hair, to bust them. But when they're married, they'll cover their face out of respect. They don't have to, though. It's usually the married women that do that.
Yeah, but why are there stipulations with women for that and not men, though? That's my point. If there's a wait a minute, I'm not through. There's not that many stipulations. Like, there's not punishment if a man shows his hair. If a woman's hair, I've literally read many reports of women who their hair will accidentally come out of their hijab and they will get beat to death almost. That is not okay, kind.
Okay, well, you have your opinion, and I told you, the aura for the woman.
But how is that respectful? How is that respectful when you're beating them down? Will you shut the fuck up and explain to me how that's okay? You just literally.
That's my baggage.
I don't care. I don't care if I'm a faggot. I'll be a faggot all over your ass. How about that? You're just black and ignorant is what you are. How about that? You know what? And I'll be a faggot. And I'll be that faggot. And I'll be that faggot. Great. Right? And you're justifying abuse. You're justifying abuse. You're justifying. I don't care. Muslims don't deserve to live. How about that? There we are. Faggots don't deserve to live and Muslims don't deserve to live. There we are. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you justify abuse of women is what it is. Well, the kind has nothing to say. I'm moving him down to the audience.
Uh-oh, someone's mad.
No, it will say something. Don't be a fucking nasty black ass idiot. Exactly. Then stay quiet. Then stay quiet then. Stay quiet. Speak when you're spoken to. Be a good black.
Is your uncle raping going on?
Be a good black man. Alright? I don't know. You're the black man. You're the one that has problem raping. You tell me. Well, I'm not the one that marries kids, Muslim. Don't you have a problem with marrying children, Muslim? Yeah, that's right. You have nothing to say to that, huh? Because you know it's true. You know that that's all y'all do is fuck donkeys and marry children, right? Is that what y'all do, huh? Is that what y'all do? Oh, yeah, sure.
What does your parents think about you?
Fucking terrorist. Bunch of what you are. Terrorist. Is what you are. Yeah.
He shouldn't tell you to shut the fuck up, but I don't know why because the conversation was kind of normal, but then he started saying to shut the fuck up, and that kind of escalated, you know?
Yeah, because as soon as I got crazy with him, it's because he called me a faggot, and it's like, so I'm a faggot now because you don't agree with me, because I don't agree with, beating a woman to death because she shows a hair strand. Wow.
Yeah, that's not okay.
I don't agree with female covering at all. I think it's about control, isn't it? It strips the women of their freedom. It's bad, you know? It's bad. It's not about clothing either. It's about enforcing submission. I was going to say to him that, I might agree with him on some things, but I fundamentally disagree with him on others, which is to be expected because he's a Muslim at the end of the day, right?
Exactly, and I did agree with him too, up until this point. And it's like, no. And he goes, hold on, I'm a Muslim. We don't get down like that. Oh, well, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. This is where we disagree. This is where we part ways, kind. Because I've had nothing but nasty interactions with Muslims, online and in person, and he just fucking proved my point here. That every Muslim, they just want to fucking fight, and they hate gay people. They do. They hate them. As soon as they know that someone's gay or trans or something, it's you faggot, you're gonna die, I would kill you, I will do this, I will do that. All those threats he just made to me, I would kill you, you're a faggot, you're still a faggot, and this and that. It's like your uncle raped you.
This is the thing,
Yeah,
we
we don't really care.
It's the thing, like, even moderate Muslims, I mean, I think he is a moderate Muslim who support, even those that support Israel, they can still have religious beliefs and doctrines that, they will have beliefs and doctrines that conflict with core Western values, right? Yeah, so I think, like, supporting Israel, like, Western ideas, like, it doesn't automatically mean, like, his religious views are going to align with Western values, especially if his beliefs align with Islam. It's inevitable, right? There's going to be some things that are just going to conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, it's obvious. Yeah, so I knew that was going to happen. Just a question of when. It was kind of inevitable with him.
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I really was towards the end. I'm like, well, he doesn't sound that bad. Like, he sounds like he's coming in peacefully, and I kind of agreed with him. And then I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, whoa, dude. Wow. But that's the way it is on here. I've been hurt by so many people on here. I've tried to be nice to people, even people that have literally been so mean to me, and I've tried to be nice to them, and it's just never.
That must be really hard to go through, to be quite honest with you.
It
How
is.
you feel?
Barbie's had a lot of abuse by crazy people. Are they? Yeah, usually it's. Are they normally? Is it normally the Muslims that do that to you, Barbie, or is it different types of people?
It's majority are Muslims and majority are black Muslims as well.
Right.
Like they're just horrible to me. The things that they have said with me, pertaining that I need to be raped or that they're gonna find me. I mean, the threats that I've gotten from them. I've had to report these people. I mean, it gets crazy. I don't get this with Zionists. I don't get this with Jewish people. I don't get this with people from the UK. I don't get this from people in Africa. It's always Pakistan or Israeli. I mean, not Israeli. I'm sorry. Iran. It's always like Iranian, Pakistani type people, very Muslim. You know what I mean? That do this to me, and I'm like Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I'm
Zionists, they and Israel as a state in general, they stand for the LGBTQ people, they protect them. Even with some of the religious dogma, they still protect them. Whereas Islamic doctrines literally criminalize it and prosecute them. It's not just difference in policy; it's a complete rejection of it. And yeah, it's
I'd like to say, Barbie, don't think for one instant that anything they say should matter because you're a fantastic person. I've been listening to what you've been saying
Oh,
in
thank
the
you.
conversation. You're a great person. Don't let that affect you in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you, Orlando. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't. I try not to. Sometimes it's not really their words. conversation, and then something happens in my real life where I have to deal with, transphobia or bigotry or something, it's just so heavy on me. And at the end of the day, I'm just so tapped out. So that's why I tap out on these social apps after a while, and I'll give myself like a few weeks, like just a break from it, because I get so just overwhelmed with emotions from everything, and I just, I can only be so strong. So it just, I eventually cave, but yeah, I try not to let it, but it's just more of the aggression that I take, and I'm like, God, why do you hate me so much? Like, it's not really the word, it's the hatred. Like,
They're not
hating you.
hate an ideology that they
Exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah, 100%.
It's not nothing to do with you. It's the preconceptions of what a person might be, and it's not you. So don't feel offended personally.
Yeah, it teaches you a lot about them and their ignorance and their rigid, intolerant, shitty beliefs that reject basic human rights and your identity. The hate is their problem, it's not yours. Don't even waste energy engaging with people like that. You don't owe them anything. You're never going to join Islam in a million years. Obviously not. You don't have to give them any respect or any explanation. It's their religious dogma. It's an excuse for being bigots. It's just stand firm in who you are. You're stronger than them. Your existence challenges. It challenges them. It challenges them, and that's the way they lash out. That's the way they lash out.
No, that's what Miss Enigma tells me to do. She tells me the same thing. She says, don't let it get to you, don't let it bother you, because I do get worked up. I'm like, oh hell no. And I think it's just more of a build-up. It's like a release for me sometimes, because I'm things that I can't say in my real life. I get a chance to kind of release it online when I get around these people, because these people, this stuff that they tell me, I hear this in my real life. Faggot, you're gonna die, da 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 da. So I don't really react like this though in my real life. I kind of just avoid it in my real life. But online, oh no, I go for it. I look for it, and I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna use you to release right now. And I think that's where a lot of my aggression comes out, is because of just a build-up. But you're right, I shouldn't let it get to me, and I should move past it faster and take more breaths in those moments. But it just gets so frustrating. The same, going back to El Normo, like, I want to like him. I do. I want to like him. But he is just so bigoted towards me. And I agree with some of the shit that he says. But some of the stuff that he says towards me and to other people, like, I'm like, I don't agree with it. And he can be rude. So I just kind of give him back a taste of his own medicine. But yeah, I just wish we could all just get along at the end of the day.
I agree with Daniel. Daniel is, I don't know how well you know Dan, but he's honestly, Bobby, I'm being totally honest here, he's really fucking good. He's probably the best when it comes to like debating this stuff. I don't think anybody would deny that. He's like the leader in terms of like arguing this stuff. I don't think he's really, man. I'm telling you, he's serious shit. So I don't think he meant to like upset you earlier. Maybe you'll disagree with me, but I don't know. I don't think he's like that. I don't think he's like that. I think he's much more genuine. And he said something like he's actually part of the gay community, so he might even be gay himself. I don't know. He said that, so maybe wonder.
Yeah, that's what I heard him say. That
I think he was implying that he might actually be gay himself.
Yeah, and no, I think that I think over the conversation and time with us, I think we kind of had a better understanding of each other, especially when he kind of understood where I was coming from. But I like Daniel, and I liked him. But this was my first time interacting with him. I've heard him before in different shows, and I always think he's really funny.
He's so funny.
Yeah, I love his debate style, but I think he's funny when he gets angry with these people, because he's like, mute up, shut up. I'm just laughing. way he handles those people that try to talk over him. That's why I laugh at things that he said. It wasn't really laughing at what he was saying. It's just the way he handles them. I just think it's so funny. But because I'm like him with a lot of ways, I relate. So, but no, I think Daniel's very awesome, and no qualms. That's why I haven't really brought him up. He was pretty calm. He was pretty calm with me. He handled me very nice. Yeah, he did. He didn't yell at me. He wasn't nasty towards me. He just kind of was just telling me, and then went on mute. So no problem with Daniel, but it was definitely all Normo, all Alpha, and who else was it? And that's pretty much it. Now kind, Alpha, and Normo.
Orlando, yeah, it's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Yeah, it is getting late too, and I'm sure you're ready to this, right?
Let's probably just close the room, guys. I know John didn't get a chance to come up and speak, but thanks for listening. I'll see all of you guys later.
Yeah, bye.
Speak to you all. It's been very nice.
Good night, everybody.
Make sure you keep that bill up there around 20, 30 grand. They'll keep you around. You pay that bill off and you're good as dead.
See the doc, see the check cleared. So we go ahead and stick him over in that corner. You only got a couple hours to live anyway, Chad. We're gonna go ahead and cut the respirator off.
Yeah, it works that way sometimes. People let you stay in their life as long as you got what they need or want. And if you stop having it, well, they stop needing you. Hence, never help someone feel full. Just let them feel satisfied but not full.
Oh, you're talking about the carrot method, dangling the carrot, huh?
No, not dangling it. Just never let them eat it. Let them taste it.
Oh, that's correct.
People will stop chasing something if they don't get a little taste of it every now and again. It's like somebody wants freedom. Let them go on vacation once a year. If you work in my company, I'll let you go on vacation once a year. Fully paid. So you can know what freedom feels like. And it'll make you work harder. You'll want more than a week, but you'll never reach it. But because I let you feel a week worth of vacation, you'll keep thinking that one day your life could be a vacation. That's why companies give you vacations. So you'll work harder. But if they didn't give you any vacations, you wouldn't work as hard. Productivity. You know, in Japan, they let you take naps at work. Midday. Scheduled naps. So you don't have to worry about the boss catching you sleeping. Because they found that a little hour or 2 hour nap at work revitalizes the person. The productivity actually goes up because throughout the day it goes down because they're draining from that original battery. But just like a cell phone, if you charge it up in the middle of the day, you'll have more power all the way to the end. You let a person at work charge up in the middle of their shift, then they actually are able to finish their shift with the same energy that they started their shift. Some, but see, in the United States, they do not care about productivity.
those actions, regardless if those actions are producing anything. There's a woman out there that's controlling a man, not producing anything for their relationship, but she likes the way the control feels. She'll destroy her relationship, but she'll build up her sense of power. There's a man doing the same thing. Hence, their words does not match their energy. You know how people say actions speak louder than words? They do. But energy speaks before action. Like, I don't even need to see your actions. I see your energy. You're talking to me like a powerful woman. I'm like, you know, I wouldn't have, you got the energy of a powerful woman. Why would I ever think I can feel with someone that's powerful? Powerful people are looking for control. So you're not open. So I don't need to wait for you to do an action. Your energy is already showing that your pursuits are controlled. Nobody can have a functional relationship in a controlling environment. Not a relationship, that's a partnership. Now, if I also was a controlling person and you were a controlling person, maybe we can partner up. But you have to be looking for a partnership to do that. So, it's the energy of the thing. So, I'm going to tell you that I know something about God. And you're going to see me talking about power. Right? Depending on what God. You know, if I was talking about a God that was balanced, then I wouldn't be talking about power. If I was trying to be special, I don't know a God in existence that ever tried to be special. Even in polytheism, none of the gods, when it was many, ever tried to be special. You worship the God that represented the thing that you went. You were trying to have a baby, worship the God of fertility. You wanted the crop to grow, worship the God of sunlight and water. You didn't want to die, worship the God of healing. It was time to fight, worship the God of war. On and on and on and on. And so, I can't see myself telling you that I am a true servant of the God of war. And all I talked about is peace and non-violence. That would be, I don't know, might be able to get some of you, but I don't believe I'd be able to trick you that long. My words won't even match the God I'm serving. Like, hold on now. Peace and non-violence. That don't sound like war. So, you heard somebody talking about some omnipotent, all-powerful, all-knowing God, and then they started talking about definitions. How can omnipotence be defined? That wouldn't make any sense. Like, the word God means above sense. Something that always is and always was. Like, where'd it come from? Oh, it came from everywhere. Well, everywhere it come where it came from. It was always been here. That makes no sense. So when someone tries to make sense out of the word God, I'm like, that's what really doesn't make sense. Unless you're trying to own God and turn him into what you That's why you gotta say it real loud. You gotta go to a Baptist church. They'll say it real loud and yell it into your ears. Like, oh, there's a lot of people think the louder they say something, that makes it truer. Like, oh well, you are out yelling me, so you have to have a point. Then people start resonating with the loudness. Like, oh, they're saying it with so much loudness. That's conviction. You should ask conviction. Yeah. What does conviction sound like? Well, you got to say it real loud, and that means it's true. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Hence, the energy isn't matching the words.
See, that's funny.
It's called being in the spirit.
So, I'm just posing that actions do speak louder than words. I told myself I know what I'm doing with that rose bush out there. I cut all the dead roses off of it. Never claimed to be the greatest horticulturist in the world. I didn't watch the whole YouTube video on pruning, but roses grew more. My rose bush got taller, so I mean, I guessed my way through it, but I didn't do too bad. You know, sure I can do better, but I'm not gonna tell people, man, I did all right with pruning my rose bush. No, I took the action, but I had to wait to see what happened to my rose bush before I said I did pretty good. I could went outside and that junk was dying. I was like, oh man, it's all brown now. I think I killed it. You know, I cut the wrong thing. So I'm posing actions speak louder than words, but sometimes you have to let actions play themselves out. You know, to see if somebody was telling you the truth or see if you were telling yourself the truth. Sometimes you gotta let certain things play out because you're still allowing the actions to dictate whether or not, or the results to dictate whether or not it was what it was, or what this was this person or myself being as true to myself or as real to myself as possible. But you can actually get ahead of that. Energy speaks before action. You know, so if you get better at seeing the energy of a thing, you won't get so caught up in the words because there are people out there that are so gifted with speech. They can, I swear they can sell boots to a snake. And and all they need is a second of your time. They can be witty, they can be charming, they can be confident, and that can resonate with you. But the words are gonna be false, but the energy is gonna be this. And you need to be able to see when they're not matching. So you may or may not be able to ever see that. You may or may not, but it may be some minister or preacher or family member or a lover or a friend that's gonna always have you under that puppeteering until they mess up one day, which is most likely inevitable, and then you'll see through it, you'll break through it or whatever. But when it's you doing it to you, if you can go for status. You are looking for a lot of things, but love ain't it. It's kind of like what you're looking for. You would like for love to be there with it, but that's not what you're like. You're looking for somebody that somebody to worship you, but you would like that they loved you too. You know? So you're not looking for God. You're looking for excuses. You're just hoping that you can find a God that can excuse the way you act. So you're trying to convince yourself that you're looking for God. I'm like you look at your energy. Like look at what's causing you to look for God, and then ask yourself like really looking for God. If that's the reason why you're looking for Him, you don't want to die. You think that's a good enough reason to look for God, so you won't die. You want to feel better about yourself. You think that's a really good reason to look for God. The reason why you're looking for Him is the energy behind it. So your words don't really mean much. At least that's what I see.
Thanks for coming through my room earlier. Said a lot. The title of the room was Why Was God Invented? One thing I did get from everyone's response, apart from yours, of course, because you called out the bullshit, but majority of the response was explaining why God was invented by actual humans. They were admitting that God was invented. But you did say something very, which you said before. Anyone who goes looking for God is a fool or a coward. You don't go looking for what you know, right? When you have a relationship, you don't have to go looking for someone you're connected to. And if anything, my quest or my questioning of what I've been told is evident of what I don't have. And it's not even about control, it's more about understanding and perhaps to validate the void. And what I mean by that, when I was in my early 20s, a very close friend of mine got the Holy Spirit. You know, she was rolling on the floor, she was crying, and it was wild. I was like, God must find you very special to give you that gift. Why not me? Where's the disconnect? What am I not doing right? So I started to, get more into the Bible. I attended the services. And I think it wasn't even just the idea of the Holy Spirit, it was the fact that she was touched. It was a connection that it seemed not everybody could have, but it was her own experience. And I convinced myself that maybe I'm just not Christian enough, I'm not holy enough, it wasn't, it wasn't all this performance. It had nothing to do with that because outside of church, she was breaking every rule. She had 3 boyfriends. And I'm not saying I'm judging who am I, but she was nothing Christian. She wasn't playing by the rules at all. But she had that special experience that I thought was missing in my life. And I realized, people experience God in many ways. But I don't know, that plus many other factors triggered my own curiosity. I'm searching for the truth behind the why in my life, and my whys are many, So I probably have more rooms like that, zero, unfortunately. But the Christians always prove right by the room title because they argued for the fact that God was invented. They proved that God wasn't real. They proved that their belief was that they believed in what they were taught to believe, but they agreed without really saying it out loud that this is why God was invented.
It sounds like you gotta grow up one day. That's all. Adult you brain works much better than kid version. But you keep turning to a kid instead of growing up. Think about the words you were saying. You were saying, young girl, Holy Spirit. Then you were saying, you said somebody didn't go by the doctrine of Christianity, but seemed to be touched by God. You know how silly that sounds. If there was a God, do you think just because you weren't in your building, it wouldn't see you? So if it saw her, and it wasn't, she wasn't a, let's say, devout follower. I don't know any God from polytheism to monotheism that interacts with a pretender. You know, that's the whole gimmick of every God, that you have to really be devout for it to give you cool powers. All the gods, every God in existence rewards its most devout servants. So if this one wasn't devout, I doubt you would have to be the one that sees that. So maybe just like she was pretending when she's outside of the church, most likely she was pretending inside of the church. So maybe she learned how to act like she got this holy thing that you were talking about. Trust me, if you can act like you love someone, you can act like you're possessed. I get people act like they're having seizures all the time. If I'm around Christians, no, or Catholics, she's possessed. Like I said, all you have to do is think.
I do separate religion from spirituality. And belief in a person having a spiritual experience. It doesn't
You
mean,
gotta think.
yeah, it's a gray area. So I let it go.
Aren't you? It sounds like you're attached to that. You gotta step out of it.
For the most part, anything that you're not thinking in, then you're lost in. Imagine if there's a such thing as infinity. You could think about it, but you couldn't contain it, hence the concept of infinity. Imagine if there was a such thing as a God. You could think about it, but the word itself implies that you can't contain it. But imagine if there was an ocean. I challenge anyone to go out to the ocean and swallow as much of it as they can. And when they get out of the ocean, I can almost guarantee you that the ocean will still be there. Because I'm pretty sure none of you can swallow the ocean. So it's the same concept. You can't outthink or outswallow the ocean, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to swallow some of it. Being spiritual doesn't mean being brain dead. That's what most atheists get on theists about. They call it blind faith, which I find very hypocritical because they have blind science. Each group victims of the same stupidity. One thinks too much and the other one thinks too little. Same blind spot. Both people claim that they know something. They know nothing. You don't know the totality of a thing, but you don't need to know the totality of a thing. I have this very nice Samsung Galaxy else is trying to know the totality of the universe. You don't need to know the totality of the universe. You just need to know the part that you need to know. You take care of this planet, and then maybe you can start talking about taking care of the universe. You take care of your relationship with your God, then maybe you can start talking about other people's. You know, you ever seen somebody try to tell you how to take care of your kids, and their kids is over there sick and nasty? Hey, why don't you go put your kids in the tub? I can put mine in the tub. So, is sometimes people will pay more attention to other people's problems because it keeps their mind off their own. And sometimes people want people to believe in what they believe in because then it makes it seem more believable. And it's the way I would look.
It's a blind spot. I'm working. And you're right. I don't need to know everything. That's what I need to know.
Hey, I have somewhat of a relationship with my sister and my brothers and my parents. Now, I don't need to know my mom the way my dad knows her. And I don't need to know my mom the way my uncle knows her. I just need to know my mom the way a son knows a mom. You know, not saying she can't be known a whole bunch of ways, but some of her ways are in all of her ways. If she's a patient woman, it's different than her being a patient parent. I've seen patient parents, real patient with their kids, and they come to work and they are short fuses. I think them kids can wear out all their patience. But then I actually meet patient people sometimes. Patient with the kids, patient with the siblings, patient with the parents, patient with the patients. They're just patient people.
But with your example, Zero, you have a relationship with your mom. You don't have a third person standing in between you and her. So if your mom says, make sure you wake up at 5, but you hear it directly from your mom.
Sometimes my brothers and sisters call me and tell me, Mom wants you to do this. But then I know who I'm talking to. They'll put a little extra edge in there. I know mom didn't say all that. You kind of threw that. Because mom said she needs to do this because you never coming around when people be calling and da da da. Like, hold on. All of that sounded like mom. A little bit that sounded like you. You know, you just slid that in there. That's because I also knew who I'm talking to. So even if there was a third person in there, I know how to disseminate between the part that the third person kind of slid in there and the part that was possibly her message.
I know you always say, Zero, imagine there was a God. But I feel like it's going to sound really weird and I don't know. There are some people that speak as though they've spoken to God. Or God sends a message to me through them and I'm like, why doesn't God want to speak to me? Or there are interpretations that, yeah, maybe I may not have it all in one go, but the Bible is the word of God. Why doesn't God speak to me? There's always this curiosity, so I was like, let's remove the middleman and let
That don't make any sense.
why God doesn't want to speak to me. Zero.
No, because you say words like won't. If you were talking about a God, there's a concept called want. It's need. Well, I have a battalion chief, a division chief, a lieutenant and a captain. So, by the time somebody ranks above me wanted me to do. But they got to go through chain of command. So by the time it's told to me, I know where the order came from. I'm concerned why somebody 3 ranks above me didn't come speak to me. I'm not silly enough to think that I'm supposed to be up there talking to the high rank people. So unless you think you're equally God, I don't know why you would think he needs to talk directly to you.
You're right. Just a piece of silence from a beach amongst many. That's a good.
You never have been, and you never will be. Anyone who values himself is either a fool or a coward. And God doesn't talk to fools and cowards. Not any gods that I know of.
Okay, so that was man, I hope you caught that sheet.
especially if you got some years in between you. Like, let's say 10 years in between. When you're 10 years old, they're 20, you know. So they know your parents better than you do. Maybe when they were born, your parents were just starting off in their career. He's 20 now, so their parents should have been spent 20 years, most likely went up the food chain, maybe making more money, maybe even evolved, maybe are more, aren't as wild as they were at first. Imagine if your parents were 25 and they had you. 20 years later, that's 35, now 45. Maybe they matured a lot, so maybe your 20-year-old brother saw your parents go through a certain degree of maturity and financial growth. You're 10. He's witnessed that growth. You came in the middle. So they know more. Maybe listen to your older brother when he tells you about mom and dad and da 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 da. So if there's a pastor, he knows more. That doesn't mean that your 20-year-old brother is worth more to your parents than the 10-year-old you. It's not about who's worth more, it's just who knows more. So listen to your pastor. He's had a relationship with your God longer than you have.
So why won't you read the Bible with us, Jerome?
The same reason why you won't. The same reason why you won't.
Does not need to be explained to you.
Q stay pissing me off, y'all.
What's the solution?
Don't piss
Go
me
ahead. Zero. Why won't you do like one verse per day? A scripture.
Zero's parables need to be studied. I am not even over that. I cannot confuse myself any better.
That's what I'm saying, y'all. Some
We got a
person,
closet full of Bibles over there, and I want to know why Zero won't read them to us.
she and Q got a problem, y'all.
Is it a God complex? I just
Well,
I feel
I can't read the Bible to you no more than I can read the Kabbalah or the Torah or the Quran, because I already know them. It's like a map, right? Imagine if I took a map and it was guiding me towards a treasure. That map was one of the most valuable maps in the world to me. But then I used one map and it took me to a puzzle piece. It was like, this is what the Quran leads you to, this piece. But then I read another book, the Torah, and they said, oh, it led me to this piece. Then I read all the Vedas and the Tao Te Ching, and they each led me to a piece. And then I read the Christian Bible, it led me to a piece. But once I put all the pieces together, it showed me a brand new picture. A picture that you can only see after you collected all the pieces. So, to me, I don't value the maps anymore because I've already found what they lead to. So,
Right. Then I understand. I'm saying
it's not just
it's like,
posing
but you won't
that
read them to
you
us.
can't, because you cannot understand any religious text with, what was that word, that one person? You can't read religious text with the carnal mind. People pay attention to the words instead of the spirit in the words. You know, it's kind of like if somebody claims that oral traditions, when teachings were passed down orally for hundreds and sometimes thousands of years in some cultures, they say some things were lost in the oral tradition because somebody somewhere surely didn't place a word somewhere somehow. Somebody eavesdropped and heard it and misheard something. Well, someone sometimes some people claim that some scriptures, even in the Christian Bible, may have mistranslations. They're like, you're so silly. Can't mistranslate a spiritual book. It's impossible. You're still paying attention to the words on those pieces of paper. It's like it's a spirit behind the word that can't be mistranslated. So I don't care what they did with the words or what language is in. The language of the spirit can't be mistranslated. So people are fascinated with the wrong things.
Man, I'm so happy that somebody knows that. That's amazing. I'm glad you said that, Zero.
Hey, but I believe them because it's always something you can have. You can go to two different churches and have them both, two pastors can preach the same thing and you will get different messages from it. One pastor may yell it into your spirit, the other may speak it calmly. But one of them is going to resonate with, let's say, that thing called the soul with you more than the other, I think. But what I'm saying to you, Zero, is that your words come off so sharply to the point to where you can break down something that a lot of us have been misunderstanding.
Did you look up that word I told you about yesterday?
I forgot. You never
Yo, I looked it up. That was wild shit, Jojo.
You're not incorrect. You're not. Don't pay attention to JoJo. You're not incorrect about that. I could. There is no teaching from any religious text that I could bring clarity to. But that's the point. If I brought, let's say someone read some story. Give me a pop. I heard a Christian once say that Adam and Eve had children. One of them was named Cain and the other one was named Abel. And they said that happening happened. A first killing, no, the first murder. Definitely wasn't the first killing. It was just the first murder. So, what's the difference between a killing and a murder? It's the justification of it. If it was justified, it was a killing. If it was not justified, it was a murder. That's goes back as far as time can go. But there was a penalty. One of the brothers was penalized and told that he had to go somewhere else. So he went somewhere else. Everything's fine. But there was some confusion of possibly being harmed by some other people. And they act like that's a big mystery. Why do you think that that's a mystery to people who claim that they've read that book?
I don't know, Zero. Clearly, you just said people don't understand the word. They're not. Their spirits are not lined up with it. So why don't you tell me why, Zero? That's why I'm asking you.
Well. This is the catch. This is the catch. It's like, let's call the pastor the third will. But the problem with the situation is that I have, it shifts into a dictatorship, which means if these pieces are a map, and like Zero was saying, if we take the approach of believing the pieces are a map, but as opposed to me reading the map, somebody else explains the map to me the way they want me to get it, but instead of explaining it to me as if it's a map, they explain it to me as if this one piece is the whole map. But then in the process, they lock me into the map instead of teaching me and letting me learn that this is just a map for me to reach a destination where I no longer need the map. That's what religion does.
I think there is something in what I be hearing about this idea of having someone use some type of literature or a sacred book as the end all. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people in Zero's position where they refuse to glorify a specific text. Like, you'll hear Zero pick stories from all the books that may be significant to the conversation, but he tries not to idolize the books, I believe, because if we get there, then it's one of those things that he is kind of, once again, pointing people in a direction where it's like, okay, this book holds some truth, but then people will take it as this book holds the truth. And then at some point, they may incriminate Zero for saying, hey, you said this book was the truth. And now I'm out here, speculating and sounding a fool and listening to these other fools who speculate stuff about this book. And I think there is something to it where it's like, if you read all the books, you'll find like everybody's coming with a similar conversation from their part of the world, you know? And I don't know if it's this. I think it's one of those things that if you are a person who's alive today, there is an opportunity where you can just gain the same senses of truth, uh, by just really paying attention and being aware in everyday life. I think there is something where when you try to use these books and the languaging they use, sometimes it feels a little too definitive and it kind of locks people in ideas more so than the truth too. Because like, if you are reading these books from an immature place, especially spiritually, you will find that your point of view from your place of evolution and where you're reading the book, you're going to make sense of it from that level. Like how a child can make sense of the story of Cain and Abel, and an adult making a sense of the story of Cain and Abel. It's going to be two totally different things. And whereas someone who is very spiritually sound versus someone who's just like, a random person in the world, they're going to perceive that story as two different things. So I do think there is somewhere in the conversation where it's like, not trying to use these type of books to leverage people in a way where you're saying like, oh, this is the truth and I'm the one who can decipher it, because that's really what people want. They want somebody to say, hey, I need you to read this book for me, give me the cheat codes so I can just play the game. And it's really just not that easy. Like, it really puts you at a place of just deep manipulation. Because this is one thing I used to say for sure. It's like, if there is a heaven or a hell, am I really going to place my bets on you to tell me how to get there? Like, am I really going to bet on you? I might as well bet on myself. Listen to how half the people be talking. That's all I'm saying. I might as well read the books and bet on the.
So basically, Jojo, read the Bible myself and just come on Clubhouse every day and ask Zero a random question. So Zero, does this
Look
mean
up the
this,
word that I presented to you.
I ain't looking up shit. You can go to hell.
It works out better that way. It would.
Going to hell?
No, it works out better to read it for yourself and make the sense out of it that you've made out of it.
And it's like, damn it, Q. Zero said you gotta read it and like read it through the spirit.
And so share that with me, I'll say, is that what you got from that story? Because let's just say different stories got different layers to it. You know, every time people talk about Christians, they talk about Abrahamic faith. Is everyone, you know, whether you're Muslim or
Yes.
Catholic or you're what people call Christian now, they all believe in the character of Abraham. I knew that story, but when I heard it, it was read to me by my dad. That's the first time I heard it, which is different than the first time I read it. I heard the story before I read the story. First time I read it, I was at a different point in life. One point, I was reading the story, I was thinking, man, pretty cool to talk to God. I thought the whole story is about how cool it was to talk to God, how to be a disciplined servant. But I was constantly thinking about just this so-called God talking to a human. And it always seemed interesting. And so my dad used to read it to me. Of course, my dad's voice was God's voice, the way he used to read and then imitate the other character's voice and so forth and so on. He was a character like that. And but when I read it as a man, I didn't read it like this person who wanted to hear God. I was reading it like, man, Abraham must have been going through some real internal struggles or something. Dot, dot, dot. And I thought it was really cool that in the story that the God didn't stop the father from stabbing the son or something. He sent another agent to do the stopping instead of himself. Then, when I got older, I said, screw Abraham and screw this God and screw that other agent. I gotta look at the person who carried the whole story, the one who spoke the least. It was the one they called Isaac. He didn't have the biggest role, but he had the most important part. It's like, hey, go over there and lay down on that table right there. Be right with you. No restraints, no nothing. You know, a willing sacrifice. I don't know which one's more difficult, to be a father and stab your own son, or to be a son and lay still and let him do it. You know, so I read it from the angle of the son, I read it from the angle of the father, I read it from the angle of the faith. But each angle showed me a different aspect of that theology. Throughout that theology, it always shows things in a very Trinitarian type way. Most of its stories typically have three characters. It'd be one story, but it's typically three characters. Even with the Jesus at the end, his execution, once again, three characters. It's very common in Christian theology. Completely opposite when I was reading different Vedas. There was many characters in one. Taught me something else. So, just saying, you can read the story and get something out of it, but I guarantee you can probably read. It's like watching a movie multiple times. You'll see something you didn't see the last time. What happens is people will watch the movie in their 20s, and and still be talking about it in their 40s, and they haven't rewatched it. Somebody have some amazing spiritual experience in their 25, and they'll be 45, still using that singular spiritual moment as a definition of their spirituality. Like what? It's like me having sex one time, and then me judging sex off of how it was when I lost my virginity. You know, that's just, but people do it.
Not gonna be the same.
I'll land there.
Yeah, that's not gonna be the same. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But yeah, I always thought of the Bible as the living word. Like anytime you read it, you can always get something different each time you read it. So I
which
always say that is.
Bible should I buy, Zero?
Wait a minute, Q. Jeez. Goodness. I was just gonna say is that I know you ain't. You know what? I'll rush you when you're speaking. Don't do that. But no, I was just.
Spoken as much as you are.
No, actually, I've been sitting here for a very long time. I'm speaking clarity. I think that's you.
This is not clarity. This is the solution.
Your voice is the same as clarity's.
Well, that brother must have a beautiful voice then.
Oh God. Oh my God.
Get me the hell out of here.
No, so that's crazy. No. So I know I've always thought the Bible as the living word and God's thoughts or whatever. So that's all I was gonna say. Go ahead, Q, since you're so anxious.
Thank you.
Well,
Zero,
it's
which God damn it, she.
sorry, Q. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna need you to take a chill pill.
Go ahead, because I want to see how this guy clarity sounds.
Zero, which Bible should we purchase? Which Bible should I get? King James.
It's the most common. It really wouldn't matter, but that's a fair fit.
Why didn't God write his own Bible?
Well, what I wanted to give you was if you was listening to what Zero said, he was reiterating on a conversation we had a while back about the introduction. People are running with the introduction and not growing outside of the introduction. And he basically just gave a recap on a conversation we previously had about that. Do you remember that conversation, Zero? Why would you forget? My fault.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's the King James version, any version of the Bible. There are some that have more. Let's say all of a sudden a Hebrew Israelite decided to rewrite the Bible, and every time it would have said the man, he changed it to the black man. And every time it says a woman, he put in that bitch. Well, that may be a mistranslation, but if they kept the general story in there and you start reading it with the Spirit, you will still get the story. It's just that some mistranslations make it more difficult to get the spirit of the story. It's no different than if I went to a mosque, and at this one in particular mosque, all of these very curvy women wore these extremely tight hijabs or hijabs, and all I can see is their figures, these beautiful mesmerizing eyes, and they were just all over the place. Then it'll be kind of very difficult for me to stay focused on what's being said. I mean, I could, but it'll be more challenging. So, some Bibles, their translation, their literal translation, makes it more challenging, but it doesn't make it impossible to pull the spirit of the book out of the words. But I would say definitely the King James Version is one of the easiest ones that has very few words that should cause you to not receive the spirit of the book if you're open to the spirit of the book. certain amount of money, but you're the one that made money important. Because you think, oh, if I don't get money, then I'll never be able to have the type of relationship that I want. And if the type of relationship you want has to have money in it, I'm not too sure that you should make that an important relationship. Because next thing you know, you're going to end up having people with no money with bad relationships. But then all of a sudden, that'll mean that people with a lot of money have good relationships. But if you've ever looked around and seen someone with a lot of money with a bad relationship, you should understand that it's not the money. If more money meant better relationships, trust me, it does not. But if it did, you wouldn't see people with money with bad relationships. Just like being healthy, physically healthy, doesn't mean I'm going to be happy. If it did, trust me, it wouldn't be these guys in the gym and these women with these bodies that's banging out of this world, but they're always upset or crying or searching for thrills. So, trust, a healthy body and a healthy bank account does not make a person. But if you thinking that it does, will break a person. It'll break you thinking that that makes you. But if that's your pursuit, go and get the banging body and go get the fat bank account. And I'll see you when you're 50. Tell me how it worked out. I pretty much know how it's going to work out.
Well, sounds to me like some of these guys are almost already 50. You'd have to watch it now.
Doesn't matter. Everybody that plays this game ends up at the same space.
Hey, Zero, can I jump in on what you said? You mind?
It wasn't no cool.
Well, the thing you said
it's a comedy, I loosen myself up a little bit. It seems a lot funnier sometimes when I'm a little alleviated. Opens me up to the humor. I go to a movie theater and I'm frustrated, and it's a comedy, but I may miss half the jokes because I took my attitude in there, and I really wasn't in the mood for a comedy because I was carrying some tension with me, or I go to watch an action movie, but I'm wound up. So I'm like, man, this movie is slow, but it's not slow. It's actually well paced. I'm just anxious. I'm just anxious to get to the what people call the good part. That's because I went in there wound up. So it's like I think I know something about the movie but I'm forgetting the person that went in to watch it. So sometimes people read the Bible in certain mental and emotional spaces. Sometimes people read it when they're lonely. Sometimes people read it when they're angry. Sometimes people read it when they're bored. And sometimes people don't read it with a question in mind. They already got an answer in their head. They read the Bible trying to see if they can find out where the Bible confirms it. Like, haha, I knew I was right. They were reading it to be validated. If you reading it that way, then you don't find what you're looking for.
Well, I know I'm not gonna read it that way because everything I say to you is wrong. So I can't read that Bible and feel confident in my understanding of it. If I'm a fool to you, I'm a fool to, let's say, my creator.
And me.
Absolutely, I agree.
You're not a fool to me. You gotta be full of yourself.
I'm not fooling, bro. I've been a fool ever since the day we met, man. You crazy as a bitch, bro.
So
Not a bad bug. I hate bugs,
so if you like I said, there's nothing you can look for that you won't find. So if you look for it, you'll find it. But you gotta be honest with yourself on what you're looking for. I'm like, what am I looking for? Not the thing. Like, why am I looking? Like if all of a sudden I was at the station and one of the guys' wife came up there and then he called her to one of the office because he closed the door. If I'm standing outside the door, why am I trying to listen to what he's saying to his wife? Like, what am I listening for? Like, not what am I trying to hear, but why am I trying to hear their conversation? So if I was reading the Bible and I was looking for God, what am I looking to God for? I can use that Cain and Abel story to give you an example. One of them was sacrificing its best things to this God for a show of appreciation, a show of love, a show of devotion, a show of obedience, a show of faith, a show of a lot of admirable qualities that this God seemed to like. The other one was doing it to show the other brother up, to do better than him in a competitive way, trying to gain favor by outdoing the other one. So one of them's offering got burnt up, and the other one's offering didn't get burnt up. Same concept. One man reads the Bible one time, and all of a sudden, let's just say something is revealed to him. And another man's been reading that same same Bible for 10 years and doesn't feel like he's learned anything different than that first year. Well, it wasn't what you were reading, it was why you were reading it.
I also have heard it said I had a doctor. I wasn't feeling well, and I go to her, and she's a very, very prophetic kind of woman. And she was like, "Have you been reading your Bible?" Now I have been in college at that time and took humanities, so I was like, it's other books. No, not really. Not. I was kind of smug in my answer. And she smacked me on my forehead and she said, "Hey, you gotta read your Bible because every time you read it, it's gonna minister to you differently based on your experience." And I was like, "Oh, wow." And that had fascinated me in a way because I had new people in different religious systems and denominations and churches that made it seem like, no, this is what it meant, and this is how you should take it, and this is what the interpretation is. Whereas, like, when I started, especially like once I got through the Gospels, I was like, oh, I kind of see what's really going on in the world. It was like Jesus had put me up on game. I said all that to this, but it was ministering to me based on my experience. I still feel like when I meditate on the 23rd number of Psalms, like even new deeper, revelations about my relationship with my master, it shows up like the new revelation just based on my experience. And I think like people are trying to read the Bible from a place, not from like their own experience or their own reality, their real life. Like they're trying to read it from a place like someone wrote this book and filled it with the answers, and the book is literally like a bunch of Aesop fables. You know what I'm saying? Like the teacher's gonna ask at the end of the story, "Now, what did y'all learn?"
Hello?
You got a hot mic, Renzo.
Huh?
I said you got a hot mic.
What?
So listen.
Oh no, let him keep talking.
No. Hey, you.
No, don't say nothing.
Hello.
Don't say nothing.
There we go.
You always gotta do that, Q.
I read them. Well, I can go along with what JoJo's saying. It is similar to Aesop fables or fables, but like I say all the time, you'll see what you want to see. When you want to see more, you'll see more. When you want to be confused, you'll be confused. Some people say this confuses me. I'm like, well, that's because you like being confused. And they say, no, I don't. And I say, yes, you do.
And that's why I feel like Q is helpless.
So,
But damn.
I didn't say that. JoJo said that. So I
The nigga wanna be confused.
So I say sometimes, and it's just the way my uncle taught me. Sometimes if you really want to swim, just jump in the deep end. You'll drown or you'll learn how to swim. That's the way they taught me. But I didn't teach my kids that way.
I've been in the deep end many a time, have never drowned, but still think I don't know how to swim. It's
Well, I know how to survive, but I didn't know how to swim. But knowing that I could survive gave me strength. But I'll say that you gotta have the right reason for what you're looking for something, or it won't turn out the way that you are thinking it will, or maybe want them to. And I say this especially when it comes to gods or a singular God, because conceptually, they say that humans can't go to God. Like unless they were escorted in by a demigod. And in the realm of Valhalla with Odin and the Rainbow Bridge, you couldn't reach it as a human being because they had guardians. Uh, you couldn't go to the underworld in Egyptian pantheons unless you had been given certain items to be able to cross different realms. And in Christianity, the concept is that no human can go to God. God has to come to you. You know, meaning concept was many will come, but few will be chosen. You know, so you have yourself in a position to be chosen. Meaning when you're reading it, you have to put your mind and spirit in a position to have the understanding. It's almost like picking a lock in my mind. Like if I was a person trying to pick a lock and they have to listen to when the tumbler falls into the little gap and they twist it back so you can hear the other tumbler without losing that first tumbler, and then you twist it again and you catch that third tumbler and then the lock opens. You have to read it and let the body learn what it needs to learn, and then twist it back and let the heart learn what it needs to learn, and then twist it one more time and let the mind learn what it needs to learn, and then all of a sudden the book opens up to you and you can now read it with the spirit. But I rarely know anyone who's gotten the spirit of the book until they get their mind right, their heart right, and their bodies right with it. You know, if you read that book and you start seeing a black man and a Middle Eastern man, your body's way off. Because I'm like, if you think this book is still talking about races, then and anything physical, you start thinking it got more men in it than women, or women in it than men, and you might as well put the book down.
Yeah.
And the same thing happens when you start to read it and you start paying attention to who has the most power, Nimrod or Nebuchadnezzar, Ramses or Baal. You know, it's like you start reading and trying to figure out who the power figures are. And I'm the tribe of Judah. I'm gonna be with this group. You know, you might as well put it down. Now you're in a mental space, and you was in a physical space, and if you start reading it, start thinking that it's talking all about love and forgiveness and happiness, I'm like, yeah, you need to put that down. Put the book down. You're trying to find the emotions that you like in the book. You're trying to find the thing that you want, like you want power in the book. You're trying to find the people that you like in the book. So you ain't trying to find God in the book. You gotta get those things straightened out, you know, because I heard someone say, well, mind you, this is Christian theology, but there's one part of it that seems to resonate in all religions, not just with the Christians, is that every God created human beings. In every theology, human beings were created by God. That this thing that looks like a crocodile with fire coming out of his back is what created human beings? I mean, okay, so be it. But regardless, all of them are saying the same thing. They didn't create you in their physical image. They created you in their spiritual image, which means you have the same spiritual makeup as a God. Because gods are spiritual beings that take physical form. They aren't physical beings that take on spiritual forms. So, if they're spiritual beings that create physical forms, and you're created in their image, and then all of a sudden, the one true God is truly a crocodile with fire coming out his back, and you run into him, and you're standing there talking to him, you're like, okay, I'm talking to a 20-foot tall crocodile with fire coming out his back. If you still see the crocodile, then you shouldn't be in that realm, because you still see its physical appearance. If you're in a spiritual realm, you'll see its spiritual appearance, which wouldn't really have a physical appearance. And the Tao it'll be like the form coming into contact with the formless, and you're processing it by giving it a form. But whatever form you see it in isn't its form. Whatever form you see it in, that's the limitation that is allowing you to see it in, because you can't process it in its formlessness. So you're processing it in its form. It's the same way when I tell you guys I don't exist. You guys don't get it. But you will or can one day. So that's the reason why I don't try to say, yeah, we're going to go with Buddhism, we're going to read, and it's 5 popular branches in Buddhism, which Snow, another story. I don't even want to get into that. Don't want to. We can read the Tao Te Ching, because the Tao Te Ching is a little more. It's a little more poetic, I think, more structured. Can't go to Hinduism and read all the different Vedas, and too many gods. That'll take forever. Can't go into Catholicism, because there are just some interpretations inside Catholicism that even I just don't get. I mean, we actually have to get a devout Catholic to break Catholicism. Now, I understand the basics, but there are some things in Catholicism where you just might as well throw the Bible away, because they have at least 2 other books that are equal to, if not superior to, the Bible. And then you go into the big 3 Abrahamic faiths, which pretty much all the same, but they think themselves different, which is the Christians and the Muslims, and what the people now call pseudo spirituality, which everyone who builds off pseudo spirituality pretty much is either ex-Christian or ex-Muslim. So you get, but you out of. They say sales is a game of numbers. So whenever you're trying to sell something, there's a room full of 20 people, and you start making your pitch. Just know from the very beginning, 10 people were there just to see if they can take advantage of something, or came with a friend or something. 10 people shut you down the moment you start talking. person that's listening to you, and you reached a certain point in your pitch where they already knew they win. They're just waiting for you to reach the point where you're gonna say sign up. So out of 20 people, you usually can get 3, and then you go do another seminar, and 100 people might show up. 100 people gonna show up, but you're only gonna get 3 or 4 best to sign up. Sales is a game of numbers. You go to any cathedral, any mosque, any church, any temple, any home, and I don't care how many people got the religious emblem tattooed on them, and I don't care how they can pray to their God until blisters come on their knees. It's only gonna be about 2 or 3 people in there that know what they're talking about. And I doubt any of them are gonna be the ones on stage. So that's it the way I see it, because you gotta see it for yourself. It's kind of like what they say, you can't tell people about the magic. You can only show it to them. So it's kind of hard to tell people about God. You can only show them how to reach him, but you can't tell them about him. That's the way I look at it. But isn't it honor that way? At least from my viewpoint. Isn't it honor to go somewhere? Like, let's say you go to the Great Wall of China this year, the summer, and then I go uh, in the winter, and we went to the same place. And then I'm like, man, what did you think about the Great Wall of China? And you start telling me about the experience of being there, but you can't take the summer out of the experience because the heat affected how you experienced the Great Wall of China. And then I tell you about the Great Wall of China, but I went in the winter. And man, you can think about the differences of what we were able to do while we were there, simply because of the different temperature. I think it's really cool to describe how we met our spirituality more so than trying to define it. Like, let's just describe it on how we met it. And then you might like, man, I'm gonna try to go see the Great Wall in the winter. So I can, like, man, I might go in the spring one time. Or like, hey, let's both go during the Chinese Zodiac. We're gonna go during the Chinese New Year. We're not gonna go during the American New Year. We're gonna go. It's New Year's in China. We're gonna be out at the Great Wall at the New Year. They do an amazing fireworks show and da 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 da. So this time we're not gonna go in the winter, and this time we're not going to go in the summer. Amazing enough, Chinese New Year is what you may say spring. So, boom. See, now the difference is I went by myself in the winter, you went by yourself in the summer. This time we went together in the spring, and now it's 3 different things different. Number 1, spring. Number 2 is both of our second time, so we're gonna go with a little knowledge of what you can do there. And then 3 times is gonna be the first time I went with somebody else. So it'll change the whole experience because the variables are constantly changing. itself are similar. As like I said, no man can stand in the same river twice. You step into a river, whatever water you were standing in, it's not the same water that you're standing in 1 second later. And if there's a river of truth and truth is ever flowing, then when I get in it, I can still be in the truth, but I'll never be in the same truth because it's constantly moving. And if I want to keep up with it, I'm gonna have to stop standing. I'm gonna actually have to lay down in it and get into the flow of it. I was talking to Micey about this. She was talking about being in the ocean and the undercurrent on how you could step into the water and the water can be just a shifting and a moving while you're in it. And you can only go like 4 or 5 feet out there into the ocean, and that undercurrent or the current of the water itself is slowly pushing you left or right. And you can be with a group of people and they're on the beach and you just think you playing in the water, and then you get ready to get out. You're like 40 feet down from the beach. You're like, how they get way over there? Because it was just the ocean was slowly carrying your butt away. I think when you get into the truth and you get into the flow of it, it'll slowly carry you away from some people. You'll get like I have to go get with my people. You see, they don't even look like your people no more. They so far away that once you let the truth flow in you, it takes you out of your the position you used to be in. You don't even have to move out of your position. It'll just take you out of your position. You just gotta lay down and see. I say all the time, people who have trust issues are going to have truth issues. You know, people who don't know how to trust. When I used to try to teach people how to swim, they can do the strokes, all the strokes that require physical force, skill, and coordination. They mastered it. All the types of swimming, like floating, that actually require for you to lay back and just have like there's a little bit of breath work, but for the most part, and some people say, no, I'm too heavy, or I'm not buoyant enough. They're like, I don't have enough buoyancy in my bone density is bullshit. Relax. Stop trying to float and just float. Just lay back and believe that the water's gonna hold you, and it'll hold you. Tense it up, and it ain't gonna hold you. Most people I just give up on. Like, you don't know how to trust the water. Same way I say when people read spiritual books. Go ahead and read the Quran all you want to. You're still a Middle Eastern traditional lost person. Read it as much as you want to. You're still a hyperactive, hyper-powered American. Read this book as much as you want to. You're still a black. You're still black. You might as well just burn that book. Burn all of them. Your culture, your people aren't ready to lay back in the water. You'll drown. You'll drown trying to find God. Because you're too heavy. You won't let shit go. That's where it comes. That's how most people come on to it. can say this. Amunet is new to the group. When Amunet has moved me, you know, she's the one that convinced me to start back opening up the ICU. The one that convinced me to start doing the meditations. The one that convinced me to kind of look away from what happened in the past when I started trying to show people stuff and try again. And here you have been very open and vulnerable and close and loyal and all of that. So if Q wants to start a thing where he picks scripture from the Quran or the Torah or the Christian Bible and he wants to start isolating the scripture every now and again just to bounce off of it, then I say I'll do it with you. Simply out of my appreciation to you.
I appreciate that, Zero. Thank you.
Well, Zero, since you're giving out gifts, I'll just take them.
I just want to say it's nice to goose step into what you meant to do anyway. So this is just an interesting way of getting to it.
Well, last day of our weekend, ladies and gentlemen, I'm at the house, have a little drink, and so don't forget we got a fast coming up, and we have a meditation coming up. So we might meditate Saturday, and our fast may start Sunday. So that's a little heads up. So until then, I catch you guys on the flip side.
All right, Pastor Zero.
All right, Zero. Appreciate it.
Just looking to, you want to talk this morning or anything, looking at Kate Gallego, Jew, and City Manager Jeff Martin of Phoenix. They both pushed the COVID vaccine. This is a crime against humanity. Looking to Rep. Greg Stanton, who is promoting, and the rest of the Republicans in Arizona, they're all promoting the new police chief of Phoenix, Matthew Giordano. So when all the Shabbos boys and Jews are promoting someone who's in law enforcement, that's a major red flag. Eli Crane, Andy Bates, they're all cooked. So if you're listening and you hear me, fucking look into shit, or I'm going to show up at your office real fucking soon.
GOP, I know personally he is good people, and Kate Gallego that you talked about, I'm going to give you another name. Daisy Montoya, DACYMONTOYA. She was the campaign treasurer for Kate Gallego. This is Ruben Gallego's ex-wife. Ruben Gallego from Humpty Dumpty Institute, where he works directly for Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, and is an illegitimate senator, was not fucking elected. Kate Gallego Her Phoenix mayoral campaign was literally run by Daisy Montoya. Who is that? He is also the treasurer of Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX. Right? Daisy Montoya is from British Columbia. She is a fucking operative that basically control of the DNC, Mossad or GCHQ or both, and she is one of the key money launderers for all of these Bolshevik, like, politicians from the DNC. You know, it's basically Bolshevism on the left and Likudniks, Jabotinsky Zionists on the right, so neither one is conducive or can be allowed to foster in this country. But this is a key operative, and when I was in Arizona working with investigators for the stolen 2022 election in Arizona, Daisy Montoya was the person that I had identified that was the common thread between, you know, Kay Gallego and Adrian Fontes, Stephen Richard, and, you know, Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly, his wife, Kathy Giffords, ADL gun-grabbing operative of Mossad and fucking Michael Bloomberg. Mark Kelly is illegitimate as fuck. He was not elected. However, the problem is, who was the alternative? Well, that would be Peter Thiel's homeboy, Blake Masters. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. We've got to get some good politicians running and legitimately elected in Arizona. And it sucks because AZ is such a cool state with such awesome people. It probably has the most corrupt political framework of any state that I can think of. I mean, maybe New York, maybe South Florida, but like, if it, you know, next to DC, Arizona is as bad as it gets in this country. And the national RNC committee meeting for a long time, Bruce Ash, literally the chairman of GOP Israel, why that exists, who fucking knows, and literally the chairman at one point of the Jewish Federations of Southern Arizona, a Mossad arm, the Arizona Mossad arm of the Jewish Federations of North America. So, you guys got tons and tons of problems down there. I empathize and I pour my heart and soul into that state, and I love Arizona. But Maricopa GOP is somebody that I don't talk, let me be clear, I don't talk to a lot of the people that I used to work with in Arizona, especially after 2022. At least not anymore, because many of them have petered away and proven themselves to be limited hangouts and adversarial to America-only interests. Maricopa GOP is not one of them. He is good people.
Thank you for clearing that up, Richard. No shots taken, but we need to start fucking talking about shit that's important for humanity, and there's no more tucking your tail between your fucking legs. And that goes for everybody in here. Get in the comments on all these corrupt politicians. But just to get to the topic of Epstein, Tucker, and more, if anyone's questioning Epstein and his ties to fucking Mossad, we need to look into Meyer Lansky, who was blackmailing J. Edgar Hoover since the inception of the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the people who are supposed to be investigating all the fucking crimes, these federal crimes. Now, this is from J. Edgar Hoover ran the FBI from 1935 to 1972. If we think that they just gave up one of the most powerful fucking decisions, most powerful agencies in the country in 1972, because this guy got ushered out, come back to Earth, and realized that we've been occupied for even before that. Look into Meyer Lansky. As far as Tucker goes, this is super important. I feel like it's really not talked about enough just because of the potential imminent threat of an explosive device. I'm pretty sure everyone in here should know that Tucker's completely fucking cooked. If you don't know that, you do now. He promotes the unplugged phone, which is Eric Prince, founder of Blackwater. I don't have to do the whole thing. But it was designed by IDF 8200 Intelligence. These are the same people who designed the pagers. If I was these people, there's no shot in hell I would design a phone and then sell it to Americans under the veil of being unmarketable and unsurveilled, and not put an explosive device in it. So Tucker promotes that. So if you know anyone who is, gung-ho and ready to run for the hills and has a bug-out bag, there's a good chance that they may have purchased this phone and have it ready to go. But joke's on them, it's an explosive device. Speaking of Arizona, I've tried to go to Jerry Sheridan, the new sheriff in Maricopa, in Arizona, and I've tried 3 times going there to try and set up a meeting. I've gotten no phone calls back, nothing. As far as I'm concerned, Maricopa Sheriff's Department is compromised. I'm trying to get the EOD to inspect this phone because I fucking spent $1,000 and bought this thing because it would be a great smoking gun. But Tucker also promotes Levels, which is a company by Casey Means. If you guys have heard about the seed oils, how it got popular the last year, that's who's responsible for it. Casey and Callie Means. Callie Means is a Council on Foreign Relations card holder. Council on Foreign Relations, by the way, was founded by I forget their names. Whatever. One dude was sent. I think they were founded in 1921, 1923. One of the dudes was sent by Wilson. Was it Wilson? Anyway, he went to Russia in 1917 to go meet with the new Bolshevik Jews, and the other guy who founded it was he represented J.P. Morgan. They're both lawyers, Shaboskoys, that represented J.P. Morgan after the Great Depression. So that's your tie to the Council on Foreign Relations to the Jews. Casey and Callie Means have ties to 23andMe. Levels, the company Levels is a biometric health data tracking company. This is where they sell you the wearables. So this ties to RFK. These are the guys who infiltrated Maha. They have Casey Means interned at 23andMe with Susan Wojcicki, Ann Wojcicki. Susan Wojcicki was the CEO of YouTube, I believe. She just died of this turbo cancer. Allegedly, who knows? We can't find her death certificate. Death certificates in California are supposed to be public. But 23andMe, if you were smart enough to not sell your DNA or pay to give your DNA over to the federal government, just so you could find out if you're 4% African, so you could say the N-word, someone in your family probably did. And the way DNA works is you're all tied together. If someone in your family sent it, they have your DNA. Although they have our DNA plenty of other ways, but just so we know, people sent it. 23andMe just sold to Regeneron. I forget this Jew's name. This Jew's the CEO. But
Leonard Schleifer is the doctor.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Another biotech company. So the threat is very real. I feel like I'm rambling. Guys, repost his face. Follow the house, please. These guys dish out a lot of information. We need to really network. If we're not going to take the world back and preserve our freedom by talking on spaces all the time. I really encourage everybody to go print out some flyers, print out some information. Most importantly, learn as much as you can. Take notes. I have a notepad. I have a pen right in front of me right now. I'm taking notes. I take notes all day. Please do this. While people are speaking, go down to the Pell. People are dropping good information in there because that's where people just hop in here and they're like, I don't really want to speak, but I just want to drop some info. Scroll through that. Please promote everything. Guys, great space. And I'll land there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for all that intel.
I just get the feeling that we got a lot of tunnel rats. These more congressmen or ADL guys, spies are everywhere. You need to of course can't leave them out. So yeah, look, they want to suppress free speech, censor any criticism of Israel, and so on, implicitly, of course, in the blackmail operation. It's ongoing, by the way. Irrespective of whether anyone believes, I do believe it seems like even if he wasn't, someone else was taking some place. He was like cog in the wheel.
was a Congressman, a mid-level operator. He had headers, he had espionage, Robert Maxwell, Maxwell. He had his laser surrounded by Mossad agents. He had it in Iraq. They started a company together, Carbine, to do what? Collect military data, a complement to Palantir. So these people have their hands and tentacles, I like to say, everywhere. And so he's a focal point because he's surrounded with mystery, and they like to obscure what's happened and just brush it off like it's not important. It is important because again, it's ongoing. It didn't end. Just as
talk about it, it's like, wow, what if
some you do know about. You'll hear about a Shea Cohen that got prosecuted.
Maybe insults to you.
You'll hear him.
You guys are thoughts on those. This is
They even prosecuted him successfully, and then she got killed. What happened to him? He got some time in jail, but he brought in at least 25 people or more into the U.S. That's what he was convicted for. So you know it's a lot more than that. Epstein was only convicted of one count of trafficking. This guy was 25. No one talks about him. No one talks about Noel Greenberg as well, the guy that was blackmailing Matt Gaetz and basically prevented him from becoming Nygaard as well. I mean, there's just so many of these guys. There's traffickers that have been convicted, and yet no one talks about it.
he used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made under Freakoffs as collateral against the victims.
In the
indictment,
kids that they're molesting in those tunnels. No one even talks about 770 Chabad and all those rabbis that got arrested. So, again, these guys are everywhere, not just even in America.
Right. I wanted to add something to that, right? I feel like a lot of people overlook this, right? And me personally, I'm not as, well versed as Truth and Rich and all these guys that can really spew out names like fucking machines and shit like that. But one thing that I do pay attention to is the spiritual side of it, okay? Because I'm a Christian, all right? So one thing that we keep forgetting about is it's not just the molesting factor that's going on, right? They are using these children for their blood, okay? For the adrenochrome, for, the fountain of youth, all this other shit. And a lot of people overlook that, right? A lot of people forget to touch on that. I want you to realize something. These modern day so-called Jews that we're dealing with, they are not the Jews of the Bible, okay? They come from the bloodline of Amalek. For those who don't know what the Amalek, what Amalek is, that literally means the blood drinkers. Okay, so they go after these little children, right? Why do you think there's so many bombs and orphans in Gaza right now? You think that's just all for no reason? No, it's another type of grab so they can grab more fucking kids, right? It's the same thing that went down in Haiti with the fucking Clinton foundations, right? What they do is they reach out, they find these poor kids that nobody fucking gives a fuck about, or at least not in the first world countries, because we're so distracted with our own bullshit, right? They take kids from Mexico, they take kids from out here in the Child Protective Service agencies. They use these kids for their blood, okay? And a lot of people overlook that. It's not just the jewelry that we have to worry about. These guys literally worship Baal and Moloch, okay? So it's not just
There's a Moloch statue on top of the synagogue on Jeffrey's Island.
Thank you. There's a lot of shit that people overlook. These modern day Talmudic Jews, I want you to remember, this is something that they say in their Talmud. They believe the Lord and Savior, the King of Kings, is burning in hell in human excrement and semen. Okay? They are very religious, right? So, but it's not the religion that we think of. It's the complete opposite, and a lot of people overlook that spiritual aspect to it. It's not just, they want to molest these kids. They molest these kids, and then they use that to bring up the fear inside of them, and then once they bring that fear up, they drain the blood out of them. These people are fucking sick.
They're satanic. It's the synagogue of Satan. And I've been getting hit with all of these strikes on X whenever I post about that. I'm literally just citing Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9. Cite. You can't say that. Oh, it's hate speech. Oh my gosh, what are you talking about? That's what the Bible says. And so we were talking about
this is exactly what
literally. But it's literally what it is. I mean, there is a Moloch statue on top, but they call it the temple on Jeffrey Epstein's island. It is a synagogue. Okay, we have to be allowed to call it that. But they're coming after the free speech. We have free speech. We're allowed to say what we're seeing and articulate our thoughts. And I'm getting hit with all of these strikes for just calling it the synagogue of Satan, but that's what God calls it. And so, I mean, I don't know who was saying it earlier. I mean, there's good and evil no matter what your religion is. We all know that this is evil. But there is a spiritual factor where for me to wake up, because I'm a Christian too, it was literally because I grew up in the South of America. I was taught, just like Ted Cruz was talking about the freaking Tucker Carlson interview. We were always taught in the Bible Belt, those who bless Israel will be blessed. Those who curse Israel will be cursed. And they never made the differentiation between Israels. There were three different Israel's mentioned in the Bible. There's Israel, the person, Jacob, who wrestled God, and then his name got changed to Israel. There's Israel, the nation, yeah, the land. And then there's Israel, the, God's church, us, Christians, people who believe in him. And they definitely hate Jesus, like he was saying. They hate him. I mean, they hate us. They hate everybody who is not a Jew. And so it shouldn't be so shocking that they're treating us that way, this way, whenever you read any part of the Talmud. Like, any part of it, you will see that it is true. Like, they call him a sorcerer. We base our entire concept of time on Jesus Christ, by the way, his life. And they just say that he's burning in hell. He is God to me and to all Christians. And there is a spiritual aspect, and we're not going to go on a whole spiritual rant, but when it comes to Christians and how they manipulate us, because this is what's happening. Most of our leaders are alleged Christians, and so they manipulate the Bible, and they did it to me. They did it to me growing up. That's why I was like, okay, yay, Israel, until I realized what was going on. And it's they manipulate the Bible. They just manipulate the whole thing in order to get us to, like, monetarily support them, to just say they can do no wrong, they literally spiritually abuse Americans into supporting anything and everything that they do. Even genocide. And that is what is happening. And I'm getting so tired of seeing all of these little babies, all of these poor women getting absolutely bombed to death. And they don't care. They hate us. They bombed that church, you guys. And the cross stood. The cross did not fall. The cinder blocks that the cross was standing on, that held up. It didn't fall. But they are trying to make points that they are the ones in control. And until we tell them and make it clear that they are not, they kind of are. And so that's why we're on the space. That's why we're not listening to people like John trying to shut us up. We're not going to listen to Trump trying to shut us up. Like, Trump is a person. He represents these ideas. He represents these principles, these policies that we thought he represented, but he doesn't. And so it's very hard, but I think it was Richard, you were saying that even the boomers are waking up. My parents are boomers, and they're coming out of the cold. I mean, we're all seeing that we have to choose principles or party, principles or personalities. Populism can be very, very dangerous when it's just, oh my gosh, you're the most popular person in the high school. We love you. We all love you. What is that person doing? What is that person supporting? Is it genocide? Is it the people that are committing it? Like, we really need to just take a step back and look.
And the reason why there's so much covering up in politics as a whole, which is another thing that we overlook as well, is because these people are part of it as well. If you notice every single president, pretty much every single president that has been elected is a Freemason. If you look up what Freemasonry is, it has very deep roots rooted in witchcraft, occultism, Jewish Kabbalah, right? All three of those things line up. You want to know what guys want to? I think I spoke about this last night in the Space with You, Truth. Dr. Bill Shlomin, right? The guy's a Jew. He used to be a fucking Jew. Now he's a Christian, right? And when he was in the witchcraft, they told him focus on Jewish Kabbalah, and then if you really want to dabble a little bit more, go into Freemasonry, right? And then you look up what's going on with things like Pizzagate, fucking John Podesta, fucking Hillary Clinton, both of the Clintons, right? This shit is not like they're a part of it, guys. That's the reason why there's so much covering up going on. That's the reason why.
Yeah, can I just say the Freemason lodges? Sorry, I just want to say the Freemason lodges in my hometown literally have no windows, and they're all across the street from middle schools. So it's kind of like fitting in with the pedophilia club.
It's definitely like if you just do any type of research on Freemasonry, and what they do is they try to cover it up and try to make it seem like, oh, it's a brotherhood thing. Yeah, that's the Blue Lodge. That's the shit that people don't know about, right? I do a lot of studying on this shit. The conspiracy and all that shit, that's my area. So I can't spout out names like Truth and Richard. But if we're talking tinfoil shit, that's me. I got it. All right. So that's the Blue Lodge.
But it's real occultism and witchcraft.
Past the 33rd degree, which is where most Masons don't make it to, because once you get to that point, if they feel that you're ready, first of all, you have to be recommended by a member, right, to even go further beyond that, right? Like Aleister Crowley, people like fucking what's his name, Albert Pike, and all these other motherfuckers. If you really want to go to that level, you have to sell your soul. They believe in Lucifer, the light bearer. That's literally what they say. All right, so this shit goes deep.
You finally got to the last part, and you get the last little part, and
that's what they do. Up the rank, and then they're like, all right, is this guy base? Can we let him in? All right, cool. Yeah.
Let me say the joke.
We worship fucking Satan. Are you in or are you out? That's what they do.
You get to the last part, and they give a yarmulke and a menorah. You're like, what? This was what it was.
Probably, I wouldn't fucking doubt it, because that, like, I kid you not, that shit runs hand in hand with the modern day Jewish
that shit runs hand in hand.
But bringing it back to the subject of the site, though, of what Truth Teller is doing. And yes, Truth, I saw your tweet. Yes, keep doing this. Because this headway, and other people, again, like Diligent, are helping with it. But to bring it all the way to the end, I keep saying it, all roads lead to that Mossad connection. And then once you realize that a blackmail operation that was being conducted in conjunction with the Mossad, it means the slavery of all the rest of us. That's what it means. That's what you're fighting for. This is a fight between freedom and slavery. You can't let it go, and we're too far down. You can't go 3/4 of the way down the rabbit hole and then run all the way back up to the blue pill. I'm sorry, but the best way, the only way, is forward. We need to burn our ships in the harbor like Cortez. Keep going because we're going to win. So let's don't take when people come on. Now I notice it's always, tell me truth, don't you agree with this? It's always, why are you talking about this? Stop talking about this. Talk about something else. That's when you know you're winning. So keep talking about this one thing, the connection between Epstein and the Mossad, the fact that we're not getting answers at all. You're not getting a no or a yes. Our government is saying we can't answer that question about the Mossad connection, the intelligence connection. But if we get that answer, which we will, I am telling you, they are going to collapse. We are going to win. This relationship is going to break down, and you'll be far more freer as a result of it.
Thank you, David. I'm just popping in, sorry, because someone else had his hand up before me, and he's been waving buyers, it's buyers, updates, buyers updates. So it's up to the host and co-host. If you want to let him speak, and then I will have my turn afterwards.
Yes, okay, go ahead. Yeah, Bruce, real quick. The Freemasons that were the founders of the country are not the same Freemasons that we know them as. They were deliberately infiltrated by B'nai B'rith, funded by the Rothschilds in the 1800s, and I'll grab the receipts on that. But George Washington was not some satanic, kabbalistic, subversion agent. Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, these people were not subversion. In fact, they wanted us to exclude these people. They knew who they were. But
they found hella bodies.
Oh, yeah.
Ben Franklin's old home in Philadelphia. So I hate
I hope that he was stacking them too. I hope he was stacking
that shit too. I believe they found 1,200 different human bones from I think it was from 1,200 different people. It was more than 1,200, but it was from 1,200.
Grab that for me. I want to see that. That's awesome.
I'll send it to you. I got you.
Who published the article? What's their last name and their genealogy?
I mean, I'll have to look it up, the article, but like I said, tinfoil shit, that's my specialty, so trust me, I got it in the archive somewhere.
Bobby, trust me, Broskowitz. I can guarantee you it's probably something like that.
I'll pull it up. I got you.
Hey guys, thank you very much for just creating this space and bringing awareness to the situation that all of mankind is facing. I really appreciate that. I got started into the JQ question, the Jewish question, pretty intently about 8 years ago, and it was through reading my Bible, actually, and most of Christianity is Judeo-Christianity in the United States, and they don't have the receipts. They can't back up their doctrine, and I spent a ton of time over the last 8 years digging through the Bible forward and backward, getting the receipts, and I can prove everything that I think and why, and I know most of it off the top of my head as to where it's located and stuff like that. So today was a really great day for me. I went to church, a church that I just recently went to for the first time, set up a meeting with a pastor, went in and talked with the pastor, and told him all about the Jews. And it's a Judeo-Christian church, like 99% of churches in the United States. And I was like, I don't know if you'll let me go to church here, but, I need you to know that this is what I believe and why first. And he said, no, I'd be welcome to come to church there, and that he couldn't get completely on board with what I was saying, but that I brought up a lot of really interesting points, and that he'd have to give that some thought. So, I'll take that as a win, and then went off to go get some chicken feed from the feed store, and there was a lady there in a nice dress, and I said, you must have come to church today. And she's like, yeah. And I said, do you understand the allegory of Galatians chapter 4? And she said, what's that? And I was like, well, nobody wants to talk about it in church, but you ought to dig into that allegory. And we went out in the parking lot, probably talked for about 25 minutes, and I told her all about the Jews and the truth about how I don't know how much you guys read the Bible or how much you know, but Christ gave a really interesting parable at the end of Matthew 21 and made it abundantly clear that the reason that the Jews killed Jesus was to steal his inheritance. And if you read Galatians 3:16 and Romans 4:13 and 14, you'll find that inheritance was the world. So according to the Bible, the Jews killed Jesus so they could take over the world. And there's a million things like that throughout the entire Bible. As it turns out, much to my surprise, because I was raised Judeo-Christian, the whore of Babylon is Jerusalem. When what happened in Matthew 23, Jesus blamed them for shedding all the righteous blood on the earth, and very specifically, O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets and stonest them which were sent unto you. And then in Luke 13, Jesus makes it abundantly clear that the only place that a prophet could possibly die was in Jerusalem. And then in Revelation chapter 11, we see that the two prophets that are the witnesses, they're dead bodies lying in the street of the great city, which spiritually is Sodom and Egypt, where Solomon was crucified. So we see that the great city in Revelation 11 is Jerusalem, and then it's spiritually wicked, right? And then Revelation 17 shows us that the whore of Babylon, it says that the woman that thou sawest is that great city which reigneth over the earth. So then at the end of Revelation 18, the Bible tells us that God judges the love of the prophets of the whore of Babylon. Running hurts. Ideas of Israel. I mean, have you guys noticed that from the very beginning of Jacob, covenant his brothers inheritance, and then Jacob lied to his father about his identity in order to steal his brother's blessing. I mean, this is the nature of the nation of Israel talking, including of Israel, and Jacob wrestled with God, and Jacob wrestled with God. He beat God in a wrestling match, right? And God says, let me go. Jacob says, I won't let you go until you bless me. So Jacob extorted God for a blessing. And it's like, yeah, there's so many references in there everywhere you look. But something that always gets me is that in the book of Ezekiel, I think it's chapter 16, God said, Israel's called a whore more than anybody else in the entire Bible. But in Ezekiel chapter 16, God says that he's going to gather together all whom Israel loves and with whom she has taken pleasure. And he's going to gather them together with all who Israel has hated. And he's going to strip her naked. And he's going to show the world her abominations. And I believe that that's what's happening right now. I think that right there is the culmination of this space existing. And
You don't speak Spanish?
If you look at it, the last place in the world you would want to be is in bed with God's ex-wife when he comes back. And the Old Testament says that God gave Israel a writing of divorcement, and he put it in her hand. And so Israel is the ex-wife of God. And, first Corinthians, I think it is, chapter 7, the man who had taken his father's wife in the church of Corinth, that's a picture of Christianity. And the Bible says that ye shall be called the sons of God. And what has Christianity done but climbed in bed with their father's ex-wife? So, anyhow, I'll land there.
God does say that Israel is like whoring after somebody. I mean, like Hosea 4:15, you're a whore, Israel. Like literally, it's true.
Yeah, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 21 says, how is the faithful city become a harlot? Righteousness once lodged in it, but now murderers.
I just want to say it's good for you to talk to your pastor about this, because there is a huge evangelical problem where everybody feels like they have to side with Israel, and I would encourage all of the Christians on this space to do the same thing. Take these verses that we're talking about, go to Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9, it talks about the synagogue of Satan, and just point this out to them and say, how are you not speaking on this at a time like this when children are being abused, like they're being raped to death? And you need to talk to your pastors very plainly about this, because we all need to wake up. But the crux of the problem really kind of lands on the church right now, and they 100% of the time almost are just, they were at my church raising money. I had to leave the church because they were raising money to give to the IDF. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? Why are we raising money why are we funding war as a church? So you need to start going to your pastors and talking to them about this, getting their opinion, seeing if you're still welcome there, but just planting the seed of this idea in their brains, because they're so brainwashed, a lot of them, and I hate to say it, I hate to say it, I'm a Protestant Christian, but I hate to say it, it's true, and we have to demand accountability from everybody, politicians, pastors, priests, everybody. We need our leaders to be above reproach. That's what the Bible says too, that our leaders need to be above reproach, and right now they are not. And we're just sitting by and letting it all happen. I would encourage everybody to read the Bible, because it's very enlightening and you get a lot of wisdom from it, even if you don't want to believe it. But just talk to your pastors about this, because we need to wake up the church, because I think that the politicians are just evil, for the most part, and they know that they're supporting genocide. But we need to get the Christians to wake up, because they're really brainwashed by this.
If you guys would allow me, it seems a little untoward, but I've made 7 videos and put them on Rumble explaining the truth about the Jews and the Bible. And if you guys can use that, I get nothing out of this. I've spent thousands of hours digging through the Bible and going over history and stuff like that. And I'm not monetized on any platform. Well, I guess technically I'm monetized on Rumble. I've made $8.60-something, and I don't see any of that until I get to 100, I think. So I've got paid literally nothing.
Getting there.
I don't care if I do.
The truth doesn't pay well.
Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
I'm laying up my treasures in heaven. So anyhow, I've made 7 videos and stuck them on there. If it's somebody who's like a diehard Judeo-Christian, the first video I made is called "The Gospel of the Kingdom," and it's kind of like a sleeper video to get into Christians' heads and start calling out the conflicts with what they claim they believe that can't possibly be true at the same time. Christianity believes that Jesus is the Messiah and believes that Jesus kept the law. The problem with their belief is that if that's true, there's other things they can't believe. And so in John 8:44, Jesus said that their father was the devil. Now, either that's true, or Jesus broke the law, because the law said thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And so they really have a dilemma, because either Christ was a false accuser, or the Jews' father really is the devil. And they want to hold 2 mutually exclusive ideas at the same time, and they don't even even recognize that's what they're trying to do. And so there's tons of those types of scenarios that I try to bring out. But in case anybody here doesn't know about the allegory of Galatians chapter 4, I mean, I kind of like to put the question out there. Did anybody here know what the allegory of Galatians 4 is?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was the question? I didn't hear it.
Do you know about the allegory?
My question is, does anybody know
What the allegory of what?
No idea.
Galatians 4?
No, I have no idea. Tell us.
Okay. So in Galatians, one verse in Galatians 3. In Galatians 3, verse 16, the Bible says, "Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. He saith not unto seeds as of many, but as of one, and to thy seed, which is Christ." And so with that verse, the Apostle Paul disinherits the nation of Israel as having any inheritance whatsoever from Abraham. Now, you get into Galatians 4, starting in verse 22, and the Bible says, "For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondwoman, and the other by a free woman, which things are an allegory, for these are the two covenants. The one from Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Hagar. For this Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answereth to Jerusalem, which now is, and is in bondage with her children." Well, here's the deal, guys. Abraham had these two wives, Sarah and Hagar, and the first wife was barren, and the second wife was a slave out of Egypt. And the second wife gave birth to the first son, Ishmael, who ultimately was cast out in the wilderness and received no inheritance from Abraham. And that happened when the son of promise came. Now, if you overlay that as an allegory, Abraham is a picture of God, Sarah is a picture of the Abrahamic covenant, which that covenant is salvation through faith. And the covenant of Moses just happens to be a slave out of Egypt. Like Hagar was a slave out of Egypt, so is Israel a slave out of Egypt. Hagar was cast out into the wilderness and divorced and rejected, and her son got no inheritance, just as the law of Moses is the nation of Israel. And that's why Hagar is Mount Sinai and answereth to Jerusalem, like I answer to Bill. God says Hagar, and Jerusalem says, hey, what? And that nobody preaches on Galatians 4:22 through the end of the chapter. And it's monumental what it means. It's huge. It would shake the very foundation of Christianity if they understood what the Bible actually says and what the Bible actually shows. And the woman who had the attire of a harlot in Proverbs chapter 7, that entire story is about Jerusalem. And I laid that all out as neatly as I could in a document called in a video called "Do You Understand?" And if you want, you can look through my stuff here on X, and you'll find those videos. But they're all organized pretty well on Rumble under Bill Byers' Truth.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I
think that's great. Yeah, definitely. You'll talk to your pastors about this because they need to know that you're aware that they're being cowardly about it.
So the biggest challenges with these mega churches, the likes of Kevin Copeland or Joel Osteen, they're both Jews, by the way, ethnically, and they're funded by Jews, and they're there just to be subversive and stray real Christians from the righteous path. And because they get so much funding and they have all this influence, and they live such lavish lifestyles too, and throw it in your face, they even have their own stores selling their merchandise. It's a huge challenge to try to sway people that are just completely brainwashed, especially the older generations. My faith is in the younger generations because they're a lot more open-minded, objective, and they haven't bought into all this nonsense, so they see past it. We do have a lot of hands.
Throw a hissy fit if he's seen any of the shit that goes on nowadays in the church.
It's blasphemy. It's not proper worship.
He literally flipped tables behind that shit. My father's played.
No, it literally was. They forget about that side of Jesus. I mean, Jesus had all these run-ins with Jewish leadership. All that's what that was about. Like, the Christians don't follow Christ. They don't follow him. They are comfortable with this illusion that they are, but they're not even willing to get to know his real character about it.
But yeah, truth is about to get to the hands.
ads. I don't know the order. I think it was the lady that's next, the mother.
Can I go?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Drew. Since it's very late here, I'm in Canada. It's already past midnight, so I cannot speak too loud. And I will be very short. I'll be very short. I want to thank Buyer's Updates for what he brought, because it's, it needs to be said, it needs to be clarified. I'm, as a Roman Catholic myself, I've met some crazy evangelical Christians inside the Catholic Church. They were actually clothing themselves with the Catholic dogma, but their message was plain Judeo-Christian. It was a mix of born-again Christian with Baptist, the Baptist evangelist. So it was kind of a mix of both, and the charismatics. Probably you heard about them, eh? The charismatics that just raise their hands, above someone, and in the name of Jesus, I'm gonna heal you, and that whoever this woman or this man, they just like fall down on the ground, and then they don't really pretend they are healed physically, but they come back after a couple days later for a testimony in front of the same crowd, and they say, "Oh well, my life changed. My life changed dramatically. Now I stopped doing this. I stopped being that. I stopped seeing this or that friend. I changed my life entirely. Well, actually, I stopped seeing my actual boyfriend or girlfriend because I was told by Jesus in a dream that it was not the man or the woman for me." It made me sick to my stomach because it was so lame. It's so lame. It just goes to show that these people don't understand the scripture. First of all, for miracles, spiritual miracles to happen, you first have to understand the fundamental principles of Christianity. You have to understand the values that are being taught, so you can follow them, you can integrate them, and not just obey the people who will tell you to submit to these values. So that was my that was my remarks for tonight. Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it.
This Judeo-Christian thing is a huge problem, you guys. We have to start telling the churches that we know, Protestant, Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, we just gotta go in there and let them know,
Hey, just let me, if you would. The Bible says that you cannot serve two masters. And it tells us, "Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers." And it says that a house divided against itself cannot stand. So Judeo-Christianity isn't just doomed, it's damned.
Wise words. So, when it comes to messaging, I do believe the religious aspect, the approach they use definitely matters, and you can see they subverted from it deliberately to be able to spread, this fake version of what they call Judeo-Christian values, just to be able to, again, pull the wool over people's eyes and make them believe that, they should worship Israel, otherwise they won't be blessed. So, as part of Operation Mockingbird, they also hire people, the feds literally, to go and run news stations and then make them anchors, or they'll make them even independent with massive followings. And then they'll put in mixed messaging, so they'll put a little bit about what you want to hear, and then they'll tell you what they want you to believe. And they'll confuse people with their messaging, and that's what I find guys like Tucker Carlson to be. I've done some research on this guy in his past, and it was a little shocking to me. It's the coincidences that I noticed was too much to just stay quiet on. I said, in the 1980s, when he made his 2 trips to Nicaragua while his dad was a CIA agent managing affairs there, including the drug trafficking, human trafficking, and arming of the Contras to get rid of the democratically elected government that was there under Daniel Ortega, what was he doing there with his friend? I mean, if he's doing stuff like that and claiming to be a freedom fighter, he should be registering on the fair. So now I really don't trust this guy and what his motives are, especially since he was also an early supporter of the Iraq War, and he just was completely aloof as to the reality there and said, well, he just looked at Iraqis like they were second-class citizens. Who cares? They have it coming. Who cares if, a million of their lives have been lost, and then they've also been starved off from the sanctions that have been imposed in the 1990s. Then you just see how dirty this guy is, and with his background, he's posing with these DINCOR contractors who were known for trafficking women and girls in Bosnia and Herzegovina before he met with them. And he would have known the background because, again, his father was CIA. Rather than be honest about his past, he plays dumb. He's like, I didn't know my dad was CIA until after he passed away, even though it was mentioned before. He knew while his dad was still alive. He's just playing dumb, and then he went out of his way to also call Nick the subverter, saying that although he's very talented, he's just looking to, undermine other conservative talkers. So basically just giving him a backhanded compliment. So you really have to be careful with these guys. Never cease common sense and rational thinking, irrespective of who's talking to you, especially if it's one of these Judeo-Christian church leaders, or if it's one of these Fed-sponsored journalists like a Tucker Carlson. And he'll do some good interviews. I've reposted some of his interviews. He's done some good ones and controversial ones. He's done with, for instance, Vladimir Putin and also the president of Iran. He also claimed the CIA hacked his Signal account because he was going to go to Russia while he was on Fox News to meet with Putin, but then sure enough he did it anyway. They told him to stand down, not do it, but then he was allowed to do it without consequence. Kind of makes you wonder. It still doesn't have to register with FARA. So that's why I put up Tucker, because it matters where people get their news from, especially since the powers that be have figured out that mainstream media news is dying. CNN's a dying brand, Fox is a dying brand, Rupert Murdoch's, that entity whose business is dying. So now they're using these types of influencers like Tucker that have amassed a massive following, and their videos get millions of views. And he mentioned the one on, I'm trying to remember the politician that he interviewed, it was Milei in Argentina. He interviewed him before the elections and literally committed election interference. That interview got over 300 million views, and he wasn't even up in the polls at that time, but he ended up taking the election victory. And people just thought it was strange that he would come in and do this type of interview before an election, because outsiders should not be trying to influence or sway an election. That should be something that's carried out internally without influence. Of course, that didn't happen because they wanted to install someone like Milei, who's just a globalist shell that takes orders from powers that be. And sure enough, what did he do as soon as he got in? He withdrew from BRICS, he gave away all the gold, and he allowed Elon to come in to scoop up his lithium. And of course he made his trip to Israel as well. I mean, Nick Fuentes summarized it all quite well. So be wary of who you get your news from. Never cease critical thinking. Always be prepared to challenge their views. And that's what I saw today. I was kind of impressed and awed today when I saw people challenging the congressman. The way he did, he came in and tried to control the room, and he failed, and he just kind of crashed out. So that's keep at it is what I said. I can't see any hands anymore. Maybe Ginny and Richard can give me a hand and pick a hand. I mean, who hasn't spoken yet? I guess Prashant hasn't talked yet. Zog just came up. Let me be frank. We'll go to Prashant. Go ahead. Prashant, are you there?
I think Zogloff's been up here for a while.
Yeah, go to Zog and then let me be frank.
Okay. Go ahead, Zog.
Howdy, everybody. How y'all doing? All right.
Good yourself? Go for it.
Not too bad, not too bad. So I raised my hand. I think the conversation has shifted slightly, but I do have a story about a Judeo-Christian establishment that I was recently associated with. This place, it's every inch a 501c3 government-controlled, tax-exempt corporation. It's the pastor, I do believe, is a crypto Jew. He's got the hook nose and the low-hanging ears, and I think he knows what he's doing. I just get the feeling that he's there on assignment to deceive the goyim and make sure these people never realize who they are or who their God is, and to put push this Judeo-Christian Trinity garbage, basically. And so I have a funny story about something that happened one of the last times a couple months ago I went there. They had some immigrant from Africa, straight up African, fresh off the boat, had the accent and everything. And he was talking, he pepped up in the Sunday school class about something about, we need to recognize Jewish behavior or something, because apparently, in Africa, they know who, I was thinking this guy's ahead of us even as white people, he knows who his enemy is. And so he said, when he said that, we need to recognize this Jewish behavior. I could see the pastor, I could see a couple of the administrators, they just like squirmed in their seat, like, ooh, this red alert, like we're not allowed to let the conversation wander into this territory. And it was visual confirmation that these people are shills, that they're owned by whatever government Jewish. They won't let them speak about it, and it was such a visual confirmation of that, and that was enough for me. That was the last service I ended at that place, and yeah, it really is a problem, like Indy was saying. Absolutely. I forget we were talking about something else when I raised my hand. I forget what it was, but anyway, I digress. This space is awesome. It's been awesome listening to all of y'all talk. Great.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll do more spaces, man. I put up a poll to see if. I used to do spaces all the time, and then I took a break. It's a lot of responsibility, it takes time, but I'll put the time in because I'm kind of frustrated with the other spaces, given all the censorship, and they just don't want to get to the real truth. They dodge it. They avoid it. They're scared to mention, the Mossad-Israel connection with Epstein, and also how they control government officials. And I can present evidence. They don't want to hear it. They don't even want to have the conversation. God forbid you even bring up the genocide in Palestine. Like, I don't care about Palestine. I don't care about Lebanon. I don't care about the Middle East. Who cares if there's all these American bases that are committing atrocities? Who cares if there's private military contractors committing atrocities? I only care about America supposedly, but I don't care about American foreign policy for some reason. Seems like a double standard and hypocrisy to me. Either you care about America and all of its policies, or you don't. You can't just cherry pick and be selective like that and pretend you're a patriot. So I have to condemn that.
That's the most frustrating part, is that they act like they're patriots, that they're taking this stand, that they're gonna, but when it actually comes time to do that, to actually take a stand for something, they're nowhere to be seen.
This Judeo-Christian shit. Look at this shit. Pastor Greg Locke just posted, if my stand for Israel burns down the house, I've got the matches in my hand. Let's roll. This is a fucking problem, guys.
We have to start talking to our pastors. I mean, we go there every week and we have them talk to us, but we have to let them know that they're wrong on this. I mean, it's a big problem.
200,000 followers.
Isn't it so problematic that it's like
crazy?
But Christians, it's our fault, Like, we have to go speak to our pastors about this. We need to study the Bible ourselves and show them how they're wrong. But they're going to be like the space host. They're not going to want to talk about it. We just have to keep pushing this.
Kind of addendum to my story. I've been toying around with the idea of going back there and confronting them in that same Sunday school class. I want to get my Jacob's cross necklace first and put it on, so I can be like, hey Dave, you like my necklace? and then I want to get into it. I want to ask questions. I want to say, hey, why do you all worship a God that selected another race of people to be his chosen? And if this is true, why do we spend no amount of time talking about them contemporarily, their affairs, Judaism as it exists today? And then also, why are these people also known usurers, fraudsters, child abusers, nation-destroying, Marxist, baby penis-sucking freaks that have been kicked out of hundreds of countries thousands of times? What's up with that? And I really want to see. I want to see the reaction. So yeah,
they just typically won't talk about it.
Yeah, but they'll tell me to leave. I think they're just going to tell me to leave, which is a cop out. You're a minister. You're supposed to discourse with me about these things. You don't have any answers. You're just going to tell me to get out. I've given hundreds of dollars to this church, unfortunately. I have, and I went there for over a year, and so I just have to get out. Then you don't want to meet me intellectually. I think it might, get some news activated and people might start thinking about it. I think it's important, like you said, to confront them.
I was kicked
We
out of my
absolutely have
church.
to.
I was kicked out of my church that I was a member of for 19 years. I gave over $200,000 to that church. The pastor was my best friend. I helped my 17-year-old daughter run off with a 28-year-old divorced man, and I'll never see or speak to her again. So don't think for a minute that the people at your church are necessarily going to like you for telling you that the Bible said, let God be true and every man a liar. And the pastors are the liars. Because God's true.
Yep. And I've seen things at that church. Actually, I attended a wedding on, it was Christmas Eve or Christmas night. There was a service where a couple got married. And then I saw that girl at a grocery store like a month later, maybe a little less than a month later, and she was there with another man in the middle of the day. And so it was like she was cheating on the guy. It's like these people aren't even, they don't practice anything. They're so lost.
Yeah, and I think that means I really think we have a good chance of beating these people, you guys. I mean, everybody that we're against is running and hiding, or they're trying to filibuster or fill up the spaces with nonsense so that we don't talk about it. We're not the ones running and hiding. They're the ones running and hiding. And the Bible talks about that. I mean, they're going to run away. We're not going to. We have nothing to hide from. We have the facts. We're going to talk about it. So I think that they're afraid that we're not going to stop with the pressure, and they should be, because we're not going to. But they're in a frenzy right now. We're not, so we don't need to be afraid that we're going to lose, because I don't think we're going to allow that to happen.
Look at Revelation chapter 18. I think it starts about verse 4. But God already knew that his people would be in bed with the whore of Babylon, because he says to his people, come out of her and not be partakers of her wrath, for her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities. And then he tells his people to reward her as she rewarded you. And the cup that she filled to you, fill it to her double. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. Now the reason the whore of Babylon claims that she's not a widow is because that would require that she admits that she murdered her husband at Calvary. And if you want proof of that, just go to Romans chapter, it's either 7 or 9, and read the first 10 verses, and it'll be pretty plain that Israel was made a widow, but they're the ones who killed their husband.
Or is he bisexual? Which one is he?
He a real top.
He both, because he said he wanted to fuck me.
Men can't be.
Let me shut up. Never mind. Yes. No, what thing is he gay or is he not?
Get on you.
That nigga serious.
I only lied too. He sure did. Remember lying?
You know what? I don't even believe in bisexualism. I believe in gay or not.
He's thinking like that.
I don't have to really wear deodorant.
Me too, probably. I don't
either. I hardly ever wear deodorant.
See, but y'all helping my point, cause like Brooklyn, I'm saying, like y'all be watching off the pheromones when I don't want y'all fresh out of bath. Like I say, just like it's I can't even. I mean, I'm explaining it, but y'all ain't feeling it. It's like it is what it is. But it's something about.
It's a generational thing, man. Old niggas like musty ass. Old niggas like musty ass shit. Me personally, I'm gonna take mine after shower. I like mine after shower.
My generation.
Cause don't that remind you of like a 1970s porn? They just look like they smell everybody, and the whole porn just was like, ew.
Yeah, the hair everywhere. They shower all day.
Yeah, they got down there.
Hair everywhere.
I know, April, we gonna get into it again.
Give you hair, you little silly motherfucker.
With these youngins, April, you gotta teach them, April. They need to be taught.
I think the other day, one of y'all said something about women that shoot change every fucking thing they have, or else it
No, I'm hairy. I'm hairy. April, I'm hairy. Very hairy. I get hair on my arms. I get hair on my, I get my face plain. I get my face waxed. I get my whole body waxed. Today I had my whole body waxed. I'm talking about from head to toe.
Depends on what you're looking for.
That's
It's very
cool. That's
important.
what
I just
you
want to go
wanna
up
do.
there.
I mean, that's cool. But what
Well, I
I'm trying to
live
say
in
is,
Jersey.
there's nothing wrong with a woman having hair on her body, because
No,
that's
there's
natural.
nothing wrong with the body.
Shut the fuck
There's
up,
nothing wrong with that.
Jacuzzi.
It just ain't for me.
There shouldn't be nothing wrong with that.
She said it sounds painful. No, I feel like I'm doing something wrong.
There shouldn't be nothing wrong with a shorty having hair on her body.
Telling you that all day, dickhead.
That's her natural.
Nobody said that.
If you don't like that,
Shut
you
up.
don't think it's bitch can cry.
No, I don't want hair on my body. How about that? It's 100 degrees.
You don't like that, but if you have that shit, shorty,
Okay, just 1 minute. It's still a battle rap, bro. Hey, Toxic, put that shit up. Battle rap, bro. Me versus Rich. This bitch nigga. He's a snitch nigga. Switch nigga.
Cool.
I don't got nothing to do with the ditch with you. The PTR.
What the fuck is that? Damn. You want to be?
Is it more spicy?
That's what we have.
Medication.
I
Dialysis.
got hair on my arms. Like, when I was a little kid, I could probably breathe that shit. That's how thick my hair would be on my arms. And I used to have a unibrow.
It is just a preference of the person and the person attracted. That's just
What
everybody.
about you women for men?
Motherfuckers still felt that strong.
Like, do you...
Scotty tired of us talking about women. Back in the day, this was Taylor.
Okay, go ahead. What you saying?
No, what if guys are hairy?
You don't get the back in the days Taylor, bro.
I don't really have a preference about the hair, but I'm really not into that taco meat shit. With all that goddamn hair on your chest.
Yeah, I got a little bit of taco meat. Sometimes I also shave it.
Yeah, just too much.
Like right now, it's unshaved, but I don't have a lot of.
Yeah, but I don't really have a preference when it comes to hair for me.
Like, shower, right? I'm trying to be clear. But all you women want you men to shower.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. All right. Just say that again.
That's a low bar.
Yeah, the man got a shower. It was 9 that said, girl, he be getting with girls straight out the gym. Fuck that.
I mean, if you shower after you work out.
Nah, he talking about not showering. That's nasty. You ain't about to throw my pH balance off.
And what about cologne, though? Like, I hate cologne. I hate it.
I like cologne.
I don't like to lick all over a woman like she got the perfume that shit end up on my tongue.
I think there's like a fine line to walk. Like, when somebody smells good, it's one thing, but like when you just, like I just showed up and you just pulled up and you just doused yourself with some shit, like that's different. I don't like that shit.
Exactly.
But like if you had it on for some time or you got lotion on or something that just smells good, you just smell good, then that's fine. Actually, I prefer that.
My dad said I smell like a French whore, cause I use like body lotion, freaking sprays, everything.
How do you layer?
Girls should use body butters though. I don't know exactly what. I don't know what y'all be using for real, but
It's the shea butters with the little skin.
the skin and the smell. Yeah, all of that.
What you was saying, April?
No, I said you be doing the layers, Patty.
Yeah, cause I buy a lot of herb perfumes, so like they have.
Well, if you don't, though, the scent dies
Now let me tell you, we were down range, right? I wear perfume all the time, so it's like kind of stuck in my clothing and stuff. Soldiers would be like, "Ma'am, I think your clothes. How do you know my clothes?" They'd be like, They said they could smell my clothes. It's like we can smell your clothes in here.
Speaking of downrange, you have never smelled anybody worse than smelling people coming back from an exercise downrange.
Yeah, I keep oils. I keep preaching. I keep everything on me. When I go down range, I bring a tough box. My tough box has my moisturizer for my face, my sunscreen. I'll bring like 10 perfumes with me when I'm going down range. I don't be playing. Shit, I got Victoria's Secrets to send the Fob a whole bunch of freaking body washes and stuff. For free. I just wrote them a letter and said, "Hey, we're down range. I'm trying to get my stuff shipped. They won't ship to." At the time, it was my first deployment. They won't ship to Iraq. Their motherfuckers sent me like 10 boxes of lotions, body washes, and I just distributed them to all the females. It was a lot.
How many do you have now? How many of those boxes of bottles do you have now?
Man, that shit was my first deployment. That was years ago. No, I shared it with the soldiers.
Oh yeah, you shared it.
All the female soldiers. I put it right outside my office, and then I told them information. Hey, if you know any other females on the Fob, tell them to come by my office, and they can get a wash. It was wash, lotions, and sprays. So I gave all of them like at least 3.
Yeah, we had influence living in his house that we were all in, and when he moved out, he had all this shit coming to the house just for free, you know.
Yeah, we been getting free shit down range. Every time I go down range, since Victoria's Secrets did that, I always write them and they'll send stuff. So I'll get that and distribute it to the soldiers. I'll tell them how many soldiers out there, how many female soldiers.
Male soldiers too?
No, just the females. I just do it for the females.
Is that stuff comfortable to wear? Is that lingerie comfortable to wear?
No, not lingerie. I be telling them that we down range and we don't have access to nice lotions, and they'll send like a whole bunch of the last deployment they sent boxes, but it was the smaller lotions and the smaller things, but it's still a whole bunch.
I'm laughing. Hold on. My left had an old fantasy in his head. Y'all down range and some titties and shit and thongs or whatever. I see you working on that.
Michael,
I see you working on that.
you and I got the same kind of visions.
No, I didn't have that vision. I knew what she was talking about. I'm just saying, you talking about, is that comfortable when you're out there? Like, I know where your mind was when you said that. Talking about, is it comfortable out there? That's hilarious.
It is a movie though. So, Patty, what's the biggest gun you ever shot?
The what?
What's the largest caliber gun you ever shot? They shoot like 30 cows, or you got 50 cows?
We got 50 cows, but I shot something bigger than 50 cows. That weapon. It was really heavy. It was heavier than me, and I had to put my feet on the turret and pull back. Had to use my
They say that's an experience just to let a 50 cal go. Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I think when you first join, yeah, it's cool. After a while, you be like, fuck this gun. I don't want to shoot shit.
It's shocking hearing angry white American women claiming Jews from the world for massage and pedal traps and blackmail immigrants. Okay, we're calling you from
No,
in
they
charge
got
of the Jews
weapons
and that's
for
a
it. This is
communist
one
one.
weapon we got, and you have to um, hold it with both hands, and you hit the trigger with your. You got to use both thumbs to push it. Fuck, what's it called? It's usually privates use it. Cause they shit. Seniors don't want to fucking put that shit up.
Yeah.
And you gotta like be really strong and pull it back, and it's really hard to pull back. So like for me,
Recoil. Or just does it stabilize?
it's stabilized. So for me, I gotta put my feet on the the top of a Humvee. They have a little circle area. I have to like take my feet, put it on the metal, like I'm sitting with my knees up, and I have to hold it and then like use my legs to push, just to pull it back. That's how heavy that shit is.
Wow. Here you Patty, I had to do that.
Hey, Patty. Hold on real quick. Hey, Patty, when you get a chance, check the telegram.
Okay.
But yeah. Mike, you in the telegram, you only
Give the camera
I don't really go in there that much anymore because I've been in school and some other stuff or whatever. But yeah, I used to go in there a lot when we first started doing it, but I just haven't been that active.
Did you see your name in there when you first went in there?
Where?
Telegram.
You in the telegram too, I left?
Nah. I didn't
No, we set it up.
No, that would be trouble. I'd get in there.
We set it up back in the day when we first started. We set it up for everybody back in.
I said to where like if you have like a gram or two with you and you're just smoking, the cops will let you go. But if you have more than like 2 grams, they're gonna take you to jail.
I need a cameraman if you want to come to Chicago.
What the fuck, dude?
Different shares, and I'm going to top 10 towns in the district to interview voters and residents.
That's crazy. I think all drugs should be legalized.
I don't know.
Problem is, look at this fentanyl bullshit that's happening in America. Like the reason why that is because it's not okay. So like a drug dealer, right? Like if a business is selling you weed, then their reputation is on the line. Like they can't sell you fentanyl laced weed because then that affects their bottom line, or like that affects their business. That affects their reputation. That affects everything. They can't do that. They can't lace something. A drug dealer, like just some random street dealer, he doesn't give a fuck, right? He doesn't care. I mean, as long as he's moving the product, he probably doesn't even know half the time if it's laced with fentanyl. He has no idea. And he doesn't care. Whereas if it's a business and it's your bottom line, like if it's an actual business and like you have a reputation on the line and things like this. I mean, I guess drug dealers have that, but it's just not. It's not the same as like a business like selling weed. And as much as I hate to say this because I don't like regulations, but even regulations can help that too. Regulations can help like avoid bad, drugs from getting into people. So I think it's stupid that things are illegal because it's gonna be done anyway. You know what I mean? It's gonna be done anyway regardless. So it's like you might as well make it safe and make sure that if something is laced with fentanyl, like that business like is punished for that and like immediately go under, or like I don't like government, but at least the government would be able to shut down someone who's like putting poison in substances.
Maybe we can focus more on like rehabilitation stuff like that.
Yeah.
With the proceeds the government will get from like making drug businesses open.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So I think all drugs should be legalized. Meth, heroin, all of it. I think it should be legalized. Do I think that stuff is good? No, but I think it's at least it would be not laced with like
have some memory of this. Yes, no, it's coming
Yeah,
back.
it was talking to the people, PhD.
I finished writing. I can't take my Jewish. I can't take my Jewish. Who are those people? We don't speak of those people in these class. Well, I can speak to my Jewish friends.
Bro, I had my name on Clubhouse before I like went public and everything. I had my name Alchemist Goldstein.
Dude, see, I thought Goldstein was like your actual name.
No, dude, it's not. Dude, Goldstein, and then people will be like, "Wait, you're Jewish, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." But dude, people do. Like, I think I told all of you in here. I was like, "Yeah, dude, I'm not actually Jewish. It's just a joke."
David, how does it feel that your identity has become a punch?
I don't know what that means.
Like, you know, Chase says, hey guys, I'm Jewish, and we right away laugh, right? Like, haha.
Why is that funny?
I'm asking you, what are your thoughts on it being?
You know, those are respects.
This is something else that's funny about that. My name would be Alchemist Goldstein, but then I would go in and like talk about Bible lesson. I would go in and be like, my name is Alchemist Goldstein, and I'd be like, yeah. If there was like an Alchemist Goldstein, I would That's right. That's right. Yeah. She was hilarious, bro. Oh my god. Chase. What?
They have, every time they've been attacked, they have given the land back. Oh. And they have
Crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity.
No.
Has Israel ever done any actions?
Like,
crimes against humanity?
Not like Hamas or like.
Expanding their illegal settlements in the West Bank. So stop with your bullshit that every time you get attacked, you return the land. You can't lie anymore. You're full of shit. You can't make those lies. Look up those numbers that I gave you. Look up what you did in those years. 6,000 years. What the fuck are you talking about?
1% of time, you know, there's no point of doing personal attack, just you
Karen, since 1948, has Israel done anything since the formation of Israel? Don't talk about 6,000 years. Israel has, as the state we know it as today. Has Israel done anything? I'm talking. No, please answer my question. I answered your question. Karen, no, you answered my question. I answered your question earlier, and then you started talking about political things. I'm talking about, has Israel ever committed crimes against humanity since 1948 against Palestinians and its neighbors? Yes or no?
I think,
Yes or no?
I think there were some, it's not that have happened,
What was that?
absolutely.
Okay,
Yes,
you know.
I would not call them.
Nothing. Did you see my YouTube video I made of you?
I didn't. I did not.
Oh, really? I thought you liked it.
You made a YouTube video about me? That's fun.
I mean, I screenshotted your pictures and then I did like a Bitcoin video music overlay or something, and you liked it. It was like a couple weeks ago.
Wait, what? John's scaring everyone away. Dude, I don't think he did.
I did. I sent it to you. You liked it. You saw it. Maybe I can
Can
find
you
it.
send it again?
Let me see if I can find it. It's not on this phone.
Is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. I tagged you with your Chase Your Grace or whatever it is.
Wait, really? Wait, what,
Yeah.
is it on,
Chase Your
what,
Grace.
yeah, what YouTube?
You'd have to like go into your notifications of YouTube. Wait.
Now, I moved that I need to be eliminated on the tracks. So
let me say something.
you're
See, did you know what that means?
that's in the charter of Hamas to kill.
Yes. So do you know what the chart? No, it's not. It's not.
AIDS to kill
Which
and
chart? What year? What year? What year?
I don't know what.
You don't
Look
know.
up
You know the Likud Charter? Have you heard of the Likud Charter, the party which BP represents?
Yes.
And do you know what the Likud Charter says?
No.
That's the problem. You only know one end of history that supports your claims. You need to
Do
literally.
you deny? Do you know?
What am I denying?
Somebody just AIDS.
River to the sea does not.
River side. It's side. All you gotta do is kill the Jews.
River to the sea does not mean to kill Jews. Okay? It
That's not even what you
means autonomy. Okay? But hold on. Have you seen the It literally explicitly states that where is the planet? It's not to kill Jews. That's your interpretation of it. It's real. I asked him. I know he's smiling. I know he's smiling. Yes, he's smiling because you're being ridiculous. You know the Likud Charter. You don't even know the Likud Charter.
I don't have to. I know the Hamas.
Why don't you know it? You have to know
That's
it.
really what it means.
Do you know what the Likud Charter says? It talks about annexing land all the way from Lebanon to Syria to Palestine, saying that this is the greater Israel plan. It belongs to Jewish people only. Okay, that's a Likud Charter. No, that's not.
We're actually not going to do anything if you find that what you guys did in 1948 is normal and you did nothing wrong. Then from the river to the sky, we're going to do exactly what happened in 1948. Tell me if you have a problem with that.
I really want to address something Karen said about the war. Karen, the conflict started happening in 47, not in 48. 48 was the that it led up to the war in 48. We have Jewish Israeli historians like many more. He's a science historian. He agrees on this. He's a Jewish historian. He agrees on that. UN agrees on it. The ethnic cleansing started happening in 47 when they denied the partition. Right? So Israel, even before the creation of the state called Israel, they've been involved in a whole bunch of criminal acts. You see what I'm saying? So they've been committing slow genocides in 1947 up to now. But now
that's why the population has increased in Gaza.
You people don't want peace. You guys rejected UN resolutions. You ignored ceasefires. You violated everything. Every single agreement was put on the table. You control the air, you control the sea, you control the borders, and you still claim that you're a victim. Just like what you're doing now. You're trying to put the victim card on us. You fucking bomb civilians and you call it peace. You jail the children and you call it peace. And you bulldoze homes and you call it peace. What peace are you fucking talking about?
Let's address, she said the population went up. I know Norma texted you in the back channel. In relate to the definition of genocide, it doesn't have to go up or down. It doesn't matter. The numbers don't matter. It could be part or whole, and that makes it a genocide. Betzelem, and you have the Physicians for Human Rights inside Israel. They came out and they said it's a genocide, right? And these are Israeli organizations, not even the Patty organizations. And then you have a whole bunch of other scholars.
And I'd highly encourage you to take better tips
Get out of here
and stay
because
away from
it's
cell
too
phones.
much. How come nobody ever mentions the British or the Turks who took over the Middle East, basically? You know, you don't have a problem with them and what they did. But you know, why don't you read the history about how the Turks took over the Middle
Why don't
East?
you
And
focus on
what the fuck
Israel?
was
Why don't you focus on Israel?
Actually, you know what? Let's address this, Karen.
Why did the British come in and take over? Why nobody mentions them and what they did? And by the way, Gaza was given back to you guys in 2005. And by the way, the electricity and the water.
So nice of you giving us our land back.
One second, free, 1 second, brother. Gordon, I finished really quick because I need to respond to your first claim about the Turks and whatnot that you made a claim about, Karen. Go on.
You want me to say something about them?
Yeah, the issue I had, right? Very intellectually dishonest. I didn't know you were intellectually dishonest. Do you know, thanks to the Muslims, the Caliphate brought the Jews back into Jerusalem. Did you know this? Otherwise, they would have got butchered and slaughtered by the Christians. I think you should look into the historical facts, right? And the other thing is that you can't make such bold claims without historical facts and background. Under Ottoman Empire, the Jews actually thrived. Did you know that? You know, and we have a rabbi. Do you want to rabbi? He said,
I don't read fantasy fairy tale books, but that's interesting that you say that. Go.
So the Caliphate never brought the Jews back to Jerusalem? The Muslim Caliphate. Go and prove me wrong. This is coming from a Jewish.
It's in the Jewish encyclopedia. I'll put the chart.
Yeah, a Jewish encyclopedia. Do you disagree with that?
You think just because somebody has a Jewish name,
Oh, it's
that we
Jewish
all
encyclopedia.
agree? Do you think we all agree with who?
Karen, please.
Come on.
I highly suggest you to educate yourself about history because clearly you don't know anything from this. You came with your argument against the Turks. You don't even know the Turks actually, they saved Jews from Spain and drove them to, some of them to Algeria, others they went to Istanbul, and the Sultan himself went there to welcome them. And they built, they still like, the Turkish Jews now are actually those who were like, basically saved by the Turks themselves. Prior to that, the Jews themselves in Andalusia, and you must learn about this. They had the golden age of the Jewish culture under the Islamic rule in Spain. Then when the Christian and when the Spaniard they invaded the Spanish peninsula, they moved with Muslims to North Africa, and until now there are like synagogues that date back to those years, and they thrived there and they lived there protected, and they had their own businesses. They thrived politically and economically
And what
socially.
What happened in 1492?
Wait a moment, please. Wait a moment. So before cherry picking, some events, and we can discuss them even, okay? Just try to be, try to make some peace with yourself, okay? And try to forget some of your hate.
What happened in 1942 in Spain?
I didn't talk earlier. You've been talking for almost 50 minutes now. I'm gonna finish with this. So try to just, get rid of some of the hate you have towards Muslims, towards Arabs, whatever you hate. I don't care. I don't give a shit about it.
I don't.
And try
I don't
to
hate.
try to learn
You don't
and try to read
As a matter
everything
of
about
fact,
history. It's not up to you. It's not up to you to decide what are facts or not. You are not a historian here, you genius. So have some peace, okay, and be open-minded and learn about history, and then you are welcome to discuss it. But when someone brings you a historical argument, and then you try, you gaslight it, and refute historical facts. It's not up to you. It's not up to you to rewrite history, okay? With all respect to you, it's not your job, okay? Your job is to learn about history.
My job is to shut this right up, right? You don't want me to speak.
No. Educate yourself.
So you're not letting
He has to reset
No,
to finish.
skip your brother, land your plane, man, land your plane. You're going.
My question to you is, the entire area had Jews and Arabs all over. Guess what? There aren't any Jews in Yemen. There aren't any Jews in Iran. There aren't any Jews in Iraq.
Can you please tell us when were the Jews kicked out of these countries? Can you tell us what year were they kicked out of these countries?
It was between World War
There's
I and
35,000 Jews living in Iran.
Yes, and there is in Morocco, and there is in other countries in there. But can you tell us specifically to the point that you're trying to make, to the point when were they kicked out? After 1948, after your Zionist entity, your genocidal state was established.
You keep saying I don't know history. All the Middle East countries.
Multiple times. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
You gotta be able to respond to a letter.
And you know what? I know people. Who's one friend of mine, the grandmother walked 1,000 miles from Yemen. So don't fucking tell me I don't know about the history. I'm not a young person. I'm an old person. I have relatives who have been going to the Middle East forever. Okay? And I know things that other people absolutely don't know about. And I told you I had friends when I was a teenager. And the closest person I am to is a Muslim doctor. Okay? So don't tell me I'm full of hate. But don't twist history because you don't like Netanyahu. I don't like Netanyahu.
You twist
I don't like Netanyahu.
We don't twist history. You don't accept history. You cherry pick your history.
You have written the most hateful things I've read.
I don't care. I'm not here to comfort your feelings and your own.
No, but you are full of hatred and you attack me.
When you deny the suffering of Palestinian children and people, Kareem, you are denying what we're all seeing on live television, the suffering of Palestinian children and people as we fucking speak, who are starving to death. You deny that. And then you expect people to be nice to you. Kareem, when you expect people to be nice to you, have some decorum. You are at what age now? Have some decorum. Then you pretend that you don't know history, but the only history you do know is the one that supports your narrative, which is sickening. Please.
Okay, same to you.
Same to me, by the way. Just so you know, no one's attacking you. Do not play victim. Do not play victim. You said that children are not starving right now. Kareem, are people starving right now in Scotland? Are children starving? They're not?
No,
you are a lying scumbag. Your ancestors are rolling in their graves.
Oh, shut up about my ancestors. Goodbye.
No. Look, somebody useless to discuss with this woman. She's denying everything, not just history, but even current facts. Things that have been seen by everyone around the world, around the globe. And you are here, no, I'm sorry. Kids. We've seen kids. Can't check them. Hey, we've seen skeleton kids. They are skeletons.
That one kid has that he has a disease.
No. Wait a moment.
There's a photograph of the family. His mother looks fine. His mother is 300 pounds.
Dying because of starvation.
Let's talk about the Holocaust. Let's talk about the Holocaust, 1942, Karen. Do you know that to oppose the Nazi, they wanted to take out the British? It was the Jewish militia gang called Lehi in 1940 to 41. Do you know why they opposed Hitler? It's because British decided to not give you guys a state, right? Because they saw the Zionists as a threat to the human lives and society. And that's why they approached Hitler in 1940 to 41, right? And this is and why would you approach a Hitler when you know that this guy, this Hitler regime, is about to put Jews into the oven and turn them into soap? Why would you approach a Hitler? You know, and this is the big. I think you need to seriously. I would suggest you is open up some books about the Holocaust. And when you look at
My father was in a concentration camp. I have information from my mother and father who were in France when the Nazis came and the French did, take the children. The German Nazis didn't want the children. The Vichy government in France wanted
What did we do about Warsaw Uprising, Karen?
But don't tell me about
Warsaw uprising.
I lived with history books.
So what Hamas is doing is they're doing the same shit with what happened in Warsaw uprising.
But did
Right?
I
What happened in Warsaw?
in Warsaw during the war. You know what? I am a history book, and instead of using me and learning something from me, you're so paranoid about whatever you think.
So what do you,
Okay, I don't
so
even
let me
like
ask you this, let me ask you this, let me ask
And
you
you're
this.
using,
What do you,
you're using
let
Netanyahu as
me ask you this, listen, relax. Let me ask you this. What do you think about what the Nazis are doing to the kids inside of Gaza? Over 20,000 are killed. What do you think about that?
what?
What do you think about what the Nazis are doing to the children in Gaza?
You don't mean Nazis, you mean Israelis, right?
No. I mean Nazis. And this is a compliment, to be honest with you. But
I
how
don't
do
know
you
who you're. I don't know who you're talking about.
the IGF.
You're talking about the idea that's committing crimes, and they're similar.
If you want me to say there are bad people who are Jewish, yes, there are bad people of all ethnicities and religions.
So I never use the term Jewish. I use the term Zionist. You know, because Zionism.
Well, whatever you want.
They don't go hand in hand. You know. But so, what do you think about the IGF? And their actions? Yeah, IGF. Do you know what IGF is? I thought you were a historian and you know you're all.
You're saying G instead of one point.
Yeah, I'm using IGF.
It's IDF.
No, you're too old.
It's Israeli Genocide Forces. Israeli Genocide.
Yeah.
Okay,
Israeli
stop.
Genocidal Forces. Yeah.
Stop.
What do you mean?
All right.
Can I ask you a question? Since you know history, can I ask you a question, guys, quickly? Because she knows history really well. Can you tell us about Nakam?
The what?
Have you heard of Nakam? Nakam? After World War II, who they were?
The Nakba?
No, Nakam. Nakam. If you don't know Nakam, have you heard of Joseph Harbats?
No.
You don't know these. This is very prevalent in history. So let me give you.
I'm not great with names.
Okay, so have you heard about the parliamentary organization? About 50 Holocaust survivors that tried to seek revenge against the Germans, and they planned to poison the waterways to kill 6 million Germans.
You know.
You never heard of that?
You know.
And then they failed, and then they went to Plan B. Hold on, then they did Plan B. You know that this man was honored in Israel. Since you know your history, I was hoping you knew that history, but I guess
You won't let me respond.
you said you
I
didn't
don't know.
so I educated the group.
I come from a family of Holocaust survivors. Why they didn't guns? Finish my fucking sentence and I'll leave. Why they didn't go get guns and go kill every living Nazi that was still alive? I don't know.
Do you support that? Do you think that would have been a good thing in your opinion? I mean, I support it.
I understand if your whole family's been killed to be angry, yes.
So
But you know what? They didn't do that. The Jews did not go back.
They tried. I just told you.
We're not a violent bunch.
What do you mean you're not a violent?
Hold on. Give me a second.
We aren't.
I gave you 2 instances in the Nakam, which is huge. Then I gave you Joseph Harbats, where these are 2 groups that work to try to poison the water of 6 million Germans. Okay, to not just Nazis, it's Germans. Eye for an eye. I'll put the link on the chat. Maybe you can look it up yourself. Jewish history, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I can understand it. You can understand it. But then why don't you understand people in Gaza who for the last 76 years have been discriminated against, that have been killed, that have been literally been put in a box, have been allowed to move, go left, right, nowhere, where their homes have been stolen, their families have been killed. Why don't you understand when they decide to resist? Are they not allowed to, but you are allowed to. So your ancestors have every right to resist, but they don't.
Okay to do that.
No, but you did lie. You literally just lied.
No, I didn't.
You said you guys are not violent.
Okay, fuck you. This is
I'm actually addressing your claim. التاني بقى
اسمه
النكبة.
Wasn't a violent takeover.
So what is the
Why
Nakba?
don't you
What is
guys?
the Nakba? What is the Nakba?
It is the word that you use to describe. Okay, bye. Bye. You're rude.
Bye. Go on. Bye. I would do the same if I were in place.
This is they cannot handle the truth. The biggest fear they have is against the truth.
No,
It's not Hamas, it's not weapons, it's not rockets, it's nothing. It's the truth. It's a camera, bro. It's a phone.
In the beginning, she came, saying, and we heard her very clear. She was very clear. She said, I don't think that the Israelis are killing civilians intentionally.
Yes.
So she was like talking about the Israelis as she was not one of them. And then she started talking about herself being Jew, basically, I guess, yeah. You have because you hate Netanyahu, I think she's a fan of him, one of his, supporters, because she said, hey, you hate Netanyahu. But that doesn't game set.
She didn't even answer anything. Every question she was asked, she's like, what about Yemen? What about I'm a Holocaust? What about I'm a historian? I know this. And
yeah.
No, she pretended that she didn't know history, remember guys? I don't really know. And then she started dropping by. She played victim. She didn't want to answer questions, so she turned to the chat. She wanted to play the victim card and failed on it.
when she said the Nakba is a word that we created.
Turn up the chat, I want her to focus on the chat.
Bro, all the conversation on the chat was towards the psychopath.
I know, she's doing anything that she could to get out of the conversation because she's being quiet. And she expects people who have a Palestinian heritage free to play nice with her when she was denied the suffering of children right here in front of us.
She's lucky that I even unmute and tried to engage with her. She's full of shit, they're full of lies. You need to call it for what it is. You can't be nice with these fucking scumbags. Now Nakba all of a sudden is a word that we created to divide. What the fuck are you talking about?
That you said. She said that you used the Nakba, the word that you used.
What the fuck does that mean? He displaced over 750 Palestinians,
Yeah.
They destroyed over 500 towns and villages.
Then she
What the
said
fuck
they
are you
weren't
talking about?
starving. Then she said they weren't starving.
Yeah, they were not starving.
She was saying the women in Gaza are healthy and what the fuck? And by the way, just so that you guys know, those videos on the internet of people with weapons on those 8 trucks, these are tribes inside of Gaza that are protecting those trucks to make it to their locations. Has nothing to do with Hamas.
In every nation, there's going to be people who take advantage of situations, right? That doesn't mean it's all of Palestinians. This happens all the time, guys. Look at what happened during freaking COVID, where they were getting a whole bunch of, supplies, buying a bunch of them, and then trying to sell them in the black market. People did that in America.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it's not really supermarkets like she said.
And what I'm saying is there's going to be bad actors in every nation, but that's a small percentage. That's not the whole of Hamas.
Okay, if you claim that Hamas is the one stealing those 8 trucks, you literally bombed everything inside of Gaza. So when you see them stealing those 8 trucks, why the fuck do you not bomb them?
No,
you literally bombed everything in Gaza.
The UN already rejected that claim. They said that it's unlikely that Hamas is stealing anything from that food. And they confirmed that, in fact, the IUF is firing bullets at people seeking, humanitarian aid. And I think you've seen the former, the US it was a former colonel in the US Army. Yeah, and he said that the IDF, they were firing. The Israeli soldiers, they were firing at people. He's seen that, he's been there, close to them. He didn't say that child died from some,
random bullet. No, he said that the Israelis, they were firing at them. They killed that child.
They literally called the France, Macron, and Starmer anti-Semitics because they fucking criticized Israel. So what, are they also jihadists, Islamists? Like, are they all these terms that you use against us? No one cares about you on your fucking YouTube or your Instagram, bro. Shove both of them up your ass. You fucking pathetic piece of shit.
Our sympathy part has been declined.
No, they are losing all the narrative that like the values and taboo about oh my god, how dare you, it's anti-Semitic, oh my god, we are victims of the Holocaust. They are desperate. They like the woman, she was here, she played all the cards from the Holocaust to the chat, then and every time she tried to pull up a card.
It was declined.
They are losing it. They are losing everything.
I forgot to tell you guys, we have two aliens, three aliens. So one of them is actually Harry Bozak, but one of them is actually Julian. There, if you look at it, three of them in the bottom, and one of them is a recorder that streams it, and they don't have any life, and they come in here, they want to listen, record, do whatever you want to do, man. I don't mind. We're not even doing anything. We're just engaging in the conversation and relating to the facts.
No one cares about them. 6 million people shares the same opinion. No one cares. Go record and put it wherever you want.
Sorry, I'm normal. When the time is not right, I don't bring you up, okay? And I cannot get annoyed of you. You're annoying as hell. You think that you can come in here and dominate the room and do whatever. And the amount of shit that you say in the chat about the kids and whatnot is really disturbing. You're genocide mania, just like
Wallah, this guy's pathetic, man. For you guys are the filth of the earth. This is for your recording the number. You guys are the filth of this earth. You're the most disgusting, the most hated people on this earth. Let your YouTube fans and your fucking Instagram followers enjoy this. We see it. You even got kicked out of UAE, you filthy pigs. UAE kicked you out, you fucking disgusting scumbags. You were bragging about UAE. They kicked you out. Where will you go now? No one's gonna take you. Back in 1947, 1480, you were forced on Palestinians. Now nobody's gonna fucking take you.
Do you really know this coming back? Like, does he have like a name or do you know his name in real life?
That's his name, bro. He was fucking homeless. His wife took him in and she made him something. Like, he's still a fucking scumbag. But his wife took him in and his son is a he, she, they person, like, he's fucking mentally disturbed, this dude, bro.
Gosh.
it's funny, they're promoting my YouTube. They're calling me she or something, Hezbollah or something.
She has sleeping cell.
Really? That's
I
cool.
swear to God, bro, they have 0 views, 0 followers on YouTube.
Idiots.
Like, I don't know who he's posting for. He literally has 0 followers, 0 views.
It's the same guy, right?
Yeah. Sometimes you'll find 1 like and it's probably 1 view. It's probably him just watching the video. But other than that, nothing. Pathetic. These people are pathetic, bro. Hasbara, book failed. You guys can't lie anymore. You can't shut people down. The whole world sees it. And set it for what it is. You can't shut us down, you idiot.
Anybody want to come on up? You guys want to come on up? Hey, what's up, Marcus? Everybody else, I want to come on up. Let's see. Anyways, he wants to come up and surrender. I don't think he wants to come up and surrender. But it was interesting.
No, actually not packing my flip-flops. I'm using them.
It's interesting how she denied the starvation.
Here, I'll show you a picture of what I'm using my flip-flops for. Hold on 1 second. I hope it doesn't hurt your feelings though. Here, look at my flip-flops, normal. Refresh, look at my flip-flops. I have someone translate it for you. This PTR is based on a true story, by the way. See the flip-flops? Yeah, it is based on a true story, actually. You see it? Any comments about flip-flops?
That's a good one. You know, first time I saw your PTR, I was in a shock. I was like, that's a good picture.
It's actually based on a true story. It happened in Khan Yunis. Look at him, he's triggered. You forgot what flip-flops did to you.
What was the story about? Can you mind sharing?
It was in Khan Yunis, they went in, and one of their soldiers was injured, so one of the resistance fighters, they went after him and they shot him, and then they stepped on him.
And they took a picture.
Yeah, they recorded everything. It's all evidence.
You know that you can jump on the top of a tank with flip-flop.
Yeah, everything happens there with flip-flops.
Yeah, you can do that, and try make some Zionist barbecue, under the sunlight.
He thinks he insults us when he says flip-flops. You pathetic. If it wasn't for your wife, you're nothing right now.
No.
He's still nothing.
He's actually trying to show you that he has nothing against the flip-flops, and that he's not scared of flip-flops, But he gets some, actually gets some nightmares about flip-flops, The flip-flop guy, the guy with the flip-flop.
I'm sure my God will have mercy on me, Norma. The real question is, your God gonna have mercy on you? You broke his covenant. You're done, buddy. You're done. 3 more years. I won't pray for you.
Norma, I heard you had cancer. Is it true?
Is that true?
Let him come up. Let's see what he has to say today. Let me turn off the hand waving. There you go. Allow him to come up for a second. Let's see.
Come up, yeah, Jahash, come up. You're gonna have a heart attack on fucking Clubhouse. Come up. Come up. Let's hear you say it. Come up. Are you afraid from the recordings? You pathetic piece of shit. Come up here, say it. Don't worry, Norma, you're still being recorded, by the way.
This woman that records the common rooms, he even goes into the rooms that have the replays on. Can you believe it?
He's so stupid. He has like 30 poems just recording fucking Clubhouse spaces and listen to the conversations there. Oh my god.
He goes on Twitter as well. That's cool.
Well, good luck for him. We're very nice compared to what happens on Twitter. You want me to give something to the recording in normal about Lauren? So that everybody on YouTube and Instagram can hear it? Let me tell them something about Lauren and Juju. And 313. Should I do that? Yeah, good boy. Good boy and normal.
So you stop talking to him. Oh my gosh, bro. I can't anymore. Oh, he's depressing me, bro.
Now that I told him I can give something to the recordings, like YouTube, Instagram, like he said, he's adjusting the way he speaks. Good boy, man. Good boy. Don't make me give something to your fans, no.
So it does become depressing. Some people can't take the smoke. Some people can't tolerate the amount of genocide or shit that they say, right? And I tell people, you know, if it affects you, leave for a minute or two and then come back. Because I did lose a lot of people because of the conversation that goes on in the space because of these people who keep on denying genocide and not that.
We chased them into our Coriolis storm.
The crazy thing for me is
Nothing survives such a storm. They're dead.
I mean, the way that I look at people, like that lady.
So I
bet you she does. Like, I bet you could learn something from her. I bet you she is a library. I mean, you get all of the time. You learn stuff. You learn stuff from people. But it's just like, how can you not make that happen? You know what I mean? Like, how can you not see people suffering? And they like to twist things. It's like, it's not just food that's not getting into Gaza. You know what I mean? It's medical. I mean, these people aren't even drinking enough water. You know what I mean? And the whole thing. I don't think I've ever heard anybody. Maybe there's some people. I think we can all agree that whatever happened on October 7th atrocious. I mean, that's and she even agreed with that. That there's, you know, what's up with the government not doing proper research, not being diligent about it.
No, I do not. Dragons are where our piracy bends. Once you're around when those things start spitting fire and keep on it. Might as well jump back in there with me.
I'd be pissed. If that's my dog. I am pissed too. It's like, I said this before, but it's one thing to be heartless towards other people, I guess. But if you don't see that you're going to tear your own society apart, you're going to tear your own people apart. I mean, look at your soldiers and shit that have to fight in this. You don't feel anything for them, that they might be affected by this. Seeing people starve, seeing people die, seeing their friends
what
He refused to give me their names, but the ranks of 9 lieutenants, 5 captains, 3 majors, and 1 pretty fat colonel told me a cheeky fellow. This is not the conduct of a gentleman. The conduct of your officers is the measure of a gentleman. I'll take that as a compliment.
There's been happening for Palestinians over years there. And in Gaza, it's not just people under siege.
I still think it's imperative to push north for support.
One of our captured officers, my lord. Like when you hear that we are not allowed to stuff that has nothing to do with any resistance or militia or military activity, like like marriage dresses, chocolate, parsley, why would you do that unless you are intentionally trying to make these people suffer more and more and more, and just turn their life into pure shit, pure suffering, and enjoy seeing that, and their bargain with desperate Gazans trying to get some living inside occupied land. Hey, we're not going to go unless you and provide some intelligence from inside. Like all these years, nothing was happening. And once the financial reaction happened, of course, like, yeah, oh my God, how dare they? How can they do that? Oh my God, we are like us. We hate you. We hate you. Because
How old are you? How old are you? How 25? How old are you? Oh, really? Really? You're 25? How do we know that? How do we know that? How do we know that?
Any ambitions about life.
How do we know that?
They are probably one of the most educated areas in the Arab world. And a lot of them are way higher educated than most Zionists there, most Israelis. And yet, they can't have dreams. They can't have realistic ambitions. Most of them will end up, either fishing or, working somewhere in Gaza for an insignificant amount of money to make some living. If they are unable to perceive or to understand normal human feelings, then you idiots at least learn from history. Learn how oppressed people, they always end up revolting. And when they do that, it's always bad. It's always nasty.
Brother, Israel bombs homes and they blame Hamas. Yeah, they bomb schools.
They bomb hospitals
and they blame tunnels. They bomb hospitals and they say that Hamas was hiding under the hospital.
Yeah.
They murder the babies and then they blame the crib. They're serial killers, buddy. These people are fucking serial killers.
No, and it's
and the Western countries keep giving them money, giving them weapons, supporting them. They're serial killers.
When Iranians they targeted that hospital, in I think it's close to Saba. Yeah. When they targeted the hospital, they said, oh gosh, how did it? Like even the Europeans they couldn't condemn Iran. Like seriously, people, like you've been targeting 13 hospitals in Gaza, and now you are crying rivers over one hospital that treats your soldiers.
we feel outraged about it, this must be how they feel too. They don't have any empathy. But I don't know, have you guys seen that Bill Burr skit? I don't know what I'm talking about.
So they bomb hospitals all because they're afraid. This is why they ban international investigators and journalists from entering into Misr. Everything that could be a witness in all the crimes they committed inside of Gaza has been bombed and destroyed. They bombed courts, they bombed hospitals, they killed journalists. Everything that at some point after Palestine is free and Gaza is free can stand up against them as witness have been eliminated. Send in investigators that then go in and show the world what's happening. They don't do that because it's the truth. These people are cowards. The only thing that scares them is the truth. Nothing else scares these people. You see how they react when you spit facts and you tell them what's happening. You see, they panic. They go in panic mode. They can't handle it.
They didn't even want people to film Gaza from the sky. From this plane is like throwing the humanitarian aid. They asked them to do not film anything. But some journalists from European channels, they filmed photo videos trying to show even if not an accurate picture of Gaza from the sky, but it was obvious how people they were watching this picture I've seen. I don't know, I think it was published by Al Jazeera. And it shows such a dark spot, a linear one. It's all of them are people surrounded by sand from everywhere, and it's they are so concentrated there, and there are hundreds of them, if not thousands. They also even he asked him a lot of times why don't you just allow journalists to get to Gaza? And he knows he answered them later, because you don't want the world to see whatever has happened there. Over 200 journalists killed. That cannot be a coincidence. That cannot be a series of accidents. There are over 200. Today, target birds, a car, carrying 4 European humanitarian aid workers. It's a car. And it was a precision strike. And then the other one came here, yesterday, the Israelis are not intentionally killing civilians.
Black Rabbit, come up on stage. Let's hear you. Instead of typing in the chat. Come up, Black Rabbit. This guy is pathetic, right?
You guys heard Nathan when he said to me, he said we want, you don't have to send anybody, they can all come up, just a meeting, turn off the hand raising. If a normal comes in and starts to become annoying, I'll turn off the hand raising and go down because he's annoying, a piece of shit. You can't just stay in this place. And by the way, normal, you said you don't allow people speaking bad about religion. I heard, from a friend of mine, he was in one of the rooms last week, and they were bashing on Islam. You were
churches they were protesting against that. Their humanitarian behavior. The guy said, well, it's a Jewish tradition to spit on Christian nuns. Oh my God. It's so honorable. It's just a Jewish tradition. Just respect it.
They don't understand that people with dignity, they don't surrender. They are very accustomed to the idea of being crypto when the tide is high, acting like Muslims, acting like Christians, to fit in, to spare life. But we don't do that shit, Black Robot. I'm sorry, we don't do it. Because life is just a freaking bridge.
See,
are a sickness on that holy man.
Just
You are grace. You are grace for that holy land. You've been kicked.
just hear yourself and never do.
I don't want to hear bullshit.
Okay, so just listen to yourself. Listen to yourself.
My God, because you violated. Because you violated the condition of the Torah. You violated the condition of the Torah. Don't
suspect his statements were very politically motivated.
Such an asshole, like Rabbi, Mordecai, Sharif Hassan, whatever the fuck.
I'm a good person.
I wish you were a good person. You're demanding.
I haven't met one pro-Israeli on this app that admits that Israel has anything to do with starving people.
Yeah, bro.
No electricity, no water. No electricity, no water. Yeah, that's no food.
My cat
No
is
electricity.
67.
The shape, let me just say this. So I received a message from an old friend of mine on this app, right? They don't know, these islands don't know him, right? He comes on and off like once in a blue moon. He was on here. We went into their space, I think it was today or yesterday. They did the little voting thing that you can do up there. They had a link up. It said, is the starvation is a bullshit or this and that? It's a fake, it's made up. And do you know majority of the Zions, they voted for fucking it's bullshit. Nobody's starving in Gaza. And that was, I can give you guys a name. One of them, another one, PB, another one, Alpha, that son of a bitch, some fucking piece of shit. And then another one was the Harry Balzac, right? The son of a bitch. I think he lives in Texas or somewhere. And who else? Daniel. And Daniel, right? And that friend of mine sent me
dissolve the Palestinian bodies. That's your winning. That's how you think you're winning.
Let's be clear. So the Palestinians that I live adjacent to are the ones who educated me about their challenges living as Palestinians in Israel. Not the Israelis, not Hezbollah, not anybody else. I was in a religious Jewish institution that had nothing to do with anything Zionist or anything to do with Zionism. These are Haredi. That's where I was at. I was in a Haredi neighborhood in Area 2 in Jerusalem. And my point is saying the Palestinian kids, the young kids in college educated me how Hamas, the PLO, Fatah, all these organizations do not represent them. These leaders are corrupt. They're profiting off of their
corrupt. It's benefiting.
We're talking about a young black kid. We're talking about a young black kid from America.
Leaders. Go check your.
We're talking about a young black kid from America who came to Israel and found out what's going on.
For the most part, all this year, they asking for the freaking government to fuck off. In the freaking war. That's what they've been saying for the last year. Right?
All I'm saying is I'm a young black kid from America who came to Israel and found out what happened from the Palestinians. Okay? I have Palestinian relatives. Okay?
Really?
Yes. My mom's brother married a Palestinian woman. I have Palestinian, half black, half Palestinian cousins, and I have their cousins, also my cousins as well. So I'm invested in the success of the Palestinians, and because of that,
How do you see their success?
I'm going to. First of all, the Palestinians who live in proper Israel are very successful.
Very successful.
Every hospital,
freaking drug infested. Look around. Police brutality in their neighborhood. You liar. You are liar. I cannot believe how much you can digest the amount of lies that is spewing over here.
I'm talking about the Palestinians.
The Palestinians in the 48. Yes. Those are ghettoized. They are not allowed to go to certain places. Police brutality rampant. Freaking crime scene is abundant because of the way that
Philistines, and Philistine was a land there. They were, they were a Semitic people living on that land from the ages of Canaan. And they had, they had a land that runs from the east, from the southern coast of occupied Palestine now until the Negev desert.
They keep lying.
Why you guys have to jump in?
Because you're not making a fault.
You cannot yo, as it is 3 or 4 people. Fine, okay, I did do that. I'll land my plane in 20 seconds. I'll land my plane in 20 seconds. I'll land my plane in 20 seconds. So the point is like this again. The bottom line is saying that there's a whole construct of predicament, situations, and whatever. And so there's narratives that are being expressed in the United States that are playing on certain empathetic experiences that American history has had, right? And so we look at it as these people. Now there is an occupation in the West Bank.
saw these people as a threat. That was, after the Arab revolt, right? They decided not to give these people a state, and that's why they approached Hitler to get rid, of the British mandate. And Hitler said, "No, I'm not going to help you." So, the UN partition plan. Yeah, Ilan Pape wrote it in his Israeli historian, and Benny Morris said it as well. Ethnic cleansing did happen in 1947. And 48. Yeah, Avi Shalem as well. That's another historian. The UN report says it as well that they went from one village to another to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians and forced them out and did a whole bunch of and raping their little girls and whatever. They called it Israel, and after they called it Israel in 48, they went to war. The Arab side of army, they weren't prepared. They didn't even have the proper uniform, and some of these people were resisting. And after they won the so-called war, right in late 1948, you had the UN mediator coming around to mediate the situation between the Jews and the Arabs, and he wanted to mediate the situation, but it turned out, he wrote a bunch of reports, whatever. He was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by the Jewish militia again. So it was done by force. In 1947, you know who was on the UN partition plan? One of the countries was U.S. The U.S. president was Harry S. Truman. He received letter bombs, 1 million postcards, and there was a lot of pressure if you read up on it. And the daughter, she wrote it in her book that received letter bombs. These were the same letter bombs that the Stern gang, the Jewish militia gang, sent into the British Mandate leader in Palestine. And that's how the U.S. was the first country to recognize the fucking disgusting Zionist entity called Israel. Anybody want to come up? I'll send you an invite. I think we have Pajman, idiot.
Amir, what goes take it easy, man. Take it easy.
What's up? So good.
What goes wrong with this conversation is we can't have a one-on-one intellectual ISO. And that's the problem. So when everyone has a point,
argument against him because he's one of those guys that doesn't believe this the way this was created. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of these people around. They're just fucking confused. And he said just because now we have a state, that this is why we have somebody in the government. You know, because we want to make sure that the rules of the law is applied by the halakha, right? So that's what it is. It's nothing to do with. He doesn't agree with the state the way the state was created. He's not supposed to have a state. You see what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is these people.
But by his own definition, once he defined the country, which is why I allowed him to do so, then he already, in his definition of a country, Palestine's already classified as a country. He said land, leadership, and people. Well, they already had all those things before 1948. That was my point. And then he said they had no indigenous right. That actually, it's the Israelis that have no indigenous right. He said
He loves me back, brother. He has no self-respect. He keeps coming back. He's just a punching bag, man. He doesn't have a problem. Don't worry. When he comes in, I'll ping you in, and he could have a one-on-one conversation with him. But you know, the conversation doesn't go anywhere. He comes back the next day, he starts the same shit again. And he's been doing it for the past. I try to give him like the benefit of the doubt. He's from Los Angeles. I told him come back to Los Angeles. I'll pick you up, take you to the Arabic restaurant. You can eat whatever the fuck you want to eat, and I'll drop you off back home. The only condition I have, you can't go back to fucking Israel. You know, because you live on stolen land. This guy goes, no, it's my land, it's this, blah, blah, and doesn't even have his Israeli passport. But he's gonna be back. He always comes back, and he gets abused, and people curse it out. He still keeps coming back. And if you watch the clip in the chat, he believes 1 year of Gaza. Everybody in Gaza is a terrorist, including animals, including trees, everything. Newborn, everybody's a terrorist. And he doesn't believe that the Gaza is part of the West Bank. Gaza is Gaza, West Bank is Judean scenario.
Also, Nubian, all of the points that you brought up, like it's not just me, but other people have brought up the same points with me, and we've debated him on every single one of these topics. This guy's just a dumbass who goes ahead and just parrots the same shit he hears probably, I don't know, from some guy whispering it into his ears while he's getting like, whiplash, like the masochist he is, right? So again, to all of your points, we walk
probably.
Candy, chips. This Eminem's open 24/7.
No, but I'm not going in there right now. I want to go out of the house though. Yeah, I wanted to my friends to chill. And that's one place where I think you can confidently go and you will find designers.
Have you been to Budokan area?
Isn't that in NorCal?
No. It's in SoCal, but you have to drive about 30 miles and come back from your place.
Oh.
I would say it's about 30 miles.
No, I never considered it, but I'll go. I know that there's a Budokan in NorCal. I know there's a Budokan in like, I think it's San Francisco. I don't know.
Yeah. It's about 30 miles. They opened it about, I think, a few years ago. It's pretty good. It's barbecue. Everything's barbecued, and then you got the naan and whatnot. You get all the good stuff, and it actually fills you up. I mean, even the prices are not bad. They're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll probably go with my friends or something.
Yeah, check it out. Butterfree comes back in town.
Oh my god, stop.
Yeah, just kidding. Oh my god.
He's so weird. He doesn't come up when I'm on here.
Told you to wave. Click on talk live.
No. Such a flirt. Who knows how many other girls he's talking to?
Maybe you should engage with them first.
No, I'm okay. If he wants to talk to other girls, he can talk to
US documents and whatnot, and he did his time, right? And now he's back. He's back out.
Just feel like we all need to do some hip thrusts, man, and this world be a better place. I'm serious. Working your core, eat good food, too much hostility. I just want us to all coexist together and see
Oh, here's this. Trump's aides. My people are starting to hate Israel. As he warned prominent Jewish donors, the U.S. President Donald Trump recently warned Jewish campaign members that his MAGA base was beginning to turn on Israel. The Financial Times reports. My people are starting to hate Israel. Trump is quoted as having told the unnamed donor recently, citing the Middle East expert. That's interesting. Also a name with contact inside the Trump administration. The report describes the donor as prominent. Uh, but yeah, this is coming directly from Times of Israel that's reporting on this. But they don't say anything. I'm surprised they're not giving names here.
Yeah, I think it might just be a report copied from another news article. That's what they've been doing. They copy stuff from other articles, right? And then they'll post it in Times of Israel, and they'll be like, "Yeah, this was reported from this article or that article." I'll give you an example. So there was one article that relates to how they were, targeting 20 or 50 civilians, right? Per suspected Hamas. Now it was even though it was the IDF commander's testimony, he confirmed it. It was reported in New York Times, and Times of Israel picked up that news, and they wrote it in their article. According to New York Times, it was confirmed by the IDF. You see what I'm saying? So they copied and pasted.
That's interesting.
So they do that sometimes, and I kind of like the Times of Israel sometimes. It's good. It helps our narrative. The truth. And sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's bullshit. You have to check the other sources to make sure where's the truth, where's the lie.
No, but Haaretz has been more like consistent on its was reporting.
Yeah. Haaretz, one thing I like about that is they actually call it bullshit a bullshit, and there's how they keep this one Zionist narrative they always bring up. This is the talking point for the West Bank. Then how come you have Mahmoud Abbas, they have a murder fund, people that die. Why do they have this account? Why do they have this fund? Right? They always bring up this bullshit. And it was posted in the Haaretz that it's murders on both sides. The idea from the other side, they call it murders as well, even if there's fucking war criminals. And there's murders on the other side as well. And the Haaretz publisher, he goes, "I'm fed up with the murders on both sides." And one of the publishers even was mocking the dead IDF soldiers, and they even tried to charge it down. He's ready to go try to go after him. Oh my god. I read this report, I think last week. Haaretz is a pretty good newspaper.
Yeah, I'm surprised they are though, because I've been a fan of a lot of the things he's been writing so far and the impartiality of it. I was not expecting it.
Yep. Jendib, I got a question for you. Are you there, Jendib?
Yeah, I'm here listening.
You know how they divided the Palestinians, right? Like some live inside Israel, some live in West Bank, some live in Gaza. So what do you think about some that live inside some of the villages in the West Bank that have Israeli passport, and some live inside Israel? They think a little bit differently, right? Because they have the privilege to go across the checkpoints without getting checked and whatever. And
There are very, very, very few people who live in the West Bank who Israeli
47 and 48. One second. I think he's still not back. What was going on?
Sorry, what was that again?
What's going on?
I got a whole lot. Who's this talking? I don't know who you are. basically the joke amongst Palestinians, like those Zionists came and took over a fully furnished house, a fully furnished house. They just moved into it and they destroyed the whole people. And they lied to the world and they continued. We were attacked by the Arab, many Arab armies. We didn't do anything wrong. We're Jews. We don't do anything wrong. They only stole a whole fucking country and they're still robbing more places. And they're still robbing other places. They're robbing America blind as we speak. Anyway, this is I can go on forever talking about this Zionist enterprise. The Zionist enterprise, it's a criminal enterprise. I view Israel as a danger to world peace, to the region, to America. Once it's gone, I think the world will be a much better, safer place.
I think so as well. It's just that in the Middle East, it's creating problems and then giving weapons to African countries as well, and non-African countries to kill each other. And it's just like it's getting in the way, and it's even to Americans, it has become a liability. And it's the type of liability where, these people, the Zionists, some of them, they come in here like a normal or a bunch of these psychopaths. They think that this is America can never part ways. And at one point, I think, how much longer would America have to, tolerate, and then they would have to part ways? I think it might take maybe a few years, maybe 3, 4 more years, and then slowly we'll see some, some politicians maybe lead the Congress.
I see you Americans are waking up to the whole idea of the danger of Zionism on their country. I mean, I've seen well-known people who start to realize that this is like some fucked up stuff that we're dealing with, and Israel is a huge liability to the West and to America. But I'm not sure if the Europeans and the Americans would like all those people who live in Israel to come to their shores. Because remember, the Europeans wanted to get rid of them, one way or another, and they established this whole thing in the region, and to do the bidding of the West and the colonial powers.
But if they come in here, let's say if they come to America, right? There's this problem, this disease, this Zionist. If these people come here, you don't think that that people in America, they have way more weapons than the U.S. military. They will be taught a lesson. If they get out of the fucking line, they'll be taught a lesson. Like Texas has an open carry law. Arizona has one. Vegas, a whole bunch of states, right? People carry weapons here, right? They don't play. They don't fuck around. So what I'm saying is they could come here and try to fuck around with these people that live in the house. I mean, they'll get shot at in the head.
I mean, I understand that, Proctor. I don't think Zionists operate this way. They operate in America in a way in which they will rob you legally. They'll rob you legally and they'll kosher any pig when it comes to robbing the treasury of the country. But I see also, again, like I said, I see many Americans are waking up and starting to see right through
support of Palestinians. But I hope you know he take.
Yeah, just watch what they do to him. I mean, I am pretty sure they're ganging up on him. Many, even his own party is probably ganging up on him in many different ways. And even if he wins elections and he becomes the mayor of, of the city of New York, they would make his life so fucking miserable and difficult that then he will be, he'll be an anti-Semite. They'll probably say, oh, he's a terrorist. He's a typical American, New York American person. I'm sure if you follow the propaganda machine that they start churning out if they don't want someone to win or to be elected. I'm not sure he's going to be elected, and even if he does, his term will be short and his life will be really miserable. But I hope he does win. But that's a good indication that things are shifting in America somewhat. I think people in America are stop buying into this bullshit that they've been super with this Hasbara stuff. I think that a lot of people in America are starting to see right through it. They watch this stuff unfolding live on their phones. They're seeing murdering kids, burning them alive, starving them to death. And you want to call yourself a democracy, a democratic country with values. What fucking values do you have? I see what we do. I see the dailies. I've seen kill people, kill innocent children. And if confront it like, no, we didn't do it, we don't do it. It's just big. It's just a fucking, they just keep lying to the world. And but I do hope that this guy in New York wins the mayorship. But that's an indication, to me, it's an indication that things are shifting a bit in America. But I also am watching how the propaganda machine that they are, running to badmouth him and make him look bad, and he'd be accused of being, an anti-Semite, and they'll be accused of all kinds of stuff. And you understand in America, if you stand up to them, they will go after you in a massive way. They'll destroy you. They'll dox you. They'll say all kinds of stuff. I've noticed that they've been firing college professors, people who are academics, at Ivy League universities. I've seen them go after students who are politically active. So
You know what that guy recording in the audience is calling me on YouTube? He's saying I'm a Shia sleeper cell. That's what a sleeper cell.
I don't know what
He's
that is.
just streaming.
I don't know what that is, but yeah, those are the
He's streaming my fucking room to YouTube. Such an asshole. But you're right, there's a lot of people getting doxxed and canceled and whatnot. And it's still ongoing. I don't know, man. At what point it's gonna have to stop? And I don't know. It's gonna take some pressure, and it's just a matter of time. But I can't believe, just live in Australia. It's raining. These people have umbrellas, and they're still protesting. 300,000 people showed up at the protest. That was amazing, man. These people.
Yeah, I'm looking. I was just reading something. I saw this. Assange is at the front of the demonstration. There are 300,000 people. Is a huge demonstration in Australia. So the world is becoming more and more aware of the atrocities this country has been committing over the last 75 years. I mean, we literally are looking at people who are starving to death
ceasefire does happen, even in spite of the ceasefire happening or not happening, they would still be killing people, but the amount of killing might be a little bit less versus right now.
Israel's killing machine never stopped. It never stopped. It's an ongoing process. It's done on a daily basis, whether in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank. They've been doing it for the last 75 years. It never stopped.
So I'm thinking that maybe, there could be more 7th of October attacks, right? Maybe a couple more. And I think that would be the end of Zionism.
I hope not. I mean, I don't want to see innocent people being killed. I don't want to see.
No, not innocent people. I'm just saying it would be because they're supposed to have the best of the best technology at the border, right? And suddenly this happens. This ends up happening where, people are able to get in there and do what they did on 7th of October, right? I'm not saying it was correct and whatever, I condemn some of the actions, but I don't want, this thing happening, if this happens again or again, the amount of outrage from the world on the world stage, Israel, I think their credibility is gone down the toilet, and it's basically a genocidal state, and everybody's kicking them out. Yesterday, I was watching this clip. I think they kicked out a whole bunch of girls. They were being racist towards the hotel. They kicked them out. They like get lost. They kicked another Israeli out of a restaurant as well. That was being disrespectful to the cashier. And everybody came through. Everybody, even the customers, like, get lost, get the fuck out of here, Israeli, son of a bitch, this and that. And even at that restaurant, I think the guy started speaking in Hebrew, and I think they asked him, "What language do you speak? What is this language?" The guy didn't want to say it. He's like Hebrew. He's like, "Get the fuck up, pack up your shit, get lost." You know. And I think it's a good thing. We need this thing to happen, and these people are a threat to the society. Anywhere they go, it's disgusting, disturbing. Everyone has the right to refuse service to any of these people that have done this kind of crazy shit. That's disgusting.
Amir, did you see the video I sent you where they go, "Oh shit, you're German"?
Yeah, I did. That was funny, man. They have the German machinery. He's there with shit. But I wonder if they drive BMW and Mercedes inside Israel. Do they?
Yeah, Amir, I had Jewish roommates when I
say the evidence does not stand up to scrutiny. UN Commission of Inquiry said last year that it had not been able to independently verify allegations of rape because of obstruction by the Israeli authorities, and the main Israeli prosecutor on the case has said in the end we don't have any complainants. Line number 5, there is a Hamas command and control center under Al-Shifa Hospital. They will plant this video showing what looks like a bomb-filled lair under Al-Shifa, but it's been nearly 2 years and we've still seen no evidence whatsoever that mass structure under Al-Shifa. But we have seen evidence there of mass graves filled with Palestinian corpses. Line number 6, the Rantisi Hospital was used to hide Israeli hostages, and we know this because here, unveiled by the Israeli military spokesman on camera, is a schedule used by the Hamas kidnappers, the Hamas guards, in the basement of the hospital, except it wasn't a guard schedule. It didn't have any names on it. It was just a calendar with the days
free speech and speak about our language when I see such incredible destruction of an entire people taking place? Are we to watch children starving, women dehydrated who try to feed their children? So something must happen. Something must. I am personally in favor of the Secretary General of the United Nations and using the procedures that are there in the Charter of the United Nations to use a Chapter 7, procedure, by which I mean, in fact, actually, that whether or not the Security Council agrees, and even if there's a blockage, the right exists for the Secretary General to seek to put together an international defense of a corridor. There are 6,000 trucks with enough food for 3 months, and it has been blocked, and it is outrageous.
But here it is, we heard the Irish president calls for potential military action in Gaza. He wants the UN to invoke Chapter 7, which allows an international force to defend air corridors. Defend aid corridors. Yeah.
I mean, why that's not already happening?
The America comes down.
Let's say, I'm just saying, Amir, like if you're omnipotent, right, you can figure out the answer to everything. The reason there's not a corridor right now is the reason that there may never be a corridor. See, a lot of things that I'm hearing, and by the way, I give them credit for standing up. I'm sure they're getting a lot of heat just by saying that. But a lot of this, of what I see going on, whether it be, this president, that president, or UK, France, Canada saying, oh, in September we're going to recognize the Palestinian state in the General Assembly. Why you gotta wait till September? Just do it right now. And it's conditional too. If the humanitarian, crisis continues, if there's starvation, why not just accept it? Just like most of the world accepts Palestine as a state. Why do you have to wait? It just seems like everyone knows what direction this is going. That a lot of people are gonna die. And they're kind of doing we're gonna make a statement so that we don't look like the bad guys in the history books. That's what it seems like.
Yep. That's where we're at right now, and let me see. Alright, let's listen to Andy Martin, right? She's a journalist, it's not one minute long. And let's see what she said, it's good to listen to. Sometimes it's clip and shared with the rest of the people there in the room. That way, maybe bring awareness.
People in Gaza need to know that it's the beginning of the end of the Zionist state. The Zionist state will not survive. To stay in the same place
as an American. What the fuck are you doing speaking as a fucking Israeli? You're not an Israeli.
One of the problems, what you're talking for is
Keeping an eye on terrorists. Who's a terrorist? I think you're the biggest terrorist, Daniel. Zionism equals Nazis nowadays, you know? So, Black Rabbi, are you a Zionist? Are you a Zionist? Do you support Israel? Okay, so that makes you a Zionist, and Zionist equals Nazis. You're a Nazi.
so if you support Israel, you're a Nazi.
Yep, you're a Nazi. You know why? Because Israel is a genocidal state. It's just like supporting Nazi, what Nazi did to the people that weren't Aryan race, right? And that's what's happening right now. The Palestinians are not the Zionists, right? They don't look like them. They don't eat the same food or whatever. They want to ethnically cleanse them, even according to Boogie Alon. You know, Moshe Alon. He was a defense minister in 2016 under the Likud party. You know what he said? He said that Netanyahu was ethnically cleansing Gaza. And he said IDF is not the most small army in the world, and he was a government official. So should I listen to him or should I listen to your bullshit? Which one holds more weight? That guy that actually served in the military, that was part of the defense, he was a defense minister, versus listening to you that that doesn't even have Israeli passport.
Yeah, you're right.
So he has more. His opinion holds more value, correct?
My position.
And Smotrich came out and said it's not about the hostage anymore. Smotrich said it's not about the hostage.
Yeah, but Smotrich's finance minister, right? So he doesn't.
Is he a government official?
But he doesn't make any military decisions.
It doesn't matter. Is he a government official?
Why does it matter if he makes?
Hold on. Kant's minister came out. 22 the ministers out of the Knesset out of 34. They wanted to go and do a tour in northern Gaza. How they're going to build settlements and whatnot. And it was approved by Kant's defense minister, right? So is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? Is it a wrong thing or is it a right thing to approve, plan where you have flattened Gaza and people are living in tents?
No.
Because they want to build settlements in the future. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, the thing I'm saying here that has man and there's the Muslim man
once exists around there, they own the land. All right. And the next thing is that according to Islam, they have the right to defend. Okay. So what they're doing is they're defending. Hamas is going after all of these characters that you have said. And you know, do you know what they're doing? Yeah, yeah. Women, children, it's you know.
You just said they're combatants.
I didn't say combatants.
Yeah, you did.
I said
they have the right
no,
to
I
defend.
didn't. No, they have the right to defend according to international law. I didn't say combatants. Just stop putting words in my mouth.
Amir, I didn't hear combatants. You said the right to defend.
I didn't say they have the right to defend. That's it. I didn't say combatants.
Okay. So if they have a right to defend, they are combatants at that point.
No, I didn't call them combatants. The kids, hold on. The kids, the women, they're not combatants. The IDF is the one that's butchering and slaughtering and murdering these the kids and women and elderly men, doctors, and a whole bunch of people.
Yes. So why do you want them to do that?
Why do I want them? I just told you.
No. You said to me they have the right to defend themselves. Okay, so that means anyone who defends themselves is fighting and they're at war. So are
they're not at war. They're not at war. According to the international law, if you occupy their land, they have the right to resist. They're resisting.
Okay, that's fine.
This is international. I'm talking about international law. It's not combatant. It's the right to resist. Yeah. You want them to bend over and get raped and fucked in the ass, but they don't want to do that. They want to resist. It's called resisting.
Amir, what Black Power wants is for you to make an argument for the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. That's what he's really trying to do. I can't fucking believe.
This guy is psychopath, man. He believes everything is a terrorist inside Gaza. Let me put that clip in the chat again. You're just a fucker, man. Here, listen to your fucking clip, bitch. Don't listen to it. You believe everybody, because you're putting words in my mouth that I didn't say.
You just said they have a right to resist.
raining, so many umbrellas, the whole bridge is covered with a pro-Pali. Have you ever seen a pro-Israeli protest like that? 300,000 coming
To
down.
be honest with you, I thought it was 90,000. I saw the bad weather.
Brother, we had Leila here from Australia. She said it. I actually looked up about 4 different tweets on Twitter. It's about 300,000, brother.
Yeah, but they have bigger protests for Black Lives Matter.
No, we're not talking about Black Lives. We're talking about.
Well,
Have you ever seen? I'm talking about pro-Israel. Rabbi, focus on the point. Focus on the point. Have you seen a protest?
No.
A whole bridge in Sydney
No.
covered with people, and people look like cockroaches, like from top above. Like this is the amount of like there's so many of them. It's like so many of them. Like so many. Isn't that cool?
And how did that help the people?
So it helps. It puts pressures, and it shows that Australia stands with Palestinians. It doesn't stand with fucking Israel.
You're surrendering. That's how it's helping Palestinians. You're surrendering.
Oh, they're about to level Gaza. They're going to do
No, they're not.
like
No,
everything.
they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. They're not. Because you're about to kill your hostages.
Yes. They're gonna.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're leveling it. I'm not kidding you.
But to be honest with you, I do support it. If it is for you to kill your own hostages, I do support it 100%. I actually want you to do it. I'm not gonna lie. I
They're
want
not hostages.
I do want you to kill your own hostages. The third hostages, the prisoners.
They're prisoners. You're laughing, but it's looking really bad there. Really bad.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Also your end is gonna be really bad.
I'm saying it's gonna be really bad.
Brother, it's either us or it's us. You guys are not gonna go out of it with a win. You're not going out with a win. I promise you, you're not. I promise you, you're
The
not.
Muslims turned their back.
I don't care. Don't bring the Muslim. Don't play the Muslim card.
They turned their backs.
Buddy, we're
The whole
Palestinians.
region.
We're Palestinians, buddy.
The
We're
whole
Muslims
region.
and Christians. You guys are not gonna win this.
The Muslims in the region turned their backs on Palestine.
They didn't turn the backs. They didn't turn the backs. Hold on. Saudi Arabia came out and he said that all countries should, recognize the Palestinian state.
Exactly.
And hold on. At the same time, they passed a non-binary resolution in the Knesset because they got scared. They got so scared, they started, shitting in their pants that how the fuck these countries are going to recognize the Palestinian state. And guess what? They try to, they gave up annexation time for the West Bank, but it's a non-binary. And then the U.S. came out. The U.S. got shit scared as well. The U.S. gave tariffs warning to Canada, saying that if if the PA does anything related to, becoming a state, doing whatever, we're gonna put sanctions, and what was it? And we're gonna take away the funding and whatnot from the PA. So you gotta.
All that is smoke and mirrors. Israel's already agreed.
Israel's politics. You know nothing about
was good, right? It was popping. You liked it?
Now, Black Rabbi, did you like Boom Boom Tel Aviv more or the Israeli national anthem? Did you like? Now, which one did you like?
Which one did you like? The Boom Boom Tel Aviv or this one?
Yeah, come on. Tell us. Unkosher piece of bacon to your head. Which one would you choose?
I think you like Boom Boom Tel Aviv more. It's okay, Black. It's a good beat, man. You can't deny it.
That was good.
Hey, guys.
Shuki.
Guys, hold on. All jokes aside, do you guys think there's a Jewish man in America pretending to be black? Like basically like the equivalent of Black Rabbi, but in America.
Asking maybe they could have it at some point.
Like just like some little Jewish guy, Israeli guy in LA, like rapping and pretending he's black, you know, like really diehard wants to be.
Rabbit, you're famous. Can you tell us if that exists? You know anybody there that is pretending to be you and you're pretending to be them? Exchange identities or anything like that?
Yeah.
First of all, I'm everywhere.
Which one did you like? Can you tell us the song? Did you like the Boom Boom Tel Aviv or this other one?
Nothing but it. Think that only black people, African Americans.
Can you please be honest about the song? We're talking about the song. Which one?
Only African Americans know how to rap.
Yeah.
So this rap was not good? Was it good?
No, it was like white people rapping.
No.
What is that? Like, you think that you can play the Compton?
Okay, hold on. Black Rabbi, throw some bars out for us. Let's see how you
First of all, I'm a visionary genius. Okay.
Kosher bars. Throw us some kosher bars.
Are you a stable genius?
I'm a visionary genius. Okay? So I give you better ways of handling your life.
Can you rap for us though? You don't rap, okay. Now, if there was a white Israeli man in LA culturally appropriating black people and pretending he was black, what would you think about that? Black Rabbi, are you working at like the Amazon Prime Center in Tel Aviv or what, bro? What's all that background noise we hear?
On my balcony, enjoying the beautiful sun, Jerusalem.
Are you sure you're not loading up headphones for Amazon Prime delivery, 2-day delivery?
Well, anyways,
Boom Boom Tel Aviv. Okay, then just answer Boom Boom Tel Aviv or.
How do you think we're being defeated?
This feels like the Roadrunner cartoon, you know, when he gets run over by a truck. He's got like I just imagine tire marks on Black Rabbi.
I just based a Jewish guy. He was such a very cheap.
Oh, that's Sacha Baron Cohen, though. He's actually Jew. Yo, check it. I was here with none other than my main man, Black Rabbi.
the thing is like this. No, I have to say it over and over again. I am defending the Palestinian people.
We don't need you. We're doing a good job for ourselves. We don't need you.
We got a Jewish actor. Hold on. We got a. No, Black Rabbi. We have a Jewish actor. Would you mind listening? It's only 30 seconds. Would you mind listening to the Jewish actor? And just listen to him for 30 seconds and see what he says, right? Just listen to him. Just give it a second. Shuki, it just takes a second for Shuki to run it.
What's the production?
Hang on.
Yeah, it's more expensive than your production.
he stand on the Palestinian, listen to it, it's 25 seconds long.
Is he an Orthodox rabbi?
Yes, he's got a big beard.
No.
Got a hat. Yes, he is.
Amir,
He's a.
I actually have breaking news from God's son. It'll take about 30 seconds, man. Please play it.
Yeah,
God's son
go
has a
on.
message. Here we go. Ready?
Racial slurs. Samir, he's using racial slurs against me. No, he's using racial slurs. Amir, how do you
That wasn't me. That was God's son. Nasir. You've heard of Nasir, dog. He said, what goes, that's
I thought you're not. I thought you're white.
I never said. Why?
Did you see your screenshot? You
What
want me to
goes
put
up
it up
must
again?
come down.
Amir, see some straight. I'm way better than white people. I was raised way
Okay, but okay.
My
But
parents
it's all a
were more intelligent
construct.
to them. Right? We're way beyond white people, so please do not compare me to them.
Okay, but you don't think you're black. You don't think you're black.
No. What I believe is that I'm a human created by God.
Okay, so this Jewish Voice is actually a Twitter account. It's called Jewish Voice. You should look into it.
Yeah, they don't
And
believe
they
in
actually
God. They don't believe in God.
no, they do believe in God. It's all rabbis. They protest. They go to the Prophetic protest.
Okay.
They literally have big beard. They wear a black hat. They got a suit on. What the fuck you on
They
about?
promote homosexuality. These same groups.
Oh my God.
These are LGBTQ. No, I'm not.
It doesn't matter. Tel Aviv is home to fucking LGBTQ.
Okay,
One third of the home.
so just be aware.
It's allowed. It's allowed according to your Israeli government.
When you speak on it, I want you to be clear where they're holding at. Because a lot of those people don't really necessarily care about Palestinians. They care about going against the right-wing government that's in Israel right now.
No point, man. You just mentioned retarded.
No
point. Just you're not making me bored now.
What? Why can't you accept? Why can't you accept?
You're eating yourself from the inside. It's a witness. Nobody's complaining
No,
about
but
that.
you know what? The rabbi here said there's a reason why we shouldn't be against Jews.
There is a reason why you guys failed Moses when he went to pray God for you scumbags. There's a reason why you failed him. And there is a reason why you're gonna face the punishment. It's gonna be severe. You know? There is a reason why you couldn't hold the state for 80 years, for more than 80 years. Yeah, there is a reason why you guys were kicked out of 109 countries. You know? The only difference now in 2025 is that everything is televised. All your crimes, all the filthy things that you scumbags do has been televised for the entire world. Everybody sees it. No more lies, you piece of shit. No more lies, buddy. No more lies.
I think we should listen to the English singer and songwriter and just listen to his words.
And thank you, fuck you, you fucking scumbag, faggot, son of a bitch. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
listen to his words really quickly. I'm gonna ask you.
Like anybody with a heart, I spend my life teetering on the verge of tears. Because you can't possibly put yourself in that position, in their position, those mothers and fathers, those children.
person he's a famous known songwriter. And he's famous. His net worth is a lot of money, all right? It's above your fucking pay grade.
The difference between me and him is that I have actually lived in Israel for almost a decade.
He lived over there as well. He stayed up.
And not only that, I live side by side with Palestinians in Area 2 in East Jerusalem, and they told me that they are trapped. They told me that these organizations don't represent them. They were speaking to me in confidence as a black person, and they felt they had a connection with. They're telling me that these people around us now.
Here, I want to play for him a black person. I want to play for him a black
That's
person.
cool, but I'm the only black person that matters.
Let me know when you want to when you're bored.
Fine, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, I'm the only African, I'm the only.
To him, just tell me I'll play a black person.
Feel free. I'm saying when it comes to this conversation about
How you doing, buddy?
Israel and Palestine, the war of the Middle East, I'm the only African, I'm the only
Buddy,
African
buddy,
American that matters.
we're listening to this scumbag speaking right now. I'm not listening to this.
No, because you don't care about Palestinians, you care about fighting Jews. You don't care about it. The people running around.
Okay, listen.
Turn your phone on. No, I'm
They're screaming for help like a child who lit the fire and got burned by the flame. Oh, now it's a tragedy. Now you remember what a hospital is. You bombed over 200 hospitals in Gaza. You hit a children's hospital in Iran. You blew up ambulances, dialysis centers, maternity wards. And now you want sympathy? Let me say this loud so the world hears. You didn't just bomb buildings. You didn't just kill civilians. You targeted the ones who were trying to save them. You murdered medics, unarmed, failed, rushing to save a life, and you killed them in cold blood. Then you buried them in their vehicles, like criminals hiding a murder weapon. You didn't just kill people, you erased the truth. You buried mercy under the rubble, and now you ask for compassion. Here's the part that burns deep. The world has been watching a live stream genocide for 2 years, on every screen, in every lane, from every angle. And now, after 2 years of watching you bomb children with American missiles, you expect the people to feel something for you. You got some nerve. You want tears. Tell that to the mothers digging their babies out with bare hands. Tell that to cancer patients gasping for oxygen as the hospital walls collapsed around them. You want sympathy. You had 2 years of total silence, and that still wasn't enough for your bloodlust. You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked. The world was hoodwinked into believing you were victims, while you turned cities into cemeteries. You don't get to cry now. Not after you made mourning a crime in Gaza. You don't get to scream now. Not after you silenced every voice that dared to say enough. You bombed hope. You buried mercy. You murdered truth. And now you want the people's pity. We don't mourn for war criminals. We don't cry for colonizers. We cry for the silence, for the crushed, for the medics you left in the dirt. But something's changed. The world sees you now. The veil is off. The lion's dead.
That sounds like Farrakhan.
Who is that?
Yo, what's that, Farrakhan? I don't know exactly who the person is or what's going on.
So that was
It sounded like Minister Farrakhan right there.
Nah, it didn't. It either sounds like Riza Islam or it sounds like an AI of Malcolm X.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's a good point. On that point, that's a good example. This guy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
This guy for sure does
Nah,
not.
that's it. Farrakhan, man. I know what his intentions are.
I just want to.
That was Farrakhan that was speaking.
Okay, Chucky, why you?
Nah, that wasn't Farrakhan.
I'm just saying.
I'm telling you, I know his voice, man. I know Farrakhan's voice. That was his voice.
But Chucky,
I'm telling you, it wasn't.
What are you saying?
Look at
sincere. But like, just because you have a good message doesn't mean it's a good song. Like those are perfect.
Yeah, we know, dude. We're just trolling him. It's,
You were getting up
better
his
to
shit.
troll him and get him mad.
Of course,
and
of course.
Hear his nonsense.
I agree, 100%.
I just had a question for Brother Palestine. Brother Palestine, can you hear me?
Sorry, what was that, Chuck?
I had a question for you. You available for my question?
I'm available for your question.
How do you call somebody questions for you, yeah.
Only friends.
Just we would advise our Palestinian sisters not to go there to these kind of groups. Like we tried to ask our brothers also to remove these kind of people, but yeah, this you can stay almost and
Yeah, only from the weird side, he opens up his gun 12 hours a day. So
Amos, can you tell us
you need some action, you know.
Amos, can you tell us some more stories about what you would like to do to Palestinians and what's happening there? Because we want to listen more.
You ask me question, now you listen what I want. I want to give them equal rights. I want them to work together with me.
No, no, no. Let's talk about. Don't talk
You
about.
ask, I answer. You ask, I answer. I answer what I want, not what you want.
Camps for Gaza, but
I
I'm
answer
asking
what I
about.
want. You stupid only, even not to listen.
I'm asking about what you have done to Gaza, not what your
Let
plan
me,
is.
as a human being, you can listen. I
What
don't
have you
think
done?
that's
What have you guys done to Gaza? Don't tell me what your plan is for Gaza, because I don't care about what your plan is for Gaza.
If you listen,
No, I cannot
if you
listen. I'm
listen,
asking
or you
if
only
you
talking and answer yourself. If
if you
you
answer my question, I will listen to you.
you're a
If you
garbage. You know what is a garbage? That's
no,
what
I
you are,
don't know.
garbage.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
You don't know what is garbage?
No, I don't know about it.
Garbage
But
is
my
the
question to
dirty
you
air.
was, look,
It's a
don't go off topic here.
little
Don't go
house.
off topic.
Garbage, garbage.
My
It's a garbage.
question to you
Down.
is,
Yeah, garbage.
Down.
can you tell us about what
Yeah,
you
garbage.
guys have done to Gaza in like 3 sentences? Can you tell me in 3 sentences what you've done to Gaza?
I'm looking after my hostages. Great.
In which way are you looking after your hostages?
With weapons, with guns, with airplanes,
Do
with
you,
tanks.
do you look after Palestinian hostages?
I take for a while all Gaza to myself.
No, but do you look after the Palestinian hostages in Israeli prisons? Do you care about them?
Have you seen one prison looking like the picture that
Of course, your Israeli
one
prisons.
prison have you seen like that?
Of course. Okay, listen. Now, listen. I tell you something. Now, if you're looking at the videos, Amos. If you're looking at the videos from 2 days ago, you guys starved the people in Gaza. So how would your hostages get food if you're starving every single person inside of Gaza? How would your hostages get food?
You look yourself and
Yeah,
you
go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Oh, shut the fuck up, just answer me.
listen to my response, you mute yourself
Yeah,
and
like
listen.
4 years, you're alive.
And listen to my response.
You sound like
Yeah,
you're
I did.
Only
Only mute yourself. Mute yourself. You don't like to listen to the truth. There always, there's always two sides. For every coin there is two sides.
don't cry.
And you have to read the other side. And the other side say, we don't stop any other people
Okay, so I like to finish. I just want to finish. He asked me a question. I would like to finish. Right? So yeah, so I flew out. Alright, yeah. So I would like to. So I flew out to Israel, sat down, and met. Okay, so I flew down, to Israel. Met with the met with them to Alright, so yeah, so I flew down to Israel and had a nice little time,
Who the fuck are you again?
and yeah, so I had flew down too. I had flew down, so I
Who's this
just had
character? Hold on,
yeah.
check.
So
I'm sorry.
anyway,
I'm sorry. Check it. Hold on. Who's this character? What's your deal, bro? You should. You should. Okay, you should behave yourself though. Be kind and be respectful.
yeah, but anyway, so I'm gonna just start talking. I'm gonna be a dickhead now, and I'm gonna just keep talking. So anyway, so I took a flight to Israel. I went to Amos's kibbutz, man. Sat down. We talked over. We signed the contract, and yeah, so I get paid 100 shekels an hour to protect Amos, man. So I'm his bodyguard. That's how I became his bodyguard. Now I didn't sell my home to Amos. Nah, I didn't sell my home. Nah, shit, I don't have to shut up, man. But yeah, man. So yeah, but yeah, it was nice. They made a lot of good food, a lot of good kosher food. I had a good time. Walked around Jerusalem. It was nice. I like this gig, man. I'm making enough money to support my family. I love it, man. It's beautiful. Yeah, and it sounds like based off your accent, man, that you're from the UK. Sounds like you're from the UK. What are you doing about the, UK people that are dying? What about the people in Somalia that are dying? What are you doing for them? I'm curious to learn. Yeah, you sound like you're in the UK. Okay, where you at? Okay, but what about the people that are dying from overdoses out there in Amsterdam, man? What are you doing
I
that's what's going on. That's what's going on. Free. That's what I asked, man. I asked a simple question, and I still didn't get an answer, and that's crazy, man. I can go on the chat right now, and I can ask Hiko. I can ask him straight up, like, yo, Hiko, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? And I'll get a simple answer. But with Wednesday, I'll get everything else but the answer. That's crazy. That's crazy. They didn't murder him. They didn't murder him. They didn't murder him. said something about how do I feel about what's going on in Gaza right now.
Yeah, I said, maybe that was my second question. Do you agree with what's happening in Gaza right now or not?
Oh no, I don't agree with what's going on in
Because
Gaza
he's a
right now.
bodyguard.
I think it's a genocide.
Okay, so why do you choose to be a bodyguard of the Zionists like that, almost? If you think at the same time it's a genocide going
individual to also fell in the war, fell on the stairs, fell from the top roof. They didn't explain what.
Yeah. Abu, I want to ask you a question. What do you think of my new profile picture?
Oh,
This is the Times of Israel. You know, this is the Israeli newspaper, the biggest newspaper in Israel.
oh, okay. Israel is the gayest country on earth. I mean, whatever makes you happy, my friend. You know, if they want it from the back, then they want it from the back. It's okay.
Imagine this. What is going on? What is going on?
Yeah, it's okay, my brother. They like it like this. They like to, to bend over. So it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brothers, I love you, but I have to leave you for now. Thank you to you. See you again. Good
See
night.
you again, brother. Take
See
care.
you, master.
Assalamu alaikum.
Inshallah.
Daniel is going crazy in chat.
He obviously can't read, it says in 2002 they had the second highest rate of skin cancer.
Yeah, I know, he's going crazy.
He can't understand, he's living in a delusional world,
He's going crazy.
Yeah,
That's
and
why
I'll
we're
continue reading.
ignoring him.
I'll continue reading.
Ignoring him.
Yeah,
That's
so we
why
had the
we're
second
ignoring
highest.
him.
Yeah, I'm just gonna read
We're
it.
ignoring him.
This has decreased substantially due to campaigns to avoid the hottest time of the day, to discourage sunbathing. But you're indigenous, you should be able to sit in the sun. That's how it works. And it says here, even carries on by saying melanoma cancer rates are particularly acute in the Ashkenazi population, not the Sephardic or the Mizrahi. Well, what does that mean? What does that tell us? What does that tell us, Daniel? Why are the Ashkenazi having the highest rate of melanomas, Daniel? What does that mean?
He's throwing some things that he doesn't even know
What does that mean? What is a melanoma, Daniel? Why? You're indigenous, Daniel. Why?
You're too educated for this guy, man.
He doesn't understand it.
You need to slow down. You need to talk
You have to use catchphrases like, we have to talk about Hamas and shit like that. You can't just talk bad.
You can't say Hamas, you have to say Hamas. Otherwise he doesn't understand what you're talking about.
Aziz, you know that he ran away to Germany, yeah?
Who ran away? Is Daniel?
Yeah.
God. No. You know who ran away? The Ashkenazi ran away. They ran away from Europe. Europe's lovely. I mean, they weren't having a good time in Europe. I'll give them that. But that was their homeland. And it's a shame that they had to be expelled because and they ran away because the Mizrahi and Sephardi were being treated well. Historically speaking, in comparison to Europe. But obviously we're rewriting history. We don't want to tell the truth. Crazy, man. This is a real sickness, bro. This is a proper sickness, bro. Trust me. They're gonna talk about this, bro. Like in the history books, this will be like, how did this happen? How did they lie to the people? homosexuality in their thing. That's why the real native Jews, the one that that don't have the highest gate, but for instance, the one that didn't convert in Europe, the one that don't follow a secular political ideology, those Jews don't agree with what we're seeing. They don't want the Holy Land to be bombed and desecrate the Holy Land with, because explicitly it mentions about parading homosexuality and stuff that is frowned upon. They don't agree with that stuff. And this is it. It's a shame. And he left as well. Daniel left because he couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I know that. I was talking to him for 1 hour. I was talking to him for 1 hour, just roasting.
He doesn't even believe in God, bro. So like, what are you doing this for? You can live anywhere, bro. You know what I mean? You could live in Manhattan. You could live anywhere. You don't believe in God. Like you don't believe in the sanctity of the land, bro.
So wait, Daniel's an atheist?
Daniel's an atheist.
And he's a fairy?
Yeah.
And he believes in Israel? What
Yeah.
kind of fucking planet? How does he reconcile that? That God promised them the land, but he doesn't believe the God.
Yes, doesn't make sense. Like, what we,
How do they get their brain around that?
He's such a staunch Zionist as well. It's like, bro, you have no skin in the game, bro. You don't even believe it, bro. Like, so in his mind, somebody else is good that he doesn't believe in probably them the land. He's like kind of reinforcing that, bro. Like, what are we dealing with here? You can tell his is rooted in like he's an Islamophobe, and you can tell that's the core of his beliefs. He's truly brainwashed.
You better stop thinking about joining Islam because it's about to take over.
They get so scared.
That reminds me of a hadith, that our Prophet Muhammad said there, that there will be coming a time that people will be doing things and they wouldn't even know why they're doing it, but they will know that it's wrong. They will know it doesn't sit right, but they'll still be doing it. You get me? So
Yeah, I
there
mean,
will be a time that
yeah.
people will believe certain things in the Dajjal times. People
Yeah.
will believe certain things and they will act in a certain way and they will know that they're all like being oppressed or they're being lied to, but they will still do it.
Yeah, the Quran actually starts talking about the munafiqeen, the hypocrites. That's a very powerful opening where it talks about concealing your true intentions, and the dangers of not being completely true to what you stand for. And those people, the munafiq are like massively demonized, as in regardless whether you're Muslim or not, whoever you are, whatever faith, the munafiq, the dishonest man who claims to be, even says something about they claim to be bringers of peace. They are the ones that are perpetuating the badness, the crime, what have you.
Yeah.
It explicitly mentions that regardless of faith is the true problem in the world, right? And it's true. It's true. We're seeing it now. So
That's why you can never be a good Muslim unless you're not good to your neighbor, unless you're not good in your house. Doesn't matter what religion you are. If you're not good for the people around you, if you don't have akhlaq, if you don't have manners, and you don't, these things, you can never be a good Muslim.
And we don't usually make these rooms as a religious room, right? But if I was to be honest, we don't have anything in our faith that excludes ourselves from, or makes ourselves, non-inclusive. Like we don't have anything that means that we can treat anyone any better than or any worse than us. Do you know anything about that? Like with
We don't have any racism. We don't have any racism in our religion.
Yeah, exactly. We're not like a bird. Any other religious sites. We cannot harm even animals.
We are the only religion. We are the only religion that made it so explicit to not disrespect anyone, to not kill anyone else.
Yeah. secular Jews, but it's
You
good
know,
when you actually.
so I tell you why, because people are everything and they come. So I tell you, it's because they know there's so much in their phone. They're still stuck with that one subject. They can't move on. Yet we move freely like free birds, we Muslims. Even if there's bones jumping on our heads, we move like free birds. Why? Because we know what we're doing. We know what we are. We
fight with 50 from something? Was it someone else?
Yeah, this is Sam's compound that records from 50 phones to 30 phones. Apparently he's running for government. His name is John something. John Kite Kite receiver for fiscal responsibility, vaccine transparency, and truth.
Yeah, he's
Uh, there,
a nut job.
yeah, it says do not trust or vote for Darren Rahul. That's his component.
That means we've got to start supporting Darren. Darren what? Black Hood.
Darren Rahul is the opposite.
I've got it.
But the guy that records it, his name is John Kitover.
I don't really care about him. I care about his opponent. Yeah, good luck, whatever his name is, John.
Johnny, you're not gonna win it. You're just an idiot. You're mentally retarded. No, you gotta do better than that. Just a fucked up piece of shit. And wow, you guess he served in the military, huh, John?
That must explain his the state of his mental health.
Yeah, he's been suffering from PTSD. He's a veteran.
He's a veteran of what war?
I don't know. Mentally retarded. He's got an award or I don't know who gave him an award. He's got a whole bunch of phones on those, those tripods, right? And such a mentally retarded person that the way he records, it's just a stupid phone call. was promoting, if you want to make $2,500, just start recording videos and stuff.
Wait, was I him? I guess he has to finance his campaign somehow.
Yeah, no, he said if you want to make $2,500 just for streaming these moves on YouTube, contact him. Garbage son of a bitch. Yep.
Oh, we're live.
He's such a idiot, right? He records it on one phone, and then he's got like 5 phones looking at that screen on that screen. Such a stupid
Hey, it's not studio cameras.
Either phone.
That's sick, pal.
Are you happy? Are you happy? Yeah. Are you happy, John? John, you're mentally retarded. You need help, man. Go see a doctor. Maybe take your girlfriend with you. And maybe she can help you get through this process. I know you like to record your girl as well, and I'm sure she's probably mad. Did you
How
record
do you know
her?
what?
So we have a picture, and I believe that's his girlfriend.
That poor girl, what she has to endure in Joe's from this comeback. Do you think he beats her up because of his PTSD? Probably freaks out.
Yep, probably does. Well, it was,
Just my headphones are pretty dull with it, but yeah, wallahi, it's so weird. This guy comes to a lot of rooms, sits there, you can't touch his profile, nothing. And if you don't like the Muslims, why are you sitting there for hours just listening? Just go through his reading room or something. I don't know, like. Yeah, but if he exposed the Israeli rooms, the Zionist rooms.
General, check your telephone.
It just makes no sense. If I know it doesn't. If I didn't like somebody, I wouldn't sit with them for hours on end. Every single day. It's not just today. This is like this is daily recurrence.
You see it?
Yeah. I shall make sure he there's no success.
He's a failure, man. People get moved down after they leave and they come back. What the deal is? There's a
There's a few glitches with the app. I think sometimes some people don't update their app as well.
That is very true. So he's got three phones pointing in the direction of this other phone. That's like what a oh my god.
Yeah, Zionism attempt. Incredible back to Zionism, honestly.
sleeper cell. Such an idiot. Doesn't even know what a sleeper cell is.
Fuck.
He's a dumbass. He's a dumb fuck. Yeah, that's what this.
But tell him at least tag me inside so I can get some recognition.
He promotes it on different rooms that if you want to make $2,500 a month or $3,000 a month, you can make it by recording and streaming the rooms directly on YouTube. I don't even know how much money we're making right now. I checked, it's only one view. He's barely got 700 or 800 subscribers on his YouTube channel. And they all asked him, do you know that even the Jewish community on this app, they kick him out. They've unblocked him, they blocked his other accounts. He keeps showing up.
Imagine that your own people don't want you. And then you're sitting here attacking the people that would genuinely have conversation with you. You're like, you're just in limbo.
Watch it how the quality is. Watch it. Watch. They put the link in the chat. Just watch that on YouTube. Watch the quality. And that was done from an Android phone. Yep, yep, yep. He's not gonna be careful. So that's what it is. This is the proper way to do it. This dumb idiot, I think what ended up happening, maybe he got a cease and desist letter. So what he's doing is he's indirectly streaming the audio or video.
No, because this can be classed as harassment.
Yeah, yeah. So he's doing it like indirectly. It is harassment. We have this information.
Well, I think I'll probably send him a cease and desist.
Do you want the letter?
No, I can write one myself.
Well, I'm asking, do you want the letter or do you want the lawsuit? What do you want?
Are you asking him? Okay. We can provide both. We can, what do you call it? Fucking for both sides.
We don't want to fuck it, bro. We're not kidding. Unlike him.
No, we can fuck him with a lawsuit and fuck him with a cease and desist. It would end his career. What else left of it, obviously. He's another black rabbi. He thinks he's gonna win the election.
Daniel went ahead and opened the room. Aziz goes in there really quick. Aziz is there, number one. He's like the number one profile inside. I always want to talk to them and go back and forth with them. Oh my god. But he sometimes he trolls them. Like, he just makes the statement longer and longer where they get kind of confused. They're like, what the fuck is he talking about? But I think we have, I think you guys stopped Sam earlier, right?
We did what, sorry?
I think you guys stopped Sam earlier, right? It was like a monologue with that mentor character.
No, we were joking around.
Yeah, I know. The mentor character was putting us to sleep. Sure. Every time he comes in, yeah, like even last time, man, the time before that, I'm like, bro, can you stop me on a monologue? It's like a very soothing voice, like, what you see.
But I think that brother, he comes into the room and then dominates, just takes over.
Yeah,
He literally talks to himself.
He does. Yep. Anyways, I think free. I'll probably end it. Right. I'll open a fresh new room later. Because I've tested it before free. Where I ended the room and then he opened up. He showed up with another profile. And it was Sister Izzy. The room got big, right? The room was big. I ended the room. It was middle of daytime, around nighttime, around 5 o'clock. Right? Ended the room, and then I reopened another one. He showed up in again. So,
He will do that, but what I suggest, what I can recommend, is that whenever he comes into a room and he stays for too long, just close and reopen. Because he's not that. Yeah, he's definitely not there. Like, I don't think he's just
no, but we have
listening to
people
someone.
that are sleeping. So it's like we have people that are sleeping. And then it comes. And then it's hard to get people.
Bigger fish to fry. If the people sleeping wake up to get retooling.
No, but it's then the people at nighttime they want to join. They don't have. There's not a lot of people. Sometimes there's a problem with the people as well. But anyways, yeah. So I think this room has served its purpose. Pissed off a lot of Zionists. A lot of non-Zionists got pissed off as well. And this was a good show today.